What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Monday, June 10th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, the Boston Celtics go up 2-0 in the NBA Finals. Are the Dallas Mavericks done? We will debate. Plus, another PGA Tour victory for Scottie Scheffler. Are the Tiger Woods comparisons starting to become more valid? We'll discuss that as well. Texas football went viral over the weekend for a recruiting tactic that they employed on a big official visitor weekend. We'll get the Bucks' takes on whether or not those moves made sense. We've got some NBA to talk about. We've got some Directors Cup to talk about. We've got some tennis to get into and 4 or 5 videos for the people today. We are jam-packed and ready to roll for the next couple of hours. How was your weekend?
It was fabulous. I had a little date night with my wife on Saturday, made some fish with some scallops, and had a movie night at home, which was kind of cool. I wanted to see the Bob Marley movie, One Love, and it was good. They did a really good job with the movie. So I got to see, got to get back to listen to a little bit of Bob Marley music and see the life of Bob Marley. And I thought, as I said, that film was really, really done well. Actor out of London that played Bob Marley did a fantastic job, and good stuff. It was a good weekend for me. Really, really was. Didn't do much outside. It was really, really warm outside, and got a little rain last night. We'll get some more rain today and some on Wednesday. Be pretty good tomorrow, but Wednesday it'll rain again. So, it's, like I said, these showers are coming in and out. We had some showers last night. I didn't hear a thing last night. I didn't, it rained last night during the night at some time, but I couldn't hear a thing. No, because there's no thunder boomers. I generally don't hear much of the rain. I'm out. So
you're calling rain today and rain on Wednesday.
Yes. When I'm out, it'll be raining. Yes.
And you went to the movie theater on Saturday?
We watched it at home. We got on, what was it, Amazon Prime or whatever this shit it was. Hulu, Bulu, Bobo or something. I got a chance to watch. I wanted to see that flick, and it wasn't at the theater, so got a chance to watch it. And now there's another one I want to see, that Boys in the Boat on the rowing team. I want to check that out. So
I don't know that one.
But it was good. It was a good movie. They did a good job.
All right. One Love. Yeah, I saw the previews for that, but I never went out and saw the actual movie.
It's really good.
I'd have to check that out on Hulu, Bulu, whatever that is.
Goo Goo or whatever these different. You got every one of them.
Yeah, no doubt. They charge for every one of them too.
Well, it's cheaper than going. $5 is a little cheaper than going $28 with your popcorn.
Oh, at a movie theater?
Yeah.
When's the last time you've been to a theater?
Last time I went, it was for both of us. I got one bucket of popcorn and some water. It was $27 for tickets and the popcorn, because it was one of those buckets that you could go back and get a refill. I can't refill that big ass bucket of buttered popcorn. What the hell's going bad? Unless you got a bunch of kids with you.
The bottomless popcorn?
Oh, the bottomless popcorn. It was ridiculous.
That's tough, because then you got to miss like 5 minutes of the movie, and you haven't seen the movie before, so you don't know if you're missing the best 5 minutes there is.
By the way, the people behind the counters at the movie theaters, they don't move really that quick. It's a long day for them.
Yeah, it's a bunch of stoned high school kids.
It is. It really is.
They don't give a shit about you.
They move so slow back there. They're like, "Oh, I'll get you some popcorn." I'm like, God, it's like 15 minutes. I got to get to the movie. I want to see the previews, and they're like walking backwards, moonwalking to get my shit. No, I liked having that at home. I forget the last one we saw. I think I may have taken my wife to go see The Grinch. Or something like that. That was maybe in the last movie we'd gone to see.
Which Grinch? Did they make another one recently, or you're
talking? No, they made one. I guess recently was probably about 3 years ago.
Okay, not the Jim Carrey one from
like. Oh no, the one that was at the movie theater.
Yeah,
the animated one. It was good.
There you go.
I'm not a movie theater guy. If I go to movie theaters, I'm going to sleep.
That's the same with me. I don't want to pay $15 for a nap. I don't just do that at home for free.
Yeah, but I get in there, and for some reason, no matter how good the movie is, there's a stretch in there that I take about a 10-minute. I'm just fully knocked out. And they made the chairs so nice.
Yeah.
Last time I went to a movie theater that had bad chairs, it was, I forget, the Ice House or some movie theater, the one on Burn It or whatever that is.
Okay.
It was the old one. And they were just getting ready to renovate it. And they still had their old chairs, BK. And I sat there, my back hurt. It was not the relax the back chairs that they all have now that just stretch out and you can just fall asleep in.
Yeah.
It was terrible.
Oh, man.
It was terrible. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. We do appreciate it, and do be careful out there. But, yeah, man, the heat is on this week in the 90s, but some nice 70s in the evening. So it's really nice to say nice 70s when it's going to be 75 degrees at night.
We'll take it.
I'll take it.
We will absolutely take it. Hey, you know what I did over the weekend?
What'd you do?
Monster Jam.
Did you actually go? Was it loud? Like I said, was it loud in there?
It was not as loud as you made it out to be.
Okay.
But there were a lot of people with earplugs and headphones, and they were selling them at Moody Center. So
what did a headset there cost you?
I didn't even look because I was like, I'm toughing this out. I know the Buck said it was really loud. I know he said he needed here.
Yeah, when I was down there, I was down at the floor with my kids, like down in that front row.
Yeah, I was lower bowl. I mean, we bought upper deck tickets and we knew it wasn't going to sell out. So we just moseyed our way down to the bottom. We weren't like front row, but we were, midway up the lower bowl at Moody
Hard
Center.
to believe they could get those big suckers in there, right? With all that dirt and shit.
Oh my God. Yeah. And let me tell you, it was some good people watching there for sure. But you were right. A lot of kids, a lot more kids.
Oh, yeah.
Than I would have thought. I was expecting more of a NASCAR type of crowd.
Oh, no. Kids love those. Yeah, they got those in their rooms. They're jumping from bed to bed with that shit in their hands. So that's what they love. Kids love Monster Jam. But some little kids, they don't look scared, any of them. They could care less, huh?
I also saw the fattest kid I've ever seen. I wish I would have taken a picture. It just there was no good time. And also it's creepy to be a 30-year-old taking pictures of kids. With the P. Diddy's and Harvey Weinsteins and Epstein's of the world.
MJ.
I don't want to, lump myself in with those guys. Yeah, or Michael Jackson. But fattest kid I've ever seen was there. But it was a mix of kids, some rednecks, and Latinos ate that ish up. There were so many Latinos there. I couldn't believe it. Thought I was at a Grupo Firme concert or something. I mean, it was.
Huh?
Oh my gosh! And then my buddy and I went, and we're like, "How do we spice this up?" We bet on everything. We checked our books.
Everything?
Oh, we checked our books online, and of course, they didn't have anything because why would they? We're like, you know what? $20 on every single event. Even the dirt bikes that came out during intermission. Even they had little kids racing these little like Barbie-sized trucks.
Oh, did they really?
At one point, I got effed by the kids, the opposite of all of those guys we just talked about. They were effing me with how bad of racers they were. That was what made it better. It's like we threw some action on everything that was going on there.
See all the dirt in there on the floor and stuff.
Dirt flying. Yeah, I feel like that would have been better at DKR, and there's no way DKR would ever sign off on.
Hell no.
But like football stadiums, just where there's so much more real estate, because I'm sure most people listening to us have been to Moody Center before. Like it's your standard basketball arena, so the ground space just isn't that big. So it was like, when you think monster trucks, at least when I think monster trucks, I'm thinking they are going to be jumping and landing on other cars and just destroying stuff for hours. There was none of that. It was like races. It was tricks. It was big air. I mean, it was fun, but like nothing got destroyed at all. And I'm like, maybe there's just not enough space here to get all of that stuff out there. So
no, it's not much space, but I was there when the first year they did the bull riding there, when they brought in that dirt. I'm like, oh, this is going down on the concrete. That shit is still going to be very hard when those guys fall. I mean, they got to bring in a lot of dirt.
Yeah.
To cushion your fall when you fall off a freaking bull.
Right.
Or when that bull stomps your ass. into that cement down underneath that 3 inches of dirt. Wow.
Yeah.
That's going to hurt.
Yeah, a few years ago, I was like, "Oh yeah, I'd hop on one of those bulls." And then the more I watched that, I'm like, "Yeah, no, I think I'm okay on that." I
No,
don't
when
need
those dudes are really blowing snot out of their nose, no, thank you.
Yeah. But Monster Jam, good time, good people watching. Betting on it, I highly advise, even though you're probably not supposed to be doing that. But
How big was the kid? How big was he? Just bigger than a watermelon on his little belly.
I mean, it looked like he had watermelons for arms and legs, and just like a
that's too bad.
giant beach ball as a gut. Just a big kid.
Looked like he had a fat suit on.
Yeah, but like even a fat suit that James Harden couldn't afford.
Wow, that's too bad.
Yeah,
that's too bad. I hate the body shame that kid.
I didn't body shame him. I was just, I'm a journalist. Like I have to report what I see.
What do you think? What do you think age-wise? 12?
No, not that old. Probably like 9 or 10. He might have
jalapeno poppers, maybe.
He might have weighed more than I did. I do.
I know he weighed more than me.
Yeah. Well, yeah. What are you at? Like 120 right now?
No, I'm not. I'm 152.
152. Oh, you've gone down since last week. What happened?
Yeah, and growing. Well, I took one yesterday, which hadn't taken in about 3-4 days, and it just took me an hour to get moving. I had to have a laxative yesterday.
Oh no.
Yes, it was not fun. Believe me, this was in the middle of the day, and it was at least 45 minutes to an hour downstairs, getting up, walking up and down the stairs, trying to get the gravity to work the right way. It was not. That's not fun. So I am on a different type of lookout pizza. So I can't have that. Certain things. I just gotta be very careful. Yeah. And I know people take laxatives all the time, like it's like a routine. I don't like that because I don't like the mystery of when it's coming. Yeah. I'd rather not have it come, for days on end, and then all of a sudden get out of the blue. It's time to go. Well, I may not be in the right spot. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, the laxative. You got to make sure you're at home for the next like 8 hours after taking one of those.
Absolutely. But it worked. It took a while, but boy, that stuff, once it goes through you, it goes through you. And that was, me running around, my wife wasn't here, so I was running around in my underwear, going up and down the stairs. I'm serious. I was making gravity work. And that, by the way, that shit does work with the gravity the right way. If you do it right when you're walking around, I think people were meant to do that standing up, actually. So it was not so I'm going to try some different gut. There's some gut plays I've got to try now, some lemon and water and some other things. I got to get my, what is it? Bio, whatever it is. Bio. Yeah. I saw the Olipop. By the way, Olipop had a huge display at HEB in Dripping.
Yeah.
Oh, what a huge display that was. It had all the flavors there.
Dude.
Grab me some of the cola. Yes.
Get you some. That's the 9 grams of fiber. That'll help with your BMs.
Yeah, I need some colon. That's what I need. Yeah.
You want to go see Dr. Jellyfinger, huh?
No, I do not.
For the 4th time this year. I know you like to volunteer to go to those.
I haven't been to him in now 2 years, so I've got an appointment with that dude in July. So
there you go. Good move. Check yourself.
Absolutely.
Oh man. All right. So there's the weekend recap. The Buck watched a movie and had date night and then took a laxative and lost 5 pounds.
I'm down some pounds.
I went to Monster Jam, had a few alt stats at the Moody Center, by the way. Shout out to Altstat and shout out to 34 Wine and Spirits. Shout out to the best liquor store in the city.
Oh, yeah. Spent a lot of time down the Mood.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. So there's our weekend. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. The Coda text line is open, 512-222-9328. Of course, the YouTube comments line is open as well. Hit us up there. We'd love to hear from you all morning and all day long. But game 2 of the NBA Finals, a much closer game, but at the end of the day, the same result. Boston gets the victory, 105-98, the final score last night. And boy, the power that you hold over the sports world is second to none. Because during Friday's show, you put 20,000 units on Boston minus 7.5.
Well, what's the half? Where did you get this half from? By the way, where is that half coming from there, cousin guy? I mean, really, a half? That's not what you've been seeing. We don't play around with the half.
Well, that was the line on ESPN Bet when we did the show
Wow.
Friday morning. And of course, that was the first thing I thought of when that game went final yesterday. I mean, of course, I was pissed that the Mavs didn't win, but then it was like, oh my God, the Buck had 7 and a hook, didn't he?
The
And
hook.
sure enough, so there's 20,000 units down the drain for you. And that's when you know things are going bad, when the hook is what gets you. But Boston gets the victory. Obviously, a much better effort from the Mavs in game 2, a much closer game, but Boston pulled away in the second half. Some bad officiating in the final minute didn't help the Mavs' chances of a comeback. Boston gets the win. They are up 2-0. And teams to go up 2-0 in the NBA Finals are 31-5 all time. So history is on the Celtics side, and obviously the Mavs get the benefit of playing these next 2 games at home, but they've got their work cut out for them. They have to win 4 of the next 5 games if they want to win this series. Too much Jaylen Brown, really too much Drew Holiday, Derek White. I mean, the Celtics, they've got a bunch of different guys who can beat you, and they did that last night.
Yeah, they find ways to win, even when they're not shooting well. They didn't have a great shooting night last night, but they just got too many players, too many scorers, too many guys. If one guy's off, the other guy just comes out and is a pain in the ass. And Drew Holiday was everywhere last night. Rebounds, guarding guys, playing defense, scoring. I mean, he's just such an all-around player, but they really, most of the times, they just need him to be a defender and a guy who's just stable throughout the entire game. And last night, he became a scorer again. I mean, it's just, they have guys that do everything that you need. I mean, they have a bunch of team guys, 2 stars and a bunch of team guys that can actually, on any other team, could be top-level scorers, I believe,
Yeah.
And Porzingis, who after game 1, you just didn't know where he was going to come out. He still played a good game, and he got banged up a little bit, and it'll be interesting to see if he plays in game 3 or they just say, no, we need him more for a game 4 because we may be able to win without him. Yeah. I just don't know. I think Mavs will win game 3 anyway, but I don't know if they'll win 3 and 4. I think the Celtics just have too many. They have too many players, too many.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, Jason Tatum has not had a good series at all, and yet Boston is up 2-0, and that goes to the point you just made, that Boston has too many good players, right? Game 1, it was Kristaps Porzingis, who had 18 in the first half to help Boston build that big lead that they never looked back from. And then last night, Drew Holiday, 26 points on 11 of 14 shooting. That's his second highest point output of the year. So, Jaylen Brown did his thing. He had 21, but Porzingis only had 12. Jason Tatum was 6 of 22 from the floor, and Boston still finds a way to win because they've got so many different guys who can go off for 20-plus on any given night. And it's been, 2 of the lesser known. I mean, everyone knows Porzingis and everyone knows Holiday, but like the 2 best players on the Celtics are Brown and Tatum, and those guys haven't had to do it themselves. That's just it's a team game. You need your stars, obviously, but you need your role players to do their part, and Boston's role players have been significantly better than Dallas's role players through these first couple of games. And for the Mavs, they got to hit some shots.
I mean, Kyrie's no good. He hadn't been any good.
So that's the thing, right? Like, a lot of Mavs fans are mad at the Mavs role players, and they've looked jittery at times. And look, for a lot of these guys, it's their first trip to the finals.
That's right.
Right? You look at the Celtics, they were here 2 years ago. Even a guy like Drew Holiday, he wasn't on that team. Well, he was on the Bucks team that won the title the year before. So, like, they've got a lot of guys who have been in this spot. Mavs, not so much. And role players generally play better at home than on the road. So, like, if the Mavs role players play like the way that they played in Boston in games 3 and 4, then I'll be more critical. But to win games like this on the road, you need your stars to be stars. Luka had 8 turnovers. He still had a 32-point triple-double. He showed up last night. Kyrie Irving, another disastrous game. I mean, 7 of 18 shooting, didn't make a 3, just 16 points. He's shooting 35% through 2 games in this series. Like, that was obviously a huge storyline. It's Kyrie going up against Boston. And you thought Kyrie was like, he'll be able to overcome the crowd. Hell, he'll use it as fuel to play better with all those people booing him. But no, he's been bad. So you got to, like, your star players on the road, they have to show up for you to win finals games. Luka, not a great game 1, but he was fine. I thought he was really good last night. He's done his part. his running mate has not. And that's a huge part of why Dallas is down 0-2.
Yeah, I mean, Luka took the blame last night for, I don't know. I mean, 8 turnovers is a lot, but I mean, he scored 32 points. If he doesn't score 32, that group gets blown out again. So, and these other guys, I don't know who else is going to pick up the pace for him, but I mean, it's not like the other guys have to pick up the pace. It's the 2 stars that have to pick it up. Kyrie has to score in the 20s. I mean, in the high 20s or low 30s in order for them to win. As I said, I think they'll win game 3. They'll be back at home. They'll have a better shooting night. I think the Celtics will let one get away from them. But I think Porzingis won't play that much in game 3. So I think this is an opportunity for Dallas. I think the Celtics will put all their eggs into game 4 and then get back home. You know?
Yeah, I think you're right. Like, if Boston wins one of these games in Dallas, then
right.
I know, Cleveland with Kyrie Irving, funny enough, came back from 3-1 down to win the finals against Golden State. Like, it can happen, but against a team like Boston, I wouldn't peg for that to happen. No. So almost feels like, Dallas has to take both of these games at home. And for Boston, it's just, all right, win one, then we'll have 3 chances to win one game, and 2 of those 3 will be in our barn. So, Kyrie averaged 26 a game during the regular season. He was pretty close to that number in the first 3 rounds of the playoffs. And once again, through 2 games of the finals, he had 12 in game 1, 16 in game 2.
No, that's just not enough in the finals. No.
Yeah, just not nearly enough, especially on the road against a team like the Celtics. So Kyrie's got to be better for sure. You mentioned Luka. We'll let you hear from and see Luka. He took the blame. He's a great leader. He took the blame for what happened last night. Here he is.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it didn't work because we lost. But, at the end of the day, we got to make some more shots. I think my turnovers and my missed free throws cost us a game. So I got to do way better in those 2 categories. But at the end of the day, we got to make shots to win the game.
Yeah, I didn't realize how many free throws did he miss. I didn't know he missed a bunch of free throws.
Yeah, he was 4-8 at the line last night, and the Mavs as a team missed 8 free throws, and they lost by 7. So Boston only missed 1 free throw. So if the Mavs shot the same clip the Celtics shot at the charity stripe, then obviously a different game. So that's the second or third time in these playoffs where free throws have absolutely crushed the Mavs, and that makes me mad watching college players miss free throws, but you get to the pros, it's like, come on, guys.
You've shot enough free throws in your lifetime to be in the 80, 90 percentile, at least the 80 percentile in the NBA.
Yeah, but the Mavs, 7 of 21 from 3, 7 of 27 from 3 in game 1, 6 of 26 from 3 in game 2. And Boston only shot 26% from 3 last night. Like, it's not like they shot the lights out of the gym.
And once again, Jason Tatum's going to have a game. So when he doesn't have a game, you got to win the games that he doesn't play well.
Yeah. Well, what do you think? Luka's probably a little jealous of Jason Tatum. It's like, oh, that guy can have 2 games like that, and his team can be up 2-0.
Oh yeah, no kidding.
I'm putting up 30-point triple doubles, and none of my teammates can make a 3 at all. I mean, Luka was 4 of 9 from 3. Nobody else on the Mavs made more than 1. And PJ Washington made 1. He was 1 of 5 from beyond the arc.
Yeah, it's a group that just doesn't have the experience.
Yeah,
they don't have Al Horford on their team. They don't have a bunch of guys that have been around for a long, long time.
Right. And look, I'm not blaming the officials for the game last night, but God, that no call, I should say, with about 50 seconds left, the Mavs were down by, I think, 13 with a few minutes left. It felt like it was over, but Dallas went on a quick spurt. They cut it down to 5. They get a block on defense. They get out in transition, and PJ Washington has like a 1-on-2. He clearly gets fouled, and they don't call it. And if they call that, then PJ Washington goes to the free throw line with a chance to cut it to 3 with like 51 seconds left.
No, he'd have missed his free throws. Don't worry. He'd have missed the free throws anyway.
So, it's not one of those like, oh, the Mavs would have won if they made that call. Like, I'm not sitting here telling you that, but that ended any chance Dallas had at winning that game. Because, PJ would have had to hit the 2 free throws. The Mavs would have had to gotten a stop on defense. And then someone would have had to hit a 3 more than likely. And once again, the Mavs weren't making any 3s last night. So a lot would have still had to have gone right for Dallas. But, how do you miss that call? and I got a still shot. We can't play the full video because of copyright rules, but like, I mean, Jaylen Brown, it looked like to me he was trying to foul PJ Washington because he's like, well, I can't give this guy a free dunk. I got to make him earn it at the free throw line. So let me shove him in the back so he doesn't make this dunk, and he's got to earn 2 the hard way.
I think he was just trying to see what his name was. I think he was moving his jersey just to figure out what it said on the back.
Get a closer look.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Jaylen Brown does this. Derek White like smacks the hand in the wrist of PJ Washington. So he gets fouled by 2 players here. And there's a no call. Boston ends up getting the ball back. They hit a bucket on the other end to go up 7 with like 30 seconds. And that was the dagger. So that's an unacceptable, inexcusable miss by the refs. Once again, it wasn't one of those like, oh, the Mavs for sure win this game if they get that call right. But
now they have a better chance of winning, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, they went from having a chance to having no chance because of that. So that one stung. And yeah, Mavs down 0-2. So history against Dallas, game 3, Wednesday night, back in Dallas. We'll see if the Mavs can get on the board in this series. But man, Boston.
Oh, no, Kyrie will have a big game at home.
He has to.
He needs. Yeah, really.
Yeah, averaging just 14 points per game.
No, that's not near enough.
And he's lost 12 straight against Boston.
About that.
Remember, when he was with Brooklyn, he, after a win over the Celtics, like went to midcourt and stomped on the leprechaun logo.
Yeah, okay.
And since that game and that moment, Kyrie Irving is 0-12 against Boston. So I don't know if you're a believer in sports karma, Buck, but that hasn't worked out too well for.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of things right during the regular season, but right now he's sucking when it counts most.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. So there you go. Boston up 2-0. We'll take your thoughts. Once again, a couple of days off before the next game. It's ridiculous how long they drag these finals out.
Yeah, what do you think of Porzingis? That was just more of a tweak than anything.
Yeah, it looked like a tweak of the same leg that caused him to miss 10 straight games in these playoffs.
Yep.
Good news for Boston, though. Once again, they get that extra day off. The Mavs will take it, too, because Luka's dealing with a couple of different ailments. I mean, he was questionable yesterday. A few hours before the game.
That dude's knee is hurting. His knee started out that last series where he really hurt his knee and played through it, but it is bothering the shit out of him now.
God,
the guy in game 1.
The guy looked like a cooler with how much ice was on him yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the knee's iced up and bandaged. The back is problematic. The shoulder's got ice on it. I mean, everything is hurting for him. And look, it's the finals, right? A lot of guys are dealing with ailments right now. But, like, I credit Luka. That's why it's like, why are you taking the blame, dude? I respect you for being a leader. But you're probably more banged up than any player on the floor right now, and you're the only guy showing up for your team. The other dudes need to help you out a little bit more. So there you go. All right, before we shift gears here, get into some golf from the weekend. Live Tour. Now we're not talking Live Tour.
I did catch the music. I didn't even catch the shot. They were playing the music, and the guy was coming up the fairway, and I didn't even watch one shot. I turned the channel.
Oh, come on.
But they were jamming. They were jamming some disco night music, loud and rhythmic. And I'm like, no, thanks.
Yeah, they're vibing down there, baby. Come on.
With their shorts on. Come on now.
Yeah, it's Houston. You should be wearing shorts on the golf course.
I can see that. I can see that in Houston. I was like, can you imagine being in long pants down there with the greater crotch rotch that you would have there? Walking around with underwear on, playing in long pants. Oh.
And the guy who won, Carlos Ortiz, who picked up his first ever Live win. I said, we're not talking about Live. Here we go, talking about Live for a moment. He was wearing sleeves, probably for sun protection, but still, he was wearing sleeves.
Oh, yeah. A lot of guys will do that. I mean, I wear that out in the yard for protection from the sun. I don't wear it because it makes me feel cooler, because it doesn't.
Yeah, so there you go. There's your Live in Houston. But we'll get to the PGA Tour and the lifetime Longhorns Scottie Scheffler winning again. But before that, how about some sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, our good friends at Relax the Back, my back has been messed up for years on end. And I've always found it super difficult for myself to find a way to make it feel better. And I wanted to get a chair that was going to really suit what I had. I had thoracic reconstruction, mid-back surgery, and I needed a chair that was going to be comfortable. It was going to give me all the support that I needed. And I found that at the Relax the Back store. And folks, you can too. Believe me, over 20 years of this Relax the Back chair, it's got the comfort that you deserve, whether it's your thoracic, lumbar area, even the shoulder area. They have chairs and design pillows and mattresses just for you. Zero gravity recliners, and of course, Tempur-Pedic pillows and mattresses available there for you. Now I've got the vibrating ball that I just love. I use that at night sitting around on the couch on the big taco over there. I know I shouldn't be on the big taco. I still should be in my chair using the vibrating ball, but laying back on the big taco, I put that vibrating ball under my hamstring, and that thing has been working for me. But folks, you got everything that you need at Relax the Back. They got two great locations. I had BK's at the Hill Country Gallery. It's across from Whole Foods. And in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. No doubt live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
I could have gone without hearing about your vibrator experiences, but hey, that's fine. Whatever. Shout out to Olipop. Just cracked open a vintage cola this morning. We talked about Olipop a little bit earlier. It's great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Yes, I don't know how they did it, but they did it. Inside of every can of Olipop, you're getting 9 grams of fiber. You're getting ingredients that help support good digestive health. Only 2 grams of sugar in this can of Olipop. Think about how much sugar is in a normal can or bottle of Coca-Cola. Then remember, just 2 grams in Olipop, and it tastes great too. Pick it up wherever you buy your groceries. H-E-B, we've got it at Whole Foods, Target, Walmart, Costco, wherever you shop for your groceries, you can shop for Olipop. Love it.
Yes, sir.
Love it, love it, love it. And shout out to 7-Eleven, because you can get some Olipop at 7-Eleven.
Yes, you can.
You can get everything at 7-Eleven, the best convenience store in the world. Get you a donut on your way to work today. Why not? Donut and coffee to start off your week.
We talked about National Donut Day last week, huh?
Did
we?
I
never got to 7-Eleven to get my dadgum donut. Get myself a donut this morning. You know what? Get my Starbucks and go right to 7-Eleven and get a donut there. I'm not going to give Starbucks my donut money. I'm going to give it to 7-Eleven.
Yeah, they got the good donuts at 7-Eleven.
Gotta get my hard copy today and find out what happened in the news last Wednesday.
Important stuff. Imperative
last week,
stuff.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Love 7-Eleven. They're all over the place. More than 84,000 locations worldwide. There's got to be one near you. Make sure y'all download that 7-Eleven app as well. Cash in on the 7 Rewards program. But Scottie Scheffler has done it again. We actually have a couple of Scottie Scheffler stories to get into, because on Friday afternoon, another video from the PGA Championship arrest incident surfaced. So we've got that, and also we've got what happened at Memorial, where Scottie Scheffler took home his 5th PGA Tour championship of the season. What do you want to get to first?
Let's give me some more video.
All right, so this is a much closer video. We showed it a couple of weeks ago. There was one video from like a distance, some random security camera where you could kind of see Scottie's car and you could kind of see what was going on between the detective who decided to arrest Scottie Scheffler and Scottie Scheffler. But now we've got a much closer video, and we've got some sound. You can hear back and forth between a couple of members of the Louisville Police Department and Scottie Scheffler himself. It's about 50 seconds long, and we'll play it, we'll show it, and then we'll talk about it.
I'm just trying to get to my tea time. I got DNA shaking. I have any moment. Guys, I'll keep my arms back there. I promise. Man, I'm about to get arrested. I'm trying to get to a tea time.
The corner kicker says you have a van that's coming through. It's going to be dark blue van.
Let go your hands. Let go your hands.
No markings on it. It'll need to
All
be left.
Keep that hand back there. Sorry.
I saw it. I saw it all. We tried to pull through it. That's it.
Let's walk him over to your car.
He did tell me to stop, but as I went by him, he grabbed my arm, and I was afraid. I couldn't tell he was a police officer.
Okay.
I'm sorry, man. Can you please help me?
Just keep going that way.
Dude, watch out for those wrists and those hands.
Yeah, those are valuable wrists and hands. That doesn't look like a guy who was resisting arrest to me.
No,
It
look
looked
at a
and
guy who
sounded like
really
a guy who was scared half to death
and confused about what was going on.
and confused, but also cooperating. Like, yeah, I'll do whatever you say. But yeah, he was confused and scared. And like, I was just trying to get to my job. Now I'm getting arrested.
Yeah, I know how to talk with officers, but I would have had to say at least 3 or 4 smart ass things. I couldn't have gone through all of that without a couple shots in there, you know?
And how long does it take to put handcuffs on a guy? Once again,
Yeah,
Scotty
some of
was
these
not
guys used to be-
resisting. He literally had his hands like behind his back. That should have been easy. It took these jabronis like 45 seconds to cuff this dude.
I know, like, come on, guys, slap them on. You're supposed to be able to slap those bad boys on pretty quick.
Yeah.
Now I know why all your guys are getting away from you.
Yep.
I'm
And
getting those
here's
cuffs on quick enough.
remember the detective was talking about how his pants were damaged beyond repair, and he said
Oh,
he
yeah.
got hurt pretty good from going after Scottie Scheffler, trying to track his car down.
Oh, yeah.
A picture came out. This is serious. Like a picture of this detective Gillis, and his injury was released last week, and that's what it was.
That same scrape I got from the dog throwing me down in the driveway, that little scrape.
I hope your scrape was worse than that, because you
Oh,
made
it's
it sound
worse.
like
No,
it
it's
was a
worse
big
than
deal.
that.
Dude,
No,
there's
dude.
barely anything there.
No, that's like what you get when you bump up against a car or something, when your leg hits a car or hits the side of the table walking through the house. That doesn't even come under the word of contusion. That comes under scrape.
Right? Yeah, I mean that's not even scrape. That's like a rug burn or something right
yeah.
there. That's all it is. So, bad look for the
I
detective.
got that at date night.
Explain.
Oh, that's just a little rug burn.
Oh, you were on your knees date night?
Oh, come on. Come on, Scheffler.
I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about. What do you mean you got that date night?
I mean,
You got
that's nothing.
scratched?
That's nothing right there.
Yeah, that's nothing. It's
Less
ridiculous.
than nothing.
It is ridiculous. And kudos to Scotty for not name dropping himself there. Like, I would have been like, you know who I am? Like,
Oh,
number
no.
one player in the world. I got the lead. I need to go compete in this tournament. Who are
Yeah.
you?
I got at least 5 name drops right there.
Yeah.
Come on,
Yeah.
guys.
And no, not at all. Not at all. So good for Scotty. He handled that well. Bad look. Felony assault was the original charge. Obviously, all charges have been dropped. We found that out a week or two ago. But like that little rug burn type scratch that we just showed you, that was a felony assault charge that was originally thrown on Scottie Scheffler. Little boo-boo.
The real criminals in Louisville are laughing at that dude. Like, wait till we get you.
Yeah, bad bit there. That I don't like to advocate for people losing their job, but that detective, isn't it against the law to file a fake police report or a false police report? I think the cop himself filed a false police report there with some of the stuff that he said.
Oh, he was doing everything he could to be right.
Yeah. So, anyways, Scotty, he could probably sue if he wanted to. Doesn't sound like he's going to.
They just wanted out. That's all they wanted. They wanted that to have, where there was not going to be, they weren't going to take any plea bargains or anything. They just wanted that off the record period, and they got everything they wanted.
They did.
So he did, he's got no animosity towards the police department there. He just wants it off his record.
Scotty went full Kim Mulkey. Move on. Find another story to write.
Absolutely, yes.
And the story that we are writing now is how Scottie Scheffler just keeps.
Yes,
winning.
and I will be going to fulfill my obligations to the Lakeway Department today by handing in my. That's right. I'm able to hand in my 70 days or whatever it is without getting in trouble in Lakeway. Handing over the piece of paper.
Oh, you're off probation today.
I'm off probation today.
You could take off the ankle monitor you've been wearing.
No, I had a closer brush up than Scotty, probably. I mean, they both were ridiculous, but for this guy, I mean, just going to work. I'm trying to go to work, guys.
Yeah.
I'm not, by the way, if I rush in there, you could just follow me in there and you can find me right there on the grounds. I'm not going to run for 18 holes through the facility. you know?
Yeah. He's going to make a tee time. It's like, it's hard to compare sports to life sometimes. So this will feel like a reach, but you got a huge meeting. You're going to try to get to that huge meeting. It's like, oh, there's traffic. I got to get to work. I got something big coming up. And if I miss it, I could get in a lot of trouble and cost myself a lot of money. So Scottie tried to do that. And then when he was told not to, he stopped. And then for some reason, just one bad apple decided to take matters into his own hands and turn it into a whole scene that became an international story. So thankfully you're good. So now you can drive fast again after today, back to your bit.
Yeah, man.
You can get another ticket and it's all good.
Then we'll have to start the process all over again.
Oh God. Back to probation with Officer Tiny Cock. What's his
His
name?
name is not Tiny. Officer Peacock.
Tiny Peacock. I beg your pardon.
No.
That wasn't it.
No.
Not Dixon between her legs either.
No. James Peacock.
James Peacock. Okay, yeah. Back in the day, you had a run in with Jack C. Wagon. Now it's
Jack C. Wagon.
James.
That was not me. That was my former buddy. That was my partner there.
Mm.
That was him messing around with a cell phone. And they caught him on the access road. And they said, oh, you were on the phone. And the phone was beside him, I guess. Then again, he probably wasn't telling the truth.
Oh, man. I remember
Who I
that
can blame on that. So
that was funny. All right. What about the Memorial? Hell of a day. Oh, my gosh. The back and forth battle between Scottie Scheffler and Colin Morikawa on the back nine yesterday was tremendous. Scottie gets the win by one stroke. He was able to hold off Morikawa with a par putt on 18. Scottie was up 1 going to 16. Morikawa bogey. So Scottie's up 2 with 2 to go. And you're like, I can probably turn this off. This thing is over. Well, then turnabout is fair play. Scottie bogey 17 and Morikawa pars it. So it's back to a 1-shot difference going to 72. And both guys hit bad second shots. It's like, oh my God, like what's going to happen here? And then both guys hit good third shots to give themselves very makeable par putts. Scottie went first. He sunk his, so it didn't matter what Morikawa did. But another win. How about 5 this season and 5 in the last 8 starts for the world number 1, the lifetime Longhorn, Scottie?
Yeah, it's like watching Tiger Woods play now in golf tournaments. It's like it's him and the rest of the field. And the second place guy is nowhere in sight, you know. And anybody after number 2 doesn't have a chance against him. So it is it's Tiger-esque right now. I really believe it is. I mean, it's fun to watch. And I mean, there's nobody that can compete with them right now. Yeah. You know, they can get close, but when it comes down to the crunch time and shot making, this guy's just making them all.
Yeah, and he struggled at times yesterday. Now the course in the afternoon was playing tough because the wind was picking up.
And it was firm.
Yeah, it was firm. Some of the hole locations were very tough. And every golfer was like, God, the back nine was playing ridiculous yesterday. So it was a battle. And Scottie struggled on the greens. It kind of looked like last year's Scottie with the putting more than this year. But obviously the putts he needed to sink, that big par save on 16 and then the par to win it on 18 were massive. But yeah, look, like it feels like every time Scottie wins, you get another. He's the first since Tiger to do this. Yeah. And you've got that yesterday. How about this? Scottie Scheffler, with the win at Memorial, became just the second golfer ever to win the Masters, the Players, and the Memorial in the same year, joining Tiger Woods, who did it back in 2001. There's only been 5 golfers to win all 3 of those events in their career. Like, that's amazing. To win all 3 of those, that's a big deal.
Right.
But only one other guy has done it in the same year, and that was Tiger Woods, and now, Scottie Scheffler doing it.
And not many guys have won 5 tournaments before the U.S. Open. I mean, he's won 5, and now you're coming to U.S. Open week.
Right. You know? And my God, 5 and 8 starts, Buck. How about 2 second-place finishes in there, too? It's not like, oh, I missed the cut in those other 3 weekends. It's he finished tied second, and then the PGA Championship, he got arrested and still finished 8th. That's his worst finish in the last 3 months, was 8th place in a major where he literally got arrested going to the course on day 2. This guy is insane right now.
Oh, yeah, he is. I mean, he's certainly got just people trying to chase him down. And there's just not, like I said, who's that next guy? Is it Scheffler? Who is it? I mean, who's the next guy behind Scottie right now? Rory? you can't count on Rory to be anywhere in sight. It's just, for a while it was Cantlay, but Cantlay's now disappeared into nowhere. I guess it's Schauffele that would be the closest competitor to this guy right now. Morikawa has played pretty well since he went back to his old coach, but they can't catch him. They can only get close to him.
Yeah, I'm looking at some U.S. Open odds. And by the way, the U.S. Open gets going on Thursday. So, the third major of the year is right upon us, and it's perfect time for Scottie to be playing the way that he's been playing. Scottie Scheffler, your favorite, 11-4 odds right now. You got Rory McIlroy, Xander Schauffele, and Bryson DeChambeau all at 10-1. So Vegas at least tells you that those are the three guys who have the best chance of dethroning Mr. Scheffler this weekend. Then, Victor Hovland, Ludwig Oberg, Colin Morikawa, and Brooks Koepka right after those guys. So it's Scottie's world right now, and we're all just living in it. And
absolutely,
obviously the money, it's easier to break money records now than back in the day because there's more money involved with the PGA Tour than ever before. Thanks to Liv for that. All the golfers dunking on Liv, they owe those guys some money because they increased the purse for the PGA.
They don't owe them shit.
Yeah, they owe them a lot. No. They owe them a lot because they're all benefiting from that Saudi money. All right, so get off your moral high horse, Rory, and thank those guys for getting you a nice payday.
Don't ever do it, Rory. Just stay right where you are. You'll just be fine coming in 3rd, 4th, and 5th place.
Yeah, and he ain't winning jack these days. How about Scottie Scheffler? He's made $24 million on tour this season, Buck. That is a single season PGA Tour record. There are 3 months left.
I know.
In the season, and he's already set a record for earnings in one calendar year. Are you insane what this guy is doing right now? And the kid was there yesterday too. The baby is real. She was actually pregnant. The baby was there celebrating.
That
was my fear. Sometimes it happens. Like guys get married, guys have kids. These individual athletes, they have these life-altering moments that have to impact your schedule, and they're not the same. Like Jordan Spieth got married. He hadn't been the same. Scottie Scheffler, married, no problem. Kid, what does he do? First tournament his kid is at, wins the damn thing.
Yeah, he's pretty focused. That's a focused guy. Golf is his thing. His family, bring them along then. Hey, I'm going to do my thing. You guys want to come along? That's fine. You don't have to come. You don't have to be here. But I'm going to go play golf, and I'm going to play it to the best of my abilities. And the other stuff, he doesn't get distracted from it. So I got a feeling when he's home, he's home. Golf's not on his mind. Or when he's home, golf is still on his mind. Yeah. But he's got a certain career that he wants to have, and he's fulfilling his career right now. And he's still fulfilling his obligations as a dad right now too. So bring that kid with you. Hey, we got the means to bring the kid with us. Not a big deal.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I got plenty of money to do that. And yeah, look, I think a lot of people out there obviously would love to be the golfer that Scottie Scheffler is. My God, we would all kill to do that. But I really think we should strive to have the inner peace that Scottie Scheffler has.
Yeah.
It's just incredible that guy is just so cool, calm, and collected. And he's got a great relationship with God, obviously a great family man. And
that guy was going to leave the course at majors in order to be with his wife. If those things would have happened at those times, there's no doubt in my mind that if he only had 9 holes to go, he was gone.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it would have been crazy, but I think you're right. And it's just his inner peace, just who he is, and just how stable he seemingly is despite what's going on around him.
Right.
It's admirable, man. I'm striving for that. My golf game will never be close to his. I'm striving to just have that inner peace that guy has, because it is impressive and fun to watch. And he is an easy guy to root for. Obviously we're biased
because your wife would have been all alone if you would have been playing golf for that kind of money.
Oh yeah, of course.
You left her with the mother-in-law, the mother, every relative, but you would have kept on playing.
I don't want to watch that. Did the baby pop out? No, thank you.
I'll see enough of that baby, right?
Yeah, exactly. Let me enjoy myself for one last day before I got to go deal with this kid, please.
I thought that was. I thought truly when he said that, he meant that. I think if that would have happened, he would have said, "Bye, y'all. See ya. There'll be plenty more tournaments. I'm not going to get to have this particular kid again. I got to go. I got to go there, be there for my wife. And I think that's admirable. I think that's what you're supposed to do.
Mm-hmm. You're right. You're right. I'll let
You
hear from.
You don't have to do it because
No.
your wife is going to tell you, oh, no, you go do your thing. I'll be just fine, because that's what you're going to get from that end. But you knowing the person that he is, it's like, nope, I'm not going to leave you alone. I said I would be there. I'll be there.
Dude, a lot of guys could be like in 30th place and they're not leaving
Oh, no.
the tournament early.
They need
to go.
They need 30th place money.
Yeah. And Scottie is obviously running away with the Masters this year. And it's like, oh, if he gets a call, he is literally running away from the Masters.
Right.
To go be with his wife. So, yeah, great dude. Well, let's hear from Scottie Scheffler yesterday with Amanda Balionis. I don't know if she's married. She might be divorced. She's not wearing the ring anymore.
I know. I saw that. The last couple tournaments, she hadn't had her ring on. She used to flaunt that big sucker when she first got married.
Massive rock.
But not anymore.
Not anymore. Well, here's Scottie with Amanda, whatever we're supposed to call her, yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, the golf course was playing so tough today. It was so firm, so fast. I mean, closing it out down the stretch. I mean, 16, 17, 18 were playing brutally tough. And, I mean, it was a fun test of golf. I like it when it gets this hard. And, it was good to battle it out. Like you said, I didn't really do a whole lot great today, but I did enough to get the job done.
Didn't do a whole lot great. That's a tough golf course when it's like that. I mean, it was tough on Friday when it was just the wind was blowing and it wasn't as firm. But by Sunday, that thing was, balls were hitting and bouncing. And man, when you got in the rough in that place, and it looked like there's a lot of undulations in the greens. I mean, you had to read putts. They had a lot of big breaking putts. Guys were over-reading, under-reading yesterday. I thought he was kind of solid. I mean, it wasn't his greatest round of golf, but he was solid.
He shot a 74. You don't win too many tournaments if you're shooting 74 on Sunday, but obviously he did enough the first 3 days to build up a lead. And
the rest of the field was just struggling with that golf course.
Yeah, I'm looking like I see a couple of 69s out there yesterday, but most guys were in the 70s. So, yeah, it's not like anyone just came charging from way behind. It was a tough day yesterday. And did he say, I like it when it gets hard? Did I hear that right?
Yes, indeed.
Interesting there, Scottie. That's all right. Well, we'll move on from that. But a cool $4 million into the pocket of Scottie Scheffler.
Yeah, I mean, watching him play is like watching Tiger play. Your expectations are every shot's going to be on the money.
Yeah.
No matter how difficult the shot, coming out of the bunkers, he's fantastic out of the bunkers. And if at that course yesterday, when you missed the green, the rough around the greens was kind of gnarly too.
Mm-hmm.
He's got such a good short game like that.
Oh, that third shot yesterday out of the rough. I mean, him and Morikawa both hit great third shots. Obviously, if Scottie effed that up, then we might have been going to a playoff. And, Morikawa had a better day yesterday, so maybe he's got the momentum going in. But, just whenever this guy needs to hit a big shot, he finds it.
Yeah,
he finds it. And it's really fun to watch because I'm a little too young to have enjoyed and appreciated all of Prime Tiger. Like, I remember back end of Prime Tiger, and then obviously car wreck, and then post that Tiger. But like, I have been, and I think everyone my age and younger, been like chomping at the bit to get somebody and something close to what Prime Tiger was. And obviously Scottie's got a long way to go to start doing what, the GOAT was doing. But like, oh man, I am hoping we get more Tiger superlatives from this guy over the next few years. I think it's every golf fan, even guys older than me, are like, oh, I'd love to see somebody do something like that again. It'd be great if Scottie keeps this up for 5, 10, 15 years.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's the longevity. Can he do it for that long? And, I mean, Tiger has got a lot of tournament wins, and I think that's what Scottie will be. I don't know about majors. Well, you got to throw them all in there because he's just that good. But it's the amount of wins, the longevity of winning on the PGA Tour week in, week out. I mean, it just used to be when Tiger was when he was really going, it was like, why watch? Just turn on Sundays and see him win, And Scottie Scheffler's getting like that now. I'm like, really? He's favored in this one? I mean, he's favored in every tournament now. No matter where it is, no matter what type of course it is, that guy's the favorite.
Think about how good Scottie's been, right? He still only has 2 majors. And he's only won those 2 majors at the same place.
Right.
2 Masters, 2 green jackets, but no U.S. Opens, no PGAs, no Opens. So he's got the opportunity for 2 of those this year.
Right.
But yeah, like, you need the regular wins, but also you need majors.
Yeah, the Pinehurst greens at the par threes will be, and that's where Scottie's just so good at these par threes. I mean, he can fade the ball in there. He can, he can cut it. He can do anything you need to him. He can hook it in, and you'll need that at these par threes. They got some really tricky par threes at Pinehurst number 2. I mean, they fall off really in really strange spots. So, it's a place that you can't take a lot of chances. You just got to be consider. Let's get it on the green and go from there. So we'll see. It's going to be exciting this week. Father's Day Sunday. Leave Dad alone.
Leave Dad alone. Let him watch the golf.
Let him alone.
That's a smart move. Smart move. All right.
Ashtray on Monday.
Ashtray?
Yeah, his clay tray that you made at home ec or whatever.
God. Bad bit, man.
We don't do clay trays anymore.
I ranted on that 2 weeks ago. It's like, yeah, keep your kids' school artwork. Of course, fine, sentimental value. Don't display that and act like it's some great accomplishment that your
like if it's at your office, like over there by your diploma.
Oh my God.
Stay up. Yeah. Just the morning the kid comes in the office and then you get rid of it.
Yeah, and then you hide it when the kid's no longer there.
Of course.
You don't put it in the living room or the front room of your house either. It looks like shit.
Supposed to go in the refrigerator. That's it.
Oh, yeah. Put it in the garage fridge. Don't put it in the kitchen fridge. Put it in the beer fridge or the whatever else you got fridge.
There you go.
Not everybody needs to see that. All right. We got some funny videos. We'll get into one of those next, and we'll talk plenty of Longhorns in hour 2. But before any of that, let's give some more sponsor shout outs.
Our good friends at Texas Orthopedics. Folks, if you're seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, joint replacement, trauma care, of course, rheumatology, and even more. Dr. Christopher Danny and Dr. Christopher Stockton, they are both dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you definitely deserve. Visit them at txortho.com for more information. Love the folks there.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Also love the folks over at sendtextickets.com.
Absolutely.
If you're looking to get to any sporting event, any concert, how about Frozen the Musical coming to Bass Concert Hall tomorrow night?
Very nice.
Yeah, I'm on the sendtextickets.com website right now. They've got tickets to everything, plus Round Rock Express tickets. And, how about Cher? We got Cher coming to town?
Come on now.
No way. Megan Thee Stallion.
Who's going to either one of those?
There's a lot. You're not a big Cher fan?
I'm going to pass on that.
Really?
And that Stallion.
And that Stallion?
Yes.
You know who Megan Thee Stallion is?
Yes, she's got a booty on her.
Yes, she does. Yes, indeed.
See more booty.
Was that like a nickname or something? See more booty? I think Megan Thee Stallion is a better stage name than Seymour Booty, but what do I know? Not a Cher guy? I figured you'd like Cher.
No, I'm not.
She's your age. She's 78. It's about what you are.
I'm 68. Creeping up on 69 here in a couple of weeks.
I got to see a birth certificate on that one.
I am. I truly am.
All right. Whatever. Any concert, any Broadway show, any musical, any sport, whatever. I got my Monster Jam tickets at SendTexTickets.com.
Very nice.
They got everything there, and it's easy to access from your phone or your computer. It's so simple. Shop local. SendTexTickets.com.
I found myself watching the race in Canada, the Formula One race in Canada yesterday, trying to figure out how they do it, how they score it, how you can pass, how you get penalties and shit in Formula One. Dude, boy, they got some crazy rules. You got to be careful how you pass. You can't make dangerous moves. I'm like, getting in that car is dangerous. So every move you make should be a dangerous move. You know what I'm saying?
I love our friends at Coda. I'm rocking my Coda hat right now. And I make it a point to go to the Grand Prix of the Americas at Circuit of the Americas every year. But I have lost interest in F1 because the same guy wins every race. There's no drama. That's the best part of live sport. It's like reality television, but it's usually not scripted. You just don't know what's going to happen, and that's why you have to tune in. F1, you know what's going to happen. You know Verstappen's going to win.
Did he win again yesterday? Did he win?
Yes, of course he did.
They were all over him, man. He had lost. He was in second place. He was at third at once. Lewis Hamilton was trying to – Lewis Hamilton does like he now what you expect him to do. He finishes fourth. He finishes – I mean, he hadn't even finished – that was as close a race as he's had, I think, all year.
Yeah. Yeah, it used to be like, oh, maybe it's Verstappen or Lewis Hamilton who's going to win this week. And now it's Verstappen and who's finishing second.
Right.
And, people still love it. People go, people watch. But until you get some parity in there, like I'm not going to be watching as often as I used to. It's just there's no drama. Most of the races aren't even close. Yesterday was close at least.
It was close.
Most of it, it's like, oh my God, 20 laps in and Verstappen has a 10-second lead. And it's like, I'm going to go do something else now. Oh, no. All right. There you go. How about a Twitter question here, Buck? From Mike Lowry. How are we feeling about Quinn Ewers this year? Is he going to make a jump? Is he going to stay at the inconsistent level that he's been at thus far?
No, I wouldn't say he's inconsistent. I thought he made a huge jump last year. I thought he made a jump in leadership. I thought he made a jump in his consistent balls. I mean, he didn't throw the deep ball as well as we all want the deep ball to hit every single time. I don't know why people think that every bomb should be a completed bomb. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just not the way it is. So I thought he was very consistent. I thought his mid-range balls, 20 yards down the field, was nice. I thought he did a great job in the screen game. I thought he led the guys just the right way. One guy was making a bunch of catches, but the guy wasn't inconsistent last year. I don't know what else you're looking for. I mean, everybody can be more consistent in everything they do. Yeah, if he's more, I think he'll have to be a little bit more consistent this year because of different wide receivers. But there was nothing wrong with that dude last year.
Yeah, so it's tough, like kind of dissecting Michael's question. Like, yeah, there were times where Quinn Ewers was off last year.
And what kind of jump do you want him to be? You want him to be a 98% passer?
So that's the thing, like going to make a jump. There was no comparison between 22 Quinn and 23 Quinn. He made a huge jump. Right. And was way better and way more consistent last year than he was in year one. So you can't just be like, oh, is he going to be the same guy he's been the last 2 years? And no, because he wasn't the same guy last year that he was 2 years ago. But there were still games and times within games where, all right, he wasn't as good as you wanted him to be. Like, I'll be honest, my hope was that Quinn Ewers was so good last year that he could have left for the NFL draft and been a top 10 pick. I think that was probably Quinn Ewers' goal too. And if Quinn was a little bit more consistent last year, I think that would have happened. And we'd be talking about Arch Manning as this team's starting quarterback.
It could have happened if the dude didn't get hurt for those 2 games.
I don't think it would have, though. Like, I don't think he did enough in the other games to where he was going to be a first-round pick because just some inconsistencies. So, yeah, he was a lot better. And if he takes that type of leap in year 3, then he will be a first-round pick in 2025. But, yeah, he was a different beast a season ago than he was.
Yeah, his ability to take off and run with the ball because of the weight loss and the more athleticism because of how he treated his body was huge. I mean, that's consistent. I mean, that was a consistent move by that kid last year that if he'd have gone in there with the same pudgy self, he wouldn't have played as well. I mean, he made some really key runs last season. I mean, I thought that was that's being consistent. That's a part of being consistent, not always having to throw a bunch of bombs down the field. Just in your play and just changing your body type was a big deal. Maybe he's done a little something else this year. Mm-hmm. But I'm not expecting that guy to be an 85% passer. I mean, no.
Nobody's that.
No.
Yeah, I mean, look, there are obviously examples like the Oklahoma game. The first half of the Oklahoma game was bad, right? And people will focus on the losses. So you look at 2 losses that Texas had. He struggled at times against Washington, and obviously he struggled for a lot of the game against Oklahoma. So, people don't like losing. And the quarterback's usually the first guy who gets blamed when your team loses. And Quinn wasn't perfect in those games by any stretch. So there are a few other games you look at where, all right, I mean, the Houston game, Quinn Ewers got off to that great start early, and Texas had that big lead down in Houston. And then Quinn took a couple of sacks, had some incompletions, some bad decisions, and Houston gets back into that game. He also got hurt in that game too. Yep. Like there's room for improvement is the point I'm trying to make. So I'm not saying I disagree with you. Like, he was one of the better quarterbacks in the nation last season, but there is room for improvement. And it's like, if he puts it all together, then Texas will be in the playoff again. They've got a shot to win a national championship again. Quinn could be in New York for the Heisman ceremony, and we could be talking about a first-round pick, maybe a top 10 pick next year.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot I think he has to do in order for those things to happen, including, playing for a national championship. There's a lot going on besides the quarterback with this football team now.
Oh, sure.
After losing 11 guys to the NFL, so I'm not going to throw it all on the shoulders of that dude.
I think that means he has to be better, though, because Texas did lose 11 guys to the pros. It's like, well, you're looking at your best players, you're looking at your upperclassmen that kind of pick up the slack. So there's not a major drop off just because you lost all of those dudes to the league.
No, he has to be better than he was last year for sure.
Yeah. And we touched on this maybe a month ago. Like, Quinn's a victim of his recruiting grade. If Quinn Ewers was like a 4-star and he had the year that he had last year, then okay, like, I think the narrative would be very different versus what it is now, because he was like the highest graded quarterback recruit since Vince Young. And everyone remembers what VY did here. So it's like, he had the same grade in high school. He should be closer to that than what he is now.
Yeah, but I take it on what I see from the guy once they get here. They can have all kinds of high grades to me. Yeah. I take it on year by year, how they improve, what their weaknesses are. But I'm just seeing him improve. I just don't know about these big jumps and these big leaps, because there's more to it than just that one player alone. I mean, he's got a whole new group of receivers. I mean, he was able to turn around and hand it off to a pretty good running back who was pretty damn good, and an offensive line that protected him. What if he doesn't quite get the protection that is he going to be able to escape? Is he going to know where his weaknesses of his own team are? And then what he has to do to be more efficient to help out his team. He has to be better, because I don't think that offensively they'll be as good. It's going to take, to me, it's just going to take a couple games for me to be able to say this group is better than they were last year offensively.
They need to be as good, and I think they should be better.
I agree they have to be, but I just think when you have the type of two receivers that have, it's almost the same as on defense. When you lose two defensive players like they did on the defensive line, I think there's going to be some hold your breath moments there for the first couple of games. And I still believe it even in the same offensively. Yeah, they're going to be good enough to win against Colorado State. Are they going to be good enough to win against Michigan on the road with the receiving core that they have? Are they going to be – hopefully they'll be as good early. They'll have to be going to Michigan. Maybe not against Colorado State. They still should be able to run the ball pretty effectively. But I just think when you lose two great ones on offense, two great ones on defense, you're going to have to – it's going to take more than one or two games to see how they stand out. I mean, how your group stands. So, it's more than him that'll have to make up offensively and defensively for this team to continue to win.
Definitely. Yeah, I expect the offense to be pretty good and humming early. I got more questions about defense, but both sides of the ball, like you said, replacing some key figures. So, can Texas be good enough to win that game on the road against the defending champs? The Longhorns are favored right now. Barring a disaster in week 1, I think they will be favored by the time we get to September 7th. So I expect that to be a win for Texas, and it's not going to be easy, but the offense hopefully is good to go.
And for Texas, and BK, for Texas fans, it'll be a hold your breath moment. Was that just a real flash in the pan last year? Everything just turned out right with the great players that you have. I mean, we talk about this coaching staff, but this will be the year. This will be the one where everybody's kind of holding their breaths to see, is this shit for real, or is this, okay, we had that great season. Now, do we have to take a step back and win 9 games or 8 games and see, and then regroup again, and then gather momentum again, or will this momentum stay?
I'm trying to think, like, when was the last time Texas entered the season ranked in the top 5? Is it all the way back in 2010?
I was going to say 2010,
Yeah.
2011. Yeah.
Obviously, that year was a disaster in 2010, but, they were coming off an appearance in the national title game, so they
Right.
were getting plenty of love going into that year. I mean, it had become a running joke. Like, Texas was always in the top 25, even when they were going 5-7 and 6-6
Absolutely.
every year. And even Texas fans were like, can you not put us there, please? We shouldn't be there. But it's been a long time since Texas started the year as high as they are going to start this season.
Correct.
So, yeah, that raises the bar. That raises the expectations. And can Texas put together back-to-back good years? Can Sark? I mean, Sark's coming off of his best coaching job of his career. Like, how does he handle the success? He said all the right things.
Yeah, and if your football team loses a game, say you go on the road and lose to Michigan, are you going to rebound or is this, oh, no, here we go?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's going to be what everybody's going to be thinking. They're going to be going, first of all, there are some that think it's not going to happen. They're going to smooth right on through till they get into the SEC championship game where it's going to be difficult, or some of these games like against Georgia and teams like that. But if you lose something early, say you lose, by the way, the defending champ is the Michigan Wolverine. I mean, we're talking about the defending champions. We're not talking about just some scrub of a team that hasn't built their program up. So we're talking about if you lose to a team like that, will you be able to rebound? Do you gather yourselves as a group and then go on and not lose again?
Yeah.
Or lose one more? I mean, what are you going to be like? I think that's what people are waiting to see. Does this group just fall apart and say, well, we don't have 11 players that we lost to the NFL. Our team is going to take another year to go. Maybe we're going to wait, to Arch gets to be the quarterback. Then we'll start to make our run back at it again. I mean, those are the things you don't want to hear. You don't want to think it, but there are people that are thinking that way.
Yeah. Look, Texas last year, they did a good job responding to adversity. They lost that
Yes,
Oklahoma game at the start of October. And hell, you talked about it every week. Like, every game you're playing for a championship.
Absolutely.
If Texas would have lost one more game in the regular season, then they wouldn't have made it to Arlington.
No.
And they wouldn't have been able to win the conference in their final year. So they did a good job responding to that loss a season ago. They won every game until the college football playoff. So, yeah, they showed that last year. But, yeah, there's going to be some adversity, whether it's in Ann Arbor in week 2 or it's the SEC. It's a different beast. I know Texas has about as favorable as an SEC schedule as you could have asked for, realistically. But still, it's the SEC. It ain't the Big 12. It's going to be a step up in talent that you're going up against every Saturday. So what happens if you get punched in the mouth and you lose a game that you're not supposed to lose?
That's right.
Does that turn into 2 losses? What did Mac Brown say? You can't let the same loss beat you twice.
No, and that's what I'll see how things happen. If if they smooth right through and they don't lose a game, that's great for everybody. But if they lose, how will they rebound? What do you expect from this? What do you expect from this team? You're losing an awful lot of leaders when you lose 11 guys to the NFL, and you're losing stars. You're not just losing leaders; you're losing players. So it's going to be it's an interesting year for me to watch this group. I know you think that they'll be really good offensively. I'm still giving me about game 3 after the Michigan game to see how they do offensively, and especially not the run game. I expect this group to be able to run the football, but that's not what the head coach's forte is. He still wants to fling it. No matter how well they run it, that guy wants to throw it. So
sure.
I'm going to be interested if they run the ball effectively and still do it. Is he going to be patient enough to let this wide receiver group and this quarterback get together, in game number 3 and 4 and really rely on his running game and his great offensive line? Or is he going to be very impatient and say, no, we're throwing it. We're going to throw the ball. I don't care what you think. We have to push this ball down the field. So
I'll tell you what.
I mean, that's going to be a part of it for me to watch. I'm going to watch the coach and what they do offensively.
If they can run the ball against Michigan, then they're going to be able to run the ball against anybody. Because Michigan lost more players to the league than Texas did.
Yes.
But they've got their D-line back, most of their D-line back, and that's potentially the best defensive line in the country.
This ought to be at least the 1 or 2 best offensive line in the country.
Sure. So it'd be strength on strength right there. And if Texas can win that matchup,
yes,
then it's like, oh, yeah, with young running backs too. It's not like you've got Bijan or Jay Brooks back there, or it's like, oh no, we know what our running back is. Obviously, we saw CJ and we saw Jaden Blue, but this will be a big test for them. If Texas can run the ball against that group, then That's going to make life so much easier for Sark, the play caller, but also Quinn Ewers and the receivers.
Absolutely.
So in this passing game. And by the way, this is a good transition to that recruiting video that went viral over the weekend. If Texas loses, if Texas loses, it'd be nice if they didn't lose a game this year. But whenever Texas loses, whether it's once, twice, thrice, God forbid more than that, there are going to be people who are posting this video. Did you see this over the weekend?
I did.
Big recruiting weekend for Texas and a successful visitor weekend.
Well, of course, it's June. Of course it is.
But, this is posted on the Instagram story of D-line target Josiah Sharma from the state of California. He was walking into Moncrief a couple of days ago, and this was what he was walking into. It's a bunch of Lamborghinis just parked right outside of Moncrief. Be careful if you're parked there for too long. They're going to pop your ass with a ticket out there. But that's what it was. A bunch of Lambos, and we don't have sound on this video because we can't talk and have sound at the same time, but you've got drivers inside of all of those cars, and they're just revving the engines the entire time as this player and his family are walking into the football facility.
Is that Sark in the doorway with his band outfit on?
I don't think that was Sark in a band outfit.
No, are you sure?
You think he was dressed up as a member of the show band of the Southwest?
That was him, right?
That would have been a twist if they had Sark in one of those ridiculous-looking uniforms. And God, I feel so bad for the band members because it's 100 degrees in those games, and they're wearing what looks like
they should be in their live gear. They should be in their live gear, right?
Oh my God, yeah. It'd be more comfortable if they were wearing shorts versus the burnt orange suit that they're basically rocking. But your thoughts on this as a former coach and former recruiter? Texas bringing out the Lambos this weekend.
I mean, it's what modern day recruiting is all about. But to me, it's just kind of corny. I think it's overcorn. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's enough. The university shows you enough. When you walk into Moncrief, when you walk into that place, it's enough. I don't need the cars. You know, not everyone's getting that car.
Right.
I mean, it makes it look like this is what we all have. No, not all of you get to drive Lamborghinis. I don't care how good you are over there. Not everybody's getting that deal. Some of you are going in Honda Accords. You know what I'm saying? So
some of you are going in whatever car that you had before you got here.
Yeah, before you got here. That one you drove up here with the U-Haul pulling on the back, that's the one you'll be driving. Not everybody's getting one of those. It's just, I mean, it's the times. I'm not going to be stay off my lawn guy, and I understand that's what you do with videos, but it's just kind of corny to me. I mean, yes, I would, if I had to get a recruit that was a 4 or 5 star that way, I would, because because you can. Mm-hmm. But it's, as just a person that's been around that business, it just looks kind of corny to me.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad take at all. I think it's kind of sad. Now,
yeah,
my response to everybody hating on Texas for this would be, don't hate the player.
That's
hate
right.
The game.
That's right. Because like I said, if I'm going to get a 5-star and that's what I had to do to get a 5-star and I was allowed to do it, I'm going to do it. I'm going to go with the times. And individually, I don't dig it. Like I said, just kind of really cornball looking at me, bunch of Lambos, kid with his parents. This is the only way to get him, is to make sure he's got a nice car. There's nothing about the university that's worth it. It's about the car. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, walking into that place is unbelievable, but it's not like walking into Tennessee and Michigan isn't the same. I mean, those places, those facilities are incredible too. So if that's your edge and you're allowed to do it, then do it.
Yeah. Well, recruiting has always been about trying to impress high schoolers and trying to convince them to go to your place. And
absolutely.
Back in the day, there was a lot of under the table payments going on, which impacted recruiting, but more of it was the facilities, the coaches.
That's right.
University, the academics, all of that stuff. And for plenty of guys, I don't want to lump every recruit into this category. For plenty of guys, that stuff still matters. Yeah.
Yes.
But let's call a spade a spade. For a lot of these guys, they want the money. They want the cars. They want the clothes. They want whatever NIL they can get. For a lot of guys, like that is the deciding factor for where they will go play their college football. And it'd be nice.
And it impresses their families too, BK. It's not just the guy. I mean,
the family. Sometimes the parents are worse than the kids.
Oh no, it becomes a family affair. I mean, it's not just the kid anymore. I mean, but back in the day when a kid would said, "I'm going to make the decision," the old man would be standing beside the kid, and the old man would roll his eyes, going, "Oh yeah, you think you're going to make the decision." We're all now. It's very much a family affair. Because there's a real lot of money involved in this. Some of these parents, I mean, not everybody has, a well-to-do mom or dad. So it's important that they get everything that they can get out of this besides just the education. It used to be about the education and good football and a good facility and a good, curriculum for the kids. Right now, it's almost the financial part comes in first.
Yeah. And that's, people are critical of the kids for that. But that's just the culture that's been created right now.
Back in the day when they took the bag, they were taking care of mom and dad.
Oh, yeah.
When they used to take the bag.
And you've got agents now, too. It's not just mom and dad. It's like the agents who want their piece of the pie.
Sure.
And it's like, I'm going to get you a bunch of money. I'm going to negotiate with all of these
everybody
schools.
else, yes.
Yeah. So, there are a lot of schools. I don't know how many schools are putting 10 Lamborghinis out right outside of the doors to the practice facility. But every school.
But you can.
And I bet more schools will start doing stuff like this. And every school, like the likes of Texas, is going to flaunt their money some way, somehow. Whether it's cars like this, whether it's bling, whether it's
beautiful women on the weekend. I mean, it used to be.
Yeah.
I mean, Texas, when they had the Texas Angels, had some of the prettiest young girls that when guys came on campus to show them around campus, that was a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Guys like pretty girls.
Sure.
Sorry.
Yeah, don't apologize for that.
Sorry about that. Texas had some pretty girls.
Yeah.
What do you want to do? Do you want me to bring the ugliest girl on campus for the guy? I mean, really? I mean, that's just the way it went. As I said, this is still part of the modern age of college sports, period. Not just football, but college sports. So, yeah, I mean, if you don't roll with it and you're rolling against it, then you're going to be looking for a job.
Yeah, there's never been a better time to be a student athlete.
For sure.
And I don't think that's going to continue. Like, this is the golden era to be a recruit.
Right.
Because I think at some point, maybe I'm giving people too much credit with this prediction. At some point, there's going to be some regulations put in place.
And a real level playing ground for a while.
Right. Yeah, at least more level than what it is now, right?
Sure.
I mean, college sports, college football in particular, the big dogs are always going to have advantages over the little guys. That's just now it's more out there for everybody to see. But there's going to be something put in place, probably not by the NC2A because they don't do anything, but by Congress, by the lawmakers, whatever, to where it's like we can't have this happen.
Yeah, the conferences themselves will figure it out.
But right now, this is the time, whether you're a recruit out of high school or someone hitting the portal, like take advantage of this.
College football eventually will have their own commissioner and they'll get things all straightened out when it comes to all this.
Yeah, it is sad. It is sad. And the hypocrisy with fan bases is so funny, right? It's like, oh, look at Texas. They're doing that. My school would never do that. We recruit the right way. It's like,
yeah, okay.
Okay, Oklahoma fan. Okay, Georgia fan. Okay, Tennessee. Like everyone's playing the game and whatever.
It's all the same. And in major college football, it's all the same. Yep. Somebody's got a big dealership that can bring whatever type of cars. It doesn't have to be a Lambo. It could be Benz, whatever. They're bringing them to the place. And if they can show them off, they're going to do just that. I mean, that's a part of the game. As I said, and if you don't play the game and you fall behind, man, you better win a bunch of games to catch up again. Then you better rely on your coaching, your facilities to catch up because some of the gimmicks work. I mean, that's what lures the kids. You don't know. You want to find out what lures the kid. And if you have everything at your disposal to do it, then you better do it.
Bingo. Yep. And if you don't, you start to become Clemson, where it's like you're at the top and you didn't adapt, you didn't evolve, and you didn't play the game the way that you probably should have played the game, and you fall off the top like that. It's keeping up with the Joneses, always has been.
Dude, you lose your job. If you're an assistant coach and you're not talking about the certain things with a kid and his family, and you're going in there talking about the great education that you can get at the University of Texas. Well, there better be that other stuff that goes along with it in these days, or you're going to get caught, or the Aggies or Oklahoma or whoever that you're playing against. I mean, Mississippi State, you're going to lose out to that, and you're going to be looking for a job eventually, because the head coach is going to go, that dude right there went to that school because of this. We had this available. Did you let them know that that's available to him? We're going to get outbid because of that. There is no way you lose that player at Texas because you got outbid for that player because you didn't have something that family was interested in. I mean, if it's available to you that you are allowed to do, you better do everything that's available for you, because that's what kind of arms race you're in right now.
It's the tough part, right? Because you've got a cap for what you want to pay a player. I think every coach and every school has okay, we'll give this guy that, we'll give that guy this, and then sometimes it turns into a bidding war.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't even imagine what at that time when recruiting a guy like Ricky, what that would have been like. I mean, I knew how tough it was in the moment, and none of this stuff was available. But the schools that he was looking at, it was like, damn. What do I have to do? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
What am I willing to do, and what can I do? That I get to the point where I say, nope, can't do that, won't do that.
How much money do you think was being passed around when you were coaching for the top end players?
I'm talking about 50 G's.
Yeah. Okay. And that
50 G's back in the day when I first started getting into the business, and to when I was in the middle of the business, 50 to 100 G's. I mean, cash money, but the other things were jobs for the family. That was the one that used to kill you. That family's going to move from where they are to be close to their son, and you're going to pay for them to have a job somewhere where they're making more than when they first got, even if they didn't go to college, this is where they live. But you were going to, in order for 3 or 4 years, you're going to pay for that parent to have that kind of job. Well, people were getting it done. You know what I'm saying? Sure. And that was enough for me to feel kind of icky. I mean, I never got involved in one of those. I mean, I never got involved in the bag. Remember, I came from places like Illinois. We weren't any good. Boston College, little Catholic school. We weren't giving anybody any bags of money. We were giving you a couple nice prayers and hope that you'd come up there. Mostly, if you're a Catholic kid, we had that was our end about that. And plus, Doug Flutie was good. Yeah. But other than that, coming to Texas, it was about, when I got here, man, the weight room was underneath the west end of the stadium. There was bat shit all over the place. It was just the history of Texas that I was, and the city. When I got to this city, it wasn't the university. I didn't know enough about the university when I first got here. I just knew that I wanted to be a coach here, because I had followed the history of running backs at Texas, but it wasn't the facilities. I guarantee you that. It wasn't that you had a weight room underneath the damn stadium and you go in there and bats were flying in there. There was shit everywhere. I mean, it was like, really? Compared to the rest of the Southwest Conference, it was like, damn, I thought Texas was all this. It really wasn't. But I could sell the city and I could sell, the university, but I wasn't selling facilities when I first got here. There was just not a chance. Couldn't compete with the Aggies in that.
Yeah, there's a lot to sell now.
Oh my goodness, it's ridiculous.
You also have to sell NIL. You talked about 50 to 100K. You offer a high 4-star or a 5-star that money, he's laughing in your face and
absolutely blocking
your phone number.
Oh no, you're blocked. You're done.
You're done.
You better be an incredible recruiter. You better be an incredible person that mom trusts more than anything, and besides her husband, she's going to trust that you're going to take care of her kid. There's still a trust factor in there. There's still a trust factor with the mom, that you have to be incredibly good. If you're dealing with somebody's son, that mother has to trust that person. If she doesn't trust that person, there's not enough Lamborghinis or money in the world for her to send her son there to be around you. If she thinks you're creepy or a creep, or you're not going to take care of him until the next guy comes along, the good one comes along, you're done. You don't have a chance. If you don't, like I said, if mom has plastic on her furniture and you don't come and talk about how nice her furniture is, or if you don't have a meal with them, or if you turn the TV off and they're watching their favorite show, he ain't coming. It's over with.
Yep.
It's done.
Now it's that, and how much
yeah.
money is my son getting? How much money am I getting?
That's right. It's totally changed. It's a sucky world we put them into, but they could have changed that a long time. There was only a couple things they could have tweaked that would have made it better.
Yep.
And they decided not to do that. The NCAA didn't tweak it. The universities wanted to keep all that money. The coaches wanted to keep all that money. They wanted to go where they wanted to go, anytime they wanted to go. They wanted to make as much money as they could. The athletic departments wanted to make as much money. But the kids, the product itself, sorry, here's what you got. Because I used to stand on that, you know what, make sure you get an education because it's hard to get that kind of money. The majority of those kids would never get the chance to go to those schools and have an education like that, So it was worth it. But as I saw time go on and what the people around were making off these guys, I was like, are you kidding me?
Yeah. Yeah, look, I am very in favor of these student athletes making some money because it's a billion-dollar industry, and it's like the fact that the kids were getting nothing felt ridiculous. But what's happening right now also feels ridiculous. It gets to
a spot where this is what it is. It just can't continue to rise.
Yeah, Pandora's box has been opened. The toothpaste is out of the tube. Cat's out of the bag. Yeah, whatever expression, whatever metaphor you want to use, they all apply nowadays in college sports. So don't hate the player, hate the game. That is the game right now.
I know people still hate it too. I mean, people that have the best of the best and continue to get great salaries and move on. And, that's all the players are looking for. They're the product.
That's the thing. Like I saw a lot of people this weekend after that video went viral and they're like, this is bad. And then a lot of people were replying and it's like, you just don't want them to get paid. You want the coaches and the schools to make all, and it's like, no. Like, I want them to get paid. They deserve a piece of the pie, but this is a lot.
And it's false advertisement. As I said, they're not all getting those. Folks need to understand not every 4 or 5 star gets that Lamborghini. Somebody's driving, as I said, somebody's driving an Accord. You know what I'm saying? Somebody's driving a Subaru around. But hell, even those things are way more than that it used to be 20 some years ago.
Yeah, you're right. All right. Well, take your thoughts. The Coda text line 512-222-9328. Our man Tom McKay says all that money in Texas can't buy 5 pitchers. Yeah. Baseball money ain't the football money right now. And I wish it was a little more. Still nothing from CDC about the future of David Pierce.
The longer it goes, the more they're waiting until this College World Series ends until they make a decision on David Pierce or whoever is going to be the new skipper there. Because they have number 1 in mind. They already have number 2. Number 2 is they've got somebody in the wings waiting if they don't get number 1 by now. They've already, the second guy, if it's not David Pierce, if he's not number 2 and he ends up being the 3rd choice and you don't have any choice but to bring him back for another year, that's already set up number 2. It's number 1 right now. It seems like they're waiting for to make a decision.
One of the guys that a lot of Texas fans are interested in got eliminated yesterday. That is Eric Bakich, the head coach at Clemson, who once led Michigan to a national title appearance out of nowhere. Then took the job at Clemson, has had a good amount of success at Clemson. I know their season came to an end a little bit earlier than Tigers fans had hoped, but that's a guy that I know a lot of Longhorn fans have been keeping an eye on. So if he is a target for Texas, his season did just come to an end yesterday. Maybe that means we can get the ball rolling with him, but perhaps it's somebody else. Obviously, you got 7 teams in the College World Series. There will be an 8th team that punches its ticket tonight. Maybe it's one of those 8 coaches who Texas is interested in. So this thing might drag out for a couple more days, a couple more weeks.
Well, the guy who really knows where he stands is David Pierce. Because he's called. So? Oh, yeah. He's already called and asked the question of the athletic director. I mean, the athletic director has told the head coach already. I mean, David Pierce isn't going to say anything to anybody, but he knows what his fate is already. Yeah. So, I mean, he knows, but I mean, it's just not public yet.
There have definitely been some behind-the-scenes conversations.
Oh, yeah. Don't leave a guy hanging who's your head coach.
Right.
Why would you leave him hanging?
I would guess Texas has had some, hey, our people are going to talk to your people conversations with other coaches. And hell, if I'm David Pierce, I'm having those conversations with other schools too.
Well, sure.
This ain't a Charlie Strong situation where it's like, oh, David Pierce is going to have to not coach for a couple of years because his reputation is so tarnished. Like, David Pierce can get a good, if he's not here, he can get a good college baseball gig in the matter of hours.
Yes.
So if he wants to coach, he might want to take a year off and, look for something better. But if he wants to coach, I think there's going to be opportunities for him that are available.
Absolutely.
So, still no news on that front. Obviously, when it breaks, we'll have it for you right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Okay, before we get to some funny videos that we've got today, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
You mentioned 34 Wine and Spirits, and folks, if you've got a big party coming up, maybe Father's Day weekend, you're going to have a family gathering around, head on over to 34 Wine and Spirits right there on the Southwest Parkway. They have all of the spirits that you need. Whether it's alcohol, non-alcohol drinks, they have it all. And if you're having a major party and you need a wholesale distributor, 34 Wine and Spirits is the place to go for sure. Big party, small party, neighborhood parties, 34 Wine and Spirits, they've got all the liquors, all the non-alcohol drinks that you are looking for. They've got my Big Hat mocktail there, which my wife now enjoys. She enjoys the mocktail with that ginger taste in it.
Nice.
Gotta get that more of that ginger in my system for my gut health for sure. No doubt about that.
You need more gingers in your gut?
I need more ginger in my system. That's for sure.
Okay. Interesting. Coming through the gut. I got you, ginger guy.
Yes. I need probably less pizza, 7-Eleven. Thank you very much.
Less pizza, but more ginger inside of you.
7-Eleven via 313. As they sit down in the bottom of my belly and they coagulate into one big lump sum.
Oh, too much pizza. That's what caused you to down the laxative over the weekend.
You know what? The pizza kind of, it gets together with other, forms of bread and sugar, and they come together and they create this pile up in your intestines. You know what I'm saying?
This is real medical stuff here.
Yes, and when you don't have those fruit juices and things like that to get in there and break it up, it all wants to, it doesn't come out on a regular basis. And when it doesn't come on a regular basis, and about 4 days later, BK, and your eyeballs are popping out of your head, not so good. Not so fun a trip.
No, I don't think that should happen. I don't think your eyeballs should be popping out of your head because you ate pizza.
Oh, okay. That's not the way it should be.
No. Yeah, I can do that to you.
And the sugar from the Amy's, the ice cream.
Oh,
yeah.
It's a lot of dairy.
Yeah.
If you're eating pizza and ice cream all the time, then that dairy. Oh, you might be lactose intolerant, my guy.
I am that. I'm not supposed to be doing that anyway, especially in the evenings.
Well, that's your issue right there. That's what's causing it.
Okay, Dr. Kildare. I'll wait. I'll wait on that, but I'm going to try some different maneuvers. Maybe a prune here or there.
There you go. That'll work. All right.
Shout out. Probiotics, those type of deals.
Probiotics. Yeah, get you some prebiotics, get you some probiotics, they got over the counter.
Yeah, Olipop could be my prebiotics. Yeah.
I was gonna say you could drink this. This will help your bowel movements.
My gut health.
It'll regulate your system a little bit more.
I like to talk about I call it gut health now.
Gut health. I beg your pardon.
Stay away from the BM talk.
Your gut was not very healthy after the laxative yesterday.
Oh,
that's tough. All right. Shout out to AV Consultations as well. We talked about Tom McKay. Now we'll let you hear from our man, Tom McKay. And the kid.
It's Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations.
And Camilla McKay, the new website manager.
Yes, it's true. The kid is officially on the payroll. But more importantly, hockey season is wrapping up in the playoffs and the baseball season is kicking off.
Don't worry, old man. I've already been to a couple games at school up in Boston.
Then I'm going to pretend I'm not jealous and get back to this friggin' commercial. So just want to remind everyone that big screen TVs are great, but they are not home theaters. I'm here to tell you, you should have a home theater. A projector and 120-inch screen costs about the same as a high-end 85-inch TV.
It is awful nice when I want to watch sitcoms and reality TV at the same time.
So, whether you're reminiscing with childhood home videos or drowning out the kids' commotion with your surround sound home theater, Audiovisual has the tools and services you need to meet and exceed your viewing needs.
Hey, Dad, how soon is too soon to ask for a promotion?
Generate your first million, then we'll talk.
Shit, I got work to do.
That's right, so tell them what they need to do.
Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us online at avconsultations.com. And remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And some love to Sue Patrick as well. We'll be out there tomorrow morning. Live broadcast from 8 to 10. The store opens at 9:30. We'll have some TSU hats to give the people. So, come by, get your Father's Day shopping done. You got Pops, who's a big Longhorn fan. You can get the gear right there.
Get him one of those carry-on bags.
Get him. Oh, yeah. So the bag apes don't have to.
See if they can damage that thing.
They'll try.
They will try for sure.
But they got everything at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road. You can shop online as well, SuePatrick.com. Yeah, come out and see us. We'll be giving away some TSU hats, and you can shop the best selection of Longhorn gear in the world while listening to our show at Sue Patrick.
I'm thinking, can I get, taking this trip to go see my relatives in Pennsylvania, actually go see my sisters. I'm wondering if I could get one of those snow globes in a carry-on. Yeah, I probably need to put, if I do, I need to put it in the carry-on. I can't put it in but that's liquid in there, right? Are they going to stop me and say I've got something that I can drop in the plane that's going to burn a hole through the bottom and make the airplane crash?
I feel like you can.
It's got too much liquid in it, right?
I don't know. I feel like you can travel with the snow globe, but you got to bubble wrap it just to make sure it doesn't crack. That'd be more of my fear.
You can't put it underneath. You definitely can't let the bag apes get to it.
No, because then it's destroyed.
Oh.
The bag apes can sense if there's something breakable in your bag.
Of course they can.
And then they'll throw it harder.
Oh, yes, they're wired just for that.
Yeah, I've never tried to fly with a snow globe, but I feel like, Sue Patrick will wrap it up for you nicely. And I bet you could stick it in a carry-on and get away with it.
Or just bring it separately. I'm not traveling Spirit Airlines, so they're not going to say, oh, that's going to cost you. That's an extra bag. That's $35.
And they're not going to kick your ass, too, for...
Oh, that's right.
Trying to bring that on board.
Oh, if I start making a beef about my snow globe, will they kick my ass?
It's usually what they do at Spirit Airlines. We had that video last week.
Wow.
Yeah. Speaking of videos, I figured you'd get a kick out of this one. This one found me on the internet.
Of course, they all do.
They all find me. I don't find them. They find me. About two, not just one, but two old ladies falling.
Oh, no.
5-second clip. Here it is.
Ooh.
Yeah, we need a fall school grade for these ladies here. We'll show it again, and then I'll cut this up maybe and put it in slow motion.
Okay.
But you've got one lady falling down some stairs, and then another lady tries to stand up to help her. And in an effort to get over there, she also eats it.
She said shit.
Oh, yeah. You heard her drop an S-bomb in there.
I love it. I thought that I'm going to give the first lady who went down. I think she did a good enough job to get towards her side. I didn't think she went face first. She ended up getting on her shoulder, and she's got some girth. So she's kind of protected with the girth that she has.
What do you mean by girth?
She's got, from years and years of storing girth, she has girth, just girthage in her upper shoulder area. She didn't go head first. She didn't hit her head. She got that shoulder.
Any better if you call it, for the record, it's not any nicer or better if you call it girthage. That doesn't mean you're not body shaming if you say girthage instead of girth.
Fat?
Yeah, or instead of fat or big boned or whatever you like to say.
Okay, well, she's round shouldered and her shoulder was very round that she fell on. How's that? she's just round shouldered. I generally like to say round shouldered because I think that takes fat all the way out. So she's pretty round shouldered from her chin on, and so I think that fall was okay. The first one, the second lady, she got a piece of the metal, that rail right there.
Here's your slow motion with no sound so we can talk. So first lady on the right of your screen.
You're going.
Trip
job. I don't know about her head.
And then there goes the second one.
The metal had to hurt the second lady. The metal when she hit it on her side there, near the liver and the kidney there.
I mean, what is this she trip on? She trips over. Is that a dog? Is that a fake dog? That's a dog over there.
Doggo.
But the dog's not moving. So that's like a dog statue.
It's a dog head. It's a dog head statue. Why they have that in the walkway?
It looks like a real it looks like a real dog, but it's fake. Yeah, the woman kicks the dog's head and then trips over that. And then
thinking lawsuit. Now the second lady, she's got girth around the waist area, but she hits that rail. Oh, that had to hurt. That had to hurt the kidney area.
That might have saved her because she would have gone flying into the bushes, I think, if she didn't clip that rail.
Well, there's a second dog head over there I think she may have gone into.
She's already tripping. I think she would have gone face first into the bush or into the garden over there.
Now, I'm saying the first lady did not hit her head, but I can't see her head part disappears near the girth.
She goes down near the girth. She goes down. Oh, yeah. I don't think the head makes contact, but you get a roll over there.
She does tumble over from her back, or her ass goes over. Is that ass over tea kettle? Yeah. Watch the ass go up, and there it goes. And then she goes over. She was able to survive that. I don't think she had a head injury. The second lady looked like she could have really hurt herself on that rail.
And how about the shoes, though, going flying for the first lady? Look, she's wearing flip-flops at the start. And then, boom, see them go flying.
She's bare feet.
And look at the woman on the left who's just like sitting there. Like when the first lady falls, she doesn't get up. She's like, I don't care about this hag.
These are the daughters. And then that's the mom sitting there. She goes, what am I going to do? What am I supposed to do?
No, you think these three are related?
Yes. Those are two sisters. They live near each other. And there's mom. And mom's going to go like.
Mom is half the size.
I know, but she's like, I'm not jumping up too quick to go help these two idiots who just tripped down the steps.
All right. So we'll go 1 to 10. I'll start with the first lady. What's her fall school rating? Here's again in slow-mo one more time.
She didn't hit her head on that rail. I think she kept her head out of the fall. I'm going to give her an 8. I'm going to give her an 8.
8 out of 10?
8 out of 10 for the way she fell. Yeah, because that could have been a lot worse. She could have gone right there, hit her head on the rail. She missed her face of BK. If she hits her head on that rail there, the first lady, there's a problem. She's going to cut her face up, and her head for sure is going to be in the game on the way down.
She does a good job. Look, she puts her hand on the rail to like slow her fall, but also I think to make sure her face doesn't hit.
Yes. Well, and the second lady, I'm giving her a 4. That's just not good. There's no reason for her to jump up and then that's like, see, I want you to watch the left leg when she plants the left leg in the turf. Her first step, first of all, that left leg gives way. She wanted to get there in a hurry, so she puts that left leg down. When I told you how I straddled the driveway when I had one leg on the driveway and then I tried to put my right leg down into the garden, that when I did it the other way around, I put left leg into the garden, right leg up on the driveway. Left leg said, I need some help here. I can't sustain this one-legged thing down here in the garden being like this. Watch her. Look at the lady who gets up when she plants the left leg. Not this one. Watch her plant this. Watch her try to plant this hard. Oh, that thing just that thing said under this girth, I can't do that. You can't plant that left leg that hard. Even though I know
that's what I don't understand. Okay, because the first lady trips over the little dog statue.
Yeah, you got that part. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah.
What does the second lady trip over? She trips over herself? She
trips over her girth when she tries to plant her left leg, thinking there's the right. Watch this left plant. Oh no. The girth, it's just It's because of the gravity of her going downhill with that left leg. That left leg can't support all that gravity going in that direction down.
She takes one step down.
Yes,
I mean,
what's
it's a
the gravity?
small
What's
step.
gravity say? Oh, no way. I can't. The left leg can't support the girth.
She tripped over her girth. That is
That has to be a
incredible.
controlled step. That left leg plan has to be controlled. It can't be just because you want to get to your sister Betty. You're not going to get to sister Betty. Betty's okay. Betty's down there going, oh, shit, and laughing. And mom is in shock now.
Who do you think?
She knows they can't get two stretchers to get those two ladies on two stretchers when she's got to make the 911 call.
Why is that?
Those two are hard to get on stretchers right there.
Why is that?
Girth-wise.
They're too fat.
No.
Girth-wise? That is what you can't say. No, you just said they're too fat. That's why you can't put them on a stretcher. They're too girthy.
No, you've got to do some maneuvering because of the way they've landed and fallen. You've got to maneuver those bodies around to where you can get them on stretchers. And that's, dude, that lady did a great job of not, she did a great job, BK, the first one, of not hitting her head first down the steps, letting the girth and letting gravity take her. But like I said, I don't know what happened after those shoulders and shoulder blades, which when you got that kind of girth, you don't even hit the blade part. There is no blade. You know what I'm saying? It's like hitting a blocking sled. You know there's metal behind the sled. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. When you put the pads on a metal 7-on-7 sled, you know that there's metal behind it, but there's so much padding in front of it. That's sort of like these ladies. We know there's bones underneath that stuff, but there's a lot of cushion. Watch the cushion. Boom. That's her back.
So nothing was seriously injured. Nothing was broken because they've got enough extra weight to withstand the fall.
But let me tell you something. There are bruises all over those marshmallows. I mean, you know the discoloration of those ladies that next morning. If there was a next morning and they got up, or later on that afternoon, you'd think there were some bruise marks there.
If there was a next morning, what, you think they died from that?
I'm just saying, if there were a next morning, who knows? You didn't let me know if they died or not. Would you have let me know if those ladies? I mean, they could have. That lady could have hit her face, hit her head, the first one going down.
Yeah.
And she could have gone totally numb and not be able to help herself with her hand, and her head would have been the next thing to hit.
That would have been a lot worse.
Oh.
Yeah. So
yeah, I'm doing an 8 and a 4.
8 for the first, 4 for the second.
Yeah, for me, I'm going a smooth ass 10 if I'm the first lady, because with my girth, I slide down those steps. I'm like a sled because I'm so skinny. You know what I'm saying?
With my girth,
they dug into the steps. I would have went like this. It'd been like a sled going down,
like a slip and slide.
Like a slip and slide going down. I would have been down at the bottom, just sliding down.
Oh, did you go on that slip and slide? You told us on Friday that you were.
I did not go on
there.
Oh, my daughter-in-law was, no, you're not coming out here in a banana hammock in front of the kid. The kid is not going to be scarred for life because old grandpa coaches out there in banana hammock. I told her that's what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to come out here and take some pictures, but I was going to come out there in my Tampa, my Tampa one piece.
Yeah. That would have been very Sandusky-like there, Coach. Thanks for not doing that.
By the way, that thing had a little pool at the end. You're right. It had a little stopping area.
Yeah.
That had water in it, so you don't go out.
Yeah, all slip and slide. You have to. I don't think you can make one that doesn't have that anymore.
The kids spend more time at the one at the bottom part of it, where there was a water at the end, like diving into a shallow 1/4 of an inch deep pool part there, than the actual slip and slide. I wouldn't. He would like slid on his butt. He didn't run and slide. He's only 4, so he doesn't know how to slide. He would go face first like that lady.
Oh, man.
So we got it.
We got it. We got
Poor
it.
lady.
Poor ladies.
First of all, who put the doggo statue there? Doesn't that seem stupid?
Yeah. It is. It's just right in the way. Like,
I mean, some people would say that's nowhere near. There's nowhere. It's nowhere near the step, but it still really is. And on the step level, why is it even there?
I don't know. I don't
know.
The
reason I'm saying is sisters, because if it's not, somebody's ass is getting sued for the doggo.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if there are a lot of old people hazards on that patio there, I would say. So I don't know whose it was. I don't know if it was one of their houses or whatever, but
And what
bad bit.
fool has a dog head as a statue? I mean,
It wasn't
really.
just the head. It's a full dog.
Oh,
I mean, like, look, it's got a body. She like almost trips over the feet. You see their little feet sticking out in front of the dog. So it's a full-on dog.
looks like a
it's
schnauzer.
a weird thing to have. Like, I would not own one of those. I love dogs. I would not own a fake dog statue thing.
Yeah, and I wouldn't put it right there.
No, right in front of the staircase. Like, yeah, that's a bad bit. I don't know. She can't be the first person to trip in that spot. She might be the first person to cause an earthquake that shows up on the Richter scale.
See, now that's fat shaming. I'm not about that.
It's just she fell hard. That's not a fat shaming thing. She just fell hard. I feel like most people would be able to catch themselves.
Yeah, I'm going to give that an 8 and a 4. I'm not really happy with the second lady because even though your excitement to help your sister Bertha,
that is a fat person name right there.
Bertha?
Yeah.
Like Big Bertha?
Yeah, it's old and it's big. You got to be one of those, but chances are you're both of those if your name's Bertha. Like if you're naming your kid Bertha, sorry. Now I'm not even sorry. If one of our listeners has like a daughter, like a young kid named
or
Bertha,
Aunt Bertha, she's got to be big. Are you saying Aunt Bertha has to be big?
Well, she's got to be old or big. You can't you're really doing your kid a disservice if you're naming them Bertha in 2024.
Yeah. By the way, where's Bertha short for? Beth? Is Beth short for Bertha? Is there really a Bertha?
I was like, Bertha's longer than Beth, so I don't think Bertha would be short for Beth. I don't know. I don't know what Bertha is short for or long for. You call her Berth? You call her Berth instead?
What's her real name? Bertha is the real name, not Berlinda or something like that. It's Bertha. It's really Bertha.
If you're Bertha and you're under the age of 50, like go by the middle name. Unless it's like Ruth or something.
Just go by Beth or something. You can't be going by Bertha.
I'm trying to think of what's like the most popular old woman name. So you're totally off the rails here. Like what if you're Bertha Dorothy or something?
Dorothy, Doris,
Beatrice. Beatrice is an old one.
Doris is another one.
Yeah,
Bertha. That's big. That's a big name. You can't, because everything I know is Big Bertha or Big Bertha drivers. Isn't that drum? What's that thing? What is that? A Big Bertha?
It's called Big Bertha. Sure.
Yeah. Can't do that to a kid. Unless it's that kid you saw at the monster trucks.
Yeah, that was a boy, but
Betty's another one.
Betty's an old person name.
Yeah.
A lot of them. Is Lucy in that category?
No, Lucille. That's short for Lucille.
Myrtle. Myrtle is one of those.
Myrtle. That's great. I love that one.
Oh my God. All right. We're having some fun here. Some more sponsors. Shout out to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. Some of the new TSU hats will be given away to our listeners at St. Patrick tomorrow. They came from Waterloo Printing and Graphics.
Nice.
If you've got a business that you want to promote, hats, shirts, posters, signs, stickers, big, small, whatever, Waterloo Printing and Graphics, based here in South Austin, can get it done for you. Our guy Adam, great dude, big time listener to Texas Sports Unfiltered. He will take care of you. You can find him on Instagram. Just look at Waterloo Printing on the gram. You can send him a DM right there, or you can give him a phone call too at 512-300-9641. Great customer service, and they will follow through on all of your printing needs. Check them out.
Did you find out, please, if those ladies got injured? Because I'd like to know what the injuries are.
I'll try. I'll see what I can do.
We just got to find out if there were 911 called. Now we noticed that mom did not partake in that. She did not fall because she's smart. When you see how dedicated she was when the first daughter went down, she figured, hey, look at mom. She's not. Look at mom's reaction. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't need to get up for that.
But I can't lose two of them.
No. She's like, oh, I guess I'll get up. I guess I'll do something now.
Once again, like before Wags gets on, do show me number 2 And I'll show you the problem. The problem is the plant foot. I mean, being a running back coach, you need to understand you can't put that kind of pressure, as I'm saying. Not maybe I shouldn't use the word girth, but that left leg on the lady who's sitting. You got to know you're excited, but don't that left leg. Watch. Oh, you can't take that step in the air. You got to make sure that
step though. Like what? How did she fall from that? It's just a step. She didn't trip over anything. It doesn't even look like a misstep. I don't even know what happens here.
Bam! That left can't take all the weight. It's the gravity going down on that left foot.
It doesn't even look like her foot slipped that much.
It didn't. It's just the knee is crumbling on the things that you can't see on the inside from the girth.
God dang, that is
not because she's big, just because she's girthy.
Yeah.
Is that another word you can't use? Girthy? Is that bad too?
I don't think you're being any nicer calling somebody girthy versus calling them big.
Or girthy. Girthy and girth are not good.
No. You know, some people want girth in their lives, but I don't think you are nicely saying that. I think you're taking a shot at her. You're doing body shaming again.
No.
That's not good. I don't do that. Only you do that.
I think girthy is a very delicate way of putting things. She's a little girthy on that left leg. Oh, that thing gave way.
A little girthy on the left leg.
Yeah, I'm hoping those ladies didn't get injured because that could have been a disaster for both of them. Yeah. Especially number one, as you said, that if her head hits that rail there, wow.
Way to go. All right. It's 10 o'clock. Quick shout out to Covert Bee Cave. Don't forget, if you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, you got to go to Covert Bee Cave. Great people, great selection, great prices. The best car buying experience in Austin, Texas, USA, America is at Covert Bee Cave.
Well, I wonder how Wags would have handled that fall. I've seen him fall down on flat surface.
I would have
that thing tilted.
I would have took it.
Would you
have took it and rolled? Now see, look at the break fall though. Look at that left hand go down, smack. Actually, yeah, there it goes, smack. Break fall right there. Just let it all hang out.
Yeah.
It's all about weight distribution.
See, that's what I was trying to tell you about the number 2 lady. You can't do that to your left foot.
Nope. And exactly, you called it. Look at her plant foot when she goes down, like she takes a false step and she has that knee straight out. Now, look, this one right here. She
has no pressure. She's gone. She's done.
She might have a head surgery, but look at that left leg too. That left leg when it first plants, it's a hyperextended knee. She's done. She's already.
Now you're telling the people.
What? You think she hyperextended a knee here?
Watch what comes off this. Not her, but watch this lady do off the second step. Boom.
Boom. Oh.
Didn't even give. Boom again. She's done. She's got a broken hip too. Plastic hip coming your way too. Geriatric.
Oh my God. She couldn't take the girthage on that left leg. The left leg couldn't take it, Wags. She got way too excited.
Hopefully they're. I'm saying this all tongue in cheek, but I do hope they're okay. I really do.
The first lady, if she would have hit that rail, it would have been over for her.
Look, I mean, she almost hits the back of her head. Good thing she keeps her chin tucked, or hopefully she keeps her chin tucked. She probably shit herself. She can't. She's still.
What do you think? Old people just shit themselves
going down. Doing? She probably didn't realize what the hell was going on. She hasn't breathed that heavy in a while.
It's not like a hanging. Not everybody shits themselves when they fall.
She had to have grunted on the way down though, Buck. Watch. Brenda. Oh,
BK. No. Tell them what she said on the way down. She goes, shit.
Yes, she did. And shout out to lady number 2. I know she gets like a bag of crap for eating that right there, but at least she tried to do something for her friend.
What about the mom? What about the mom sitting there when the 2 go down?
She's seen it all go down before. She's seen it all happen. She says, Carly and Brenda, I'll see you in the damn home.
That's Carly.
Carly and Bertha.
Yeah, Carly.
So look, check this out.
Yeah, not quite.
I did a little bit of research on the fly. So Bertha is short for Björth Gufu, which is bright gift in German.
Okay.
What?
I'm not even messing around.
Good job, Wags.
Björth Gufu means bright gift in German. It's not
Beatrice?
No,
not Beatrice.
No, it's Bertha is short for Björthfu. Yeah.
What? Spell that
German,
shit.
man.
That's not German. A word.
Everything sounds
job,
like it's
Wags.
dying in German anyway. So
Oh, God. Hey, I'm offended by that.
I'm just letting you know, my guy.
I'll tell you.
Gracious.
I'll tell you guys the answer to that whole thing. Play it one more time, BK, if you don't mind.
I do not.
Gravy.
All right.
Brenda.
So there goes Big Mama, ass end over elbows. When that one gets up and breaks her ribs,
it's the
there's
hyper.
Yes.
There's a cup laying right next to her. See, she almost reached for the cup. Let me tell you, these bitches had some stuff in a Yeti, guys.
They were great. You think they were drinking? I did see the cup. I just saw the cup. I didn't see it at first, but now I just saw it.
It all began that way, Rodney.
These ladies were sipping the sauce as a dude that had fallen out of a Chase lounge at a pool trying to get up, and I didn't slip. Yeah, watch her. Almost instinctively reaching for the cup. She's like, no, I better go get.
Look at that yard too. Where is this at? Is this England?
No, dude. How about the stupid dog head that's right there?
Gotta be Florida.
The dog head in the walkway.
That's got to be Florida. That's Florida.
Grass like that don't look like Florida grass, though, Rodney. I don't. But then again, I ain't seen Florida grass. I've only seen Florida
God.
seaweed and alligator stuff.
That
looks like England
right there.
That looks like three old birds from England.
Listen, have a great Monday, y'all.
Shout it out,
man.
Slam it down.
See
There
you
they
guys.
go, man. Hook them. I hope they had a great weekend. How was your weekend, dude?
Pretty laid back, man. Just kind of hung out, did my thing, watched a little bit of sports and all of that good stuff. Not too bad, dude. Not too bad. Pretty low key.
I don't even think I've had a break, honestly. I got one going to town right now. My wife took it upon herself to give a dog a home. We gave a new dog a home. Yeah. We went out. We got a notification from Williamson County Shelter, Williamson County Animal Shelter, that there was they're overpopulated, right?
Yeah.
There's not enough room, not enough space for the dogs there, right? And of course, most of the breeds there are Stafford Terrier, which is pit bull. The one, not most of the breeds, but the ones that aren't getting a home or fostered enough.
A very misunderstood
100%. There was 3 of them that were in a litter that were just abandoned in an apartment, and they were able to find them and scoop them up. We took one of the, and thankfully, I think all 3 of the litter has been taken. They were 9-month-olds. This guy is just, he's completely awesome. Like he's the opposite polar end of Bianca, which is, she's just batshit crazy. But she's harmless, right? But she's very super overly possessive of her mama, especially her mama. But she doesn't like to give her bone up. She doesn't like to give her toys up. And now that we have this guy coming in, we can't decide if we want to call him Apollo, Angelo, Gunner. I wanted to go with Amaro from Gundam or whatnot, but we want to go with Diego too. I mean, we got a few names. We're going to see what he responds to, but he's fantastic. It's the same type of dog that Bianca is, pit bull, Stafford Terrier.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's I forgot what it was like though. Man, it's like raising a damn toddler again. You know what I mean? They're just everywhere. And he, of course, I expected him to spot the house every now and then, like he's gonna pee and mark his spot or whatnot. But it's not even him that's the biggest issue. It's her. Yeah. It's the 9-year-old, because she's so jealous and wants to be possessive over everything, right? So anyways, it's just been a lot of communication within the house. It's been cycling one dog out and one dog in. We're crating the 9-month-old just to give them a little bit of shield and a little bit of, like, I guess FaceTime, but not a protected FaceTime, because I want this to work. Like, I don't want to give this dog back. He's great. He's fantastic. And one, it's when you take ownership or responsibility of something, you don't give it back. Like, I don't even put a slice of pizza back on a damn hors d'oeuvres tray, or an hors d'oeuvre back on an hors d'oeuvre tray. If I take it off there and I'm full, I'll probably just stuff my face and eat it, right? It's little responsibility like that. If I'm not going to do that to a damn hors d'oeuvre, I'm definitely not going to do it to a life a form of life, which is a dog. And you guys know, if anybody that's watched the show, you guys know I like dogs more than people. So
yeah.
Anyways, it's been a pretty busy weekend, man. I've really not much sleep at all.
Yeah, very much one of those things. I mean, you guys that follow me on the Facebook and the X and all that, you see that I have the sidekick that's over there. And when we brought in our new Pete, when we brought him in,
Pete, I mean, is that what you named him?
Well, he had that name. He had that name. Little black dude. I always say that's my little black son. When we brought him in, it was one of those things to where we had to take her on the interview with us, and they almost didn't let us have Pete because very protective.
Sure, yeah.
and she's still that way. But when it comes to, like you're talking about with the pits right there, it's like anything else to where people want to frown upon that breed.
Yeah.
And it's like, look, here it's like and here's the thing, Wags, it's like when you raise a kid. It's all like how you raise them.
Right.
I mean, if you raise them to go out and rip somebody's throat out, that's what they're going to do.
Right. That's the first.
But if you raise them the right way and take them in, I mean, it's a great breed of dog. There's not a bad breed of dog. Let me preface with that.
The default action that this guy does is come up and do a dive bomb into you and makes you basically, he's like, hey, spoon me, dude. You know what I mean? He's very submissive. He rolls over as soon as you approach him because he wants to let you know that, hey, man, I just want a home, dude. That's basically it. So anyways, we had our intentions this weekend were to finish the bathroom that we're remodeling, but we put that on hold to adopt a dog because we figured, hey, we're probably going to have to get new carpets anyways. So. Well, we've been. It was a long weekend, bro.
Well, and it's a situation to where kind of two different variables to where people, when somebody tells me I'm going car shopping this weekend, I'm like, okay, I get that. You're going to go test drive. You're going to go figure out financing. You're going to do all this and talk to lenders and talk to high pressure salespeople and all this stuff. But when somebody tells me I'm going to go to a shelter and look for a dog, I'm like, congratulations on the dog that you're going to get this weekend, right? Because you're
saving a life, man.
Yeah, man.
And you're helping, and anytime I can help out Williamson County, animal shelter, I do. Man. Hey, and that, shout out to all Austin Animal Shelter. What's the one thing?
You get Hayes County.
We used to work with. Down, I can't think of the damn company there that we used to work with when we were at the Horn. But anyways, there's so many good shelters out there that are no kill shelters, you know what I mean? Yeah. And hell, dude, that if I had a million, not even $1 million, if I had more than, if I was a millionaire, whatnot, and I had a huge big ranch or whatnot, I swear to God, man, the first thing I would do is get every damn dog from every shelter out there so that the shelters aren't overpopulated and then all dogs had a home. And the dogs can come and go as they please. They don't have to stay on they're not held captive. If they want to leave, they can leave. But just know that you're always going to have a bed and you're always going to have, a bowl of water and a bowl of food, man.
Man,
that's what I would do with my money. I swear to God, that's what I would do.
I'm with you, man. If I had the opportunity, I would definitely do that. And right now, folks, for crying out loud, if you have a pet, I mean, with the heat that we have right now, I mean, go out there. I did this yesterday by mistake. It was like 4 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday. It's trash day at my crib. I go out barefooted and I'm walking around out there to get the trash and on the sidewalks and on the driveway and all that. Guys, if it's too hot, if it even feels too hot for you,
it's gonna burn their paws up.
Keep those pets. Make sure they have water.
Not even that. I don't let the dogs out on the asphalt or the pavement when it's that hot.
I mean, it's way too hot.
They can go in the grass. They can lay out in the grass, but when it's that hot, man, they're gonna burn up. So they're gonna burn their little paws up. So now Angelo or whatever we're gonna call this guy. Now we're gonna take both the dogs instead of just one dog. But yeah, you always do it in the morning or at night after the sun cools off.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Can't do it when it's scorching, especially in Texas, man.
You want to call him Bucky.
So I want to call him Gunner. For some reason, I want to call him Gunner. I want to call him Gunner so damn bad. But again, it's basically it's Reed's dog. Hell, the damn thing. It sleeps with Reed every damn night so far. So, which is great because Bianca sleeps with us. So, that was kind of by design, anyways.
That's awesome. But I'll tell you, be prepared for the next thing. When you say it's Reed's and they've developed that bond, when and if Reed is like going to go do his own thing, that's tough.
I'm sure. But I mean, hell, the dog. It's just a lovable dog, anyways.
Hey, get him settled in. Get him settled in.
Yeah, that's
basically
right now. And just trying to get the smells, between the two dogs fine, so they don't bark. They had one little incident. It was unplanned. And here's the thing, man. I might be crazy, and I swear to God, like Reed said he didn't do it, and Katie said she didn't do it either. I know. Before I did the Wagner Wire yesterday on Texas Sports Unfiltered, I know I put the little dog in the crate. I swear to God, I know I did. I know I did. Bianca, we left Bianca out because, she doesn't need to be crated. But we wanted to have them just get a little bit of FaceTime, right? But a protected FaceTime.
Yeah.
I know I locked that damn crate. I swear to God, Rodney, I swear. I had to stop. I didn't stop the show, but I went and, Walsh was talking while I opened up the damn door because I heard the dogs barking, right? I swear to God, Bianca let the other dog out. And you got to lift the latch up to get the damn door open. You got to lift the latch up to get the door to close. And I'm not going to let the door not sit flush. You know what I mean? That's an unsecured door. So I know damn well that the dog let the other dog out. And I heard a little bit of a rumble. No blood, there was no bite marks or anything, just a little scuffle, but I opened the door. And the little dog came in, and Bianca went with mom or whatnot. But I know damn well, man, it'll work out. So usually they make you foster first before you adopt. So that's what we're doing with the dog first. Because if you adopt and take the dog back, it's a red strike on the dog's card or whatnot. So even then, that just goes to show you it's not even that dog's fault. It's probably some of the owner's dogs or whatnot that already exist. But anyways, man, that was my weekend, man. We'll see how it goes from here. We got
that's a good weekend, man. That is a good weekend, to be honest with you. I had a shepherd. I had a big old shepherd dog. He found a way to open the back door. I mean, he couldn't do it if it was dead.
Now see, German shepherds are probably aren't they like the smartest dog?
Yeah, man. That guy, I swear.
I'm serious. I'm not saying that just because
you're
telling
no, I'm serious. I posted on Facebook this morning. If you guys follow me, go and look. I posted something from 2014 with I used to call him the Shadow, and what he would do. That guy, I swear, Wags, every time that there was like a Spurs basketball game on, he would just sit there and watch TV just like this. And so I'd put him in a Spurs jersey. I'd set a Spurs cap on him like this on his head, and he would just sit there and watch the game. So luckily he made it through that last title run. But kind of my point to that big shepherd figured out a way to open the back door. And then my little, now the sidekick that I like to call her, that's not their real names.
Right. No, I got you.
He taught her that spot because he was this big. He's a big old son of a gun. She's this big. She can open that door, and she hits the same spot.
Resourcefulness, man. Resourcefulness, dude.
They're smart.
Yeah, but anyways, everybody, welcome to Chaos Theory. We're off and at them, talking about our doggos or whatnot on this happy Monday. But yeah, if you can give a dog a home, give a dog a home, man. Whatever you can do. And it's just like what everybody's been flashing in the chat channel already. Adopt, don't shop. Absolutely. I mean, I get it. I know people want to spend, a certain amount of money on special breeds. That's one thing. I completely understand that. But if you're wanting to go get a puppy, man, I'm sure there's some puppies at a shelter somewhere. I'm sure there are. Just go look and see which ones that you can help out. But also don't forget about those old dogs that need a home too. You know what I mean? Yeah. So anyways, that's our PSA for the day. We love dogs, and hell, I will. It's great to get money, and it's great to get money for advertisements or whatnot, but it'll never feel bad to give a shout out or a PSA for a damn shelter or whatnot.
And the other part, Wags, kind of to bookend this whole thing, when you adopt one of these dogs, when you bring them in, odds are they have some kind of trauma that they've been through. I mean, whether they've been out
this guy's complete abandonment. So
been out on a chain, whatever the hell it is, they've been found somewhere. What's going to happen right here is you adopt one of these. They're going to come in and they're going to help you fix yourself. I mean, you're.
Hey, what are you trying to say? You say I'm broken?
Yes, sir. The thing is, we are naturally going to fix that dog just by giving them attention and giving them love and doing all these different things. But they are going to help fix us.
Look at you, Dr. Phil.
Well, here's the other part of it, Wags. When I'm having a bad day, and I have a lot of them, I can sit here and again, I've got friends, I've got a circle, yourself included. I can reach out and have conversations with them and say, hey, I'm having a bad day or whatever. But I've got one here and I've got one over there. Yep. And I can tell them how I'm feeling. They don't even respond, but they look at me and it's like, it's going to be okay. Don't worry. It's going to be okay.
No judgment. They're and that's what I told Reed the other day too, or last night too. I was just like, hey man, you might have a few dogs
you're ever going to have.
Yep, you might have a few dogs or a few friends in your life, but this, you're going to be the only person in this dog's life. So he's going to latch on to you. So.
One person.
Yep. That's it, man. Yeah, dude. I'm telling you right now, I like dogs. I like dogs way more than I like people. And it's no slap in the face to the people out there. It's just hell, man. Dogs love you unconditionally, and they're always there for you, no matter how bad your day is. Like you just said, Rodney, you come home and you tell a dog a story or whatnot, and just make sure you give them a bone.
Oh, and CB, that one right there, man. When that comes on, it's like, oh my God.
What?
Have you seen that? When they play that Sarah McCallaghan or whatever her name is.
Sarah McCallaghan, Sarah McLachlan in The Arms of an Angel.
Oh my God. That
she's
comes
an icon.
on.
How do you not know Sarah McLachlan?
That comes on and
Arms of an Angel.
Well, so I'm not as sad hearing that version than I am when I hear the one that.
What are you talking? That I matched her pitch. I'm out there. I'm Canadian Idol, by the way. We're gonna have a karaoke contest.
That's right.
That's right. What we're gonna do. We're gonna have a karaoke contest with all the talents on.
I think we should do that. That is a really good idea.
Not just the contest. We should go on tour. I'm not even bullshitting. I would go on tour.
Yeah,
I would tour every damn venue in Austin.
Well, we could do
every karaoke thing. I would drop it.
Oh, we could do like Moody Center. Hell, let's go to Waco. Let's go to Temple. Let's go to Bryan College Station.
You pick the bowl, and Zidek knows what I'm talking about. 32-ounce fish bowl beer, Rodney. You keep the bowl. I'm not going to Amarillo. I'm sorry. I'm not.
No, that's too far. That's too far. Waco's as good as we
Austin,
can go.
Central Texas area. That's all I'm doing.
Belton. We'll go to the Belton.
Unless we get a little more money. All right. And hell, you got to be a backup singer if that happens too. If we're going on the road.
No shit. No dancing. I ain't dancing. Right. I know you will. I am not dancing. All of this does not move that way anymore. We'll get a broken hip, bad shoulder, bad elbow, all kind of those things. That ain't happening.
Did you watch any baseball yesterday? Before we get into basketball, before we review game 2 and get into a little bit of game 2 for it's game 3 for the Stanley Cup playoffs, isn't it? Yes.
2.
No, it's game 2. Excuse me. I'm ahead of myself here.
Yeah.
But before we get into that, let's talk a little bit of baseball here.
Actually, what I was paying attention to, because I want to see what happens with the College World Series. I mean, obviously A&M moving on, but this is where I think I'm already like preparing myself for what's to come when we talk about Texas going to the SEC. You're either going to have
Florida?
4 or 5 SEC teams in Omaha. So it's like, ooh.
Did you see Florida Clemson?
Florida Clemson was great. Oh man, Florida Clemson was great.
I mean, you don't even have to be a fan of either of those schools. One, I don't even know. I don't know the stud's name, the center fielder that made that catch, the Willie Mays catch. Not only that, he jumped to catch it, and as he was catching it, he bobbled it but regardless of the bobble or whatnot, he still caught that damn ball. But as he was catching it, he landed on the bottom of the fence, the bottom of the chain fence, and then popped up off the fence and stood upright. I mean, that's athleticism, my guy. That is complete athleticism. And
Very
dude,
much so.
I mean, and sure, I mean, it was to no avail because the bottom of the frame, the Gators walk one off. But I mean, damn, you can't take away that catch. Though, I mean, that's probably one of the greatest catches I've seen at least in 10 years. Might be one of the greatest catches of all times, but that's at least one of the best catches I've seen in 10 years.
Yeah. And so those teams, they keep stacking up here for so Florida A&M, I guess Kentucky. Yeah, I think it's I don't know who else is in there, but it's like, damn. When we start, and again, I think some of the conversation is what's Texas going to do with their coaching situation, and watching that's where we go back to, okay, do they need to make a change? Whatever. I've kind of leaned to where, okay, if you can't get Slosh, if you can't get the Clemson coach, now that might be a dude to go chase. If you can't get those dudes,
I don't know why you're chasing a winner out. I don't
keep
know
what
why
you
you're
have.
chasing a winner out of Austin. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know why you're trying to chase a winner out of here.
Yeah. Well, and I think
And
the whole thing
I get our standards. I get our standard is to win the national championship. I understand the standard. I get it. But don't give up a certainty for an uncertainty. At least you have the opportunity to get to the championship.
And a lot of that is, like we talked about, to where folks are talking about the progression going downward. Well, I mean, a lot of that is
when you're up at the top, Rodney, there's only one other.
There's only one way to go.
Unless you continue to win.
Yeah. Well, and the other part of that comes to now is, I mean, what are you going to do with NIL? I mean, to get those folks in. By the way, did you see all those Lambos? We were kind of on a text thing right there at with Texas this weekend, but
so I pitched that. For
I know.
In next year's title, by the way. Shout out to Jordan Scruggs for capturing that little footage there. But we're talking about the little snippet, the 30-second little snippet of Jordan's POV of basically going down Lambeau Row, at Darrell K. Royal Stadium. How do you not take that bait? You know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm trying to think of how I was as a 19, 20-year-old and very impressionable young man. I've never that's probably one of the 5 times I've ever seen a Lambo in my life is just in that clip. You know, I'm serious. And that's not an embellishment. I'm serious. How do you not? Especially like I can't even imagine sitting in that damn thing. You know what I mean, Rodney? I got a thrill just driving my damn Passat, on the damn windy roads going up to the Dakota. You imagine me in a damn Lambo? Are you serious?
I mean, a lot of that is, I mean, with that perception, and I think a lot of that perception that from that clip, because it's gone, pretty big deal online.
It's
viral. That's the word. With the whole thing about with what Texas is going to do, and I hope that they're very clear to people where you're not going to get one of these. I'm sure that was a tactical effort with whatever the dealership is to have those sitting out there, but I'll tell you, man, the funny thing that when I sat there and watched that, my old mind went to work, and I'm like, man, remember when SMU got thrown out for 20 years for giving David Stanley $25,000 somehow under the table, and then they gave Eric Dickerson a gold Trans Am. And
there's people in jail that sold weed, though. You know what I mean? There's people in jail just for weed. I'm serious. So,
I know that. That was my thought with that. But this thing with David Pierce, back to the baseball thing, is I mean, he definitely give him another year. I mean, unless you can get Jim Schlossnagle in here somehow. If you're able to do that, I totally get that. But then again,
got a lot of young talent on this. You got a lot of young talent, Rodney. Let him work it. It's his talent. Let him work it out, man.
That's it. Let him go into the SEC. And the whole thing is, I think whether it be administration or donors or whoever it is, buy into the program. I mean, it's one thing if you're not a fan of his style, if you're not, he's not the flashiest guy in the world. He's not Steve Sarkisian that's going to come rolling up in a 3-piece suit and looking all sharper than a $2 pistol, all these different things. But he's a baseball coach, and he can take your program to a good level if you allow him to go in and utilize NIL the way that it can be done here. So I think a lot of folks that want to frown on David Pierce, it's like, okay, let's go out and now that it's okay to use that, let's go out there and let's enable him. Let's help him build the program. Give him a year in the SEC. Let's go. Georgia might get in. So it's going to be a tall task. I don't give a shit who the coach is. It's going to be a tall task.
I tell you what, Rodney, I'm just catching up on some of these quotes, some of these damn comments here on the YouTube chat channel here.
Yep.
You want to talk about a tall task. You want to talk, I mean, Sam Vincent, you're the damn fan of the day and family member of the day, dude, because you fostering 8 dogs, my guy, 2 from shelters so far. That's fantastic. Good on you, my dude. I'm serious. You not all heroes wear capes. Some just give dogs homes, bro. And that's what we love, man. Shout out to you, my guy. Thank you very much for doing that. We appreciate your selflessness. That's for sure. Yeah, absolutely. One hell of a tall feature. But here, let me ask you this. You're talking about SEC and how daunting the SEC is, right? And we're still on this whole David Pierce, potential exodus. Why give up a certainty for an uncertainty going into the toughest conference that it's proven for baseball? Now, again, one would say, well, we're doing our evaluation right now. We're struggling in the Big 12, and if we're going up to the better and bigger conference, we're going to need a coach that can get us over that hump, over that national championship hump, so to speak, because we've arrived a few times there with Pierce. We've stumbled a little bit since then, but we just haven't got over that hump yet. Unless you can find a guaranteed coach that is going to get you a national championship in the first 3 years, then you maybe make the move going in the next season. But if I'm you, I'm reluctant going into the SEC, and I'm still keeping my coach, knowing that he can win and he can get us in position to win, and knowing that you need that type of mentorship and leadership and an ability to turn it around mid-season after one of the most daunting series or daunting games in the regular season up in the RGV, and still was able to right the ship. I mean, that's coaching, Rod. That's serious. Call it what you want. Sure. I mean, I know we didn't get as far as we wanted to, and Texas doesn't rebuild, they reload. But in a reloading year, they got to a regional. And everybody thought they were going to be one and done, they beat the Raging Cajuns. And honestly, besides shooting themselves in the foot, which was not on coaching, they could have beat Texas A&M, who's moving on to Omaha this year.
Yeah, and it seems that
again,
so many
would have, should have, could have, my guy. Would have, should have, could have.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like so many folks are fixated on the Schlossnagle thing, and then what they're going to go to with that is the relationship with Del Conte, and again, this isn't a Del Conte hire. We know all of that. I mean, this is Mike Perrin. I mean, all of this. I mean, we all know all of that, but it really does come down to, I mean, who are you going to get better? And I think that you can really attribute it.
If you find a better guarantee, then you pull the trigger and make the move.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, and a big crit fan checks in on the Dakota text line. We'll get to some of that stuff here. I don't know about certainty, but I feel pretty good about the Clemson coach that I was talking about. I mean, I really like Eric Bakich, but I mean, can you get? I know he got thrown out of the game yesterday and everything that happened there with Clemson falling to Florida. I mean, can you bring that guy in? But this is where it seems like a lot to me with what we're watching with the Lakers situation. Which, by the way, Hurley's supposed to have a decision today.
Very enticing, very compelling argument.
Very compelling.
What I read. So
and this is where you look at with Texas baseball, like the NBA right now, when you're the Lakers, when you're whoever it is, if you want to make that hire that's going to take you to the next level, it's a very small resume of people right now with the NBA. I mean, you had what's his name, the Phoenix coach. Phoenix went and got him, and he's done. I mean, maybe that would be
Frank Vogel.
The Vogel, yeah. You had him. I mean, maybe that would be a guy, but that's not a splash hire. Hurley's a guy.
You're not going to bring Vogel back,
right?
You're not going to bring Vogel back. Not while LeBron's there.
Right. And that's where you look at that, and it's like this is where I kind of correlate that to this is if you're Texas, it's one person, Schlossnagle. If you can go get him from your rival, and that does a lot of things. That does a hell of a lot of things, and it would probably cost you money, and it would be a great hire. But the other part of it, does he want to leave? I mean, they might win a national championship this year. Does he? They've got money over there. Does he want to leave that place? I mean, that's the other thing where folks throw that Slosh name out.
Hypothetical for you, Rodney. Hypothetical. Mm-hmm. You're the head coach at Texas A&M. You do win a national championship this year. All right. CDC comes knocking on the door. I got an open paycheck. Come to Austin. Your response.
I got to tell you, I think I would probably stay there.
Okay.
I would stay there because if they win a national championship, he's going to get paid. Because, like I said, they've got open wallets over there too, and Lord knows,
they like to be a lot more frugal with it than Texas does.
Yeah,
they like to let it fly, man. They don't even care who you are. Oh yeah, 40 million. Oh yeah, go ahead, Jimbo. Oh yeah.
The whole other part about it is with this one, dude, is let's say they don't win a national championship. They're hearing all this as well over there. So trust me, all those big money donors over there too, win or lose the national championship, that dude's going to get offered a raise. I promise you that. So that's the other part of this. That's where this is also A&M Texas.
I'm standing strong, my guy. Like I say,
I stay there
for one more year.
I stay there. One more. And I do think, look how long of a leash Jimbo Fisher got. I mean, they gave that dude a pretty good long leash to kind of screw himself up and get bought out of that thing. I think over there it's a little more lenient on success. I mean, or lack of success, if you want to call it that. You come here, why are we having this David Pierce conversation? Because in year 8, he didn't go to Omaha after going all the other times. So I think it's just a little softer over there, just a little bit.
Yeah, again, knee-jerk reactions.
Oh, I know.
And I get it. Like, I understand completely. If you're going into the toughest conference, I saw CB's comment about, going into the toughest conference, you should have the best coach. But, and I agree. Again, I agree. But if you can't find that best coach, you have to take the best opportunity available to get you in the position to win the national championship. And for me, right now, that's David Pierce, because I don't know the answer. I don't know the succession. That's a clear certainty. I just don't have that yet. So the
other part of that is
I go with what I know, man. That's just how I prep. That's how I plan.
But this is where we're going to go back to to the turnover that we've seen within the Texas program. I mean, with the pitching changes and pitching coach changes now, David Pierce, that's the one that I'm going to hone in to, where I guess Chris Del Conte is going to have that conversation with David Pierce if he's going to keep him around and say, okay, so what are we going to do with this? You inserted yourself as the pitching coach. And a lot of times, to me, that's where I look at it when it comes to in this case, college baseball, with a lot of what we see in NFL and NCAA football, to where when you insert yourself as a coordinator, that's kind of one of those last ditch efforts to save your ass, if you know what I mean. So that's the bad part about it. That's where it seems like to me, with that pitching.
I don't think he's trying to do that, though. I don't think he's trying to do. I think he was just trying to solve what the problems were, the direct problems or inherent problems that the Longhorns seem to have this year, right? And honestly, like if pitching is the priority problem, you have to fix pitching before you can even fix anything else, or you're plugging one leaky hole, so to speak. You know what I mean? And you just got more leaks in the boat. But yeah, good baseball talk on the collegiate front there. Can we move to the Major League Baseball front, though?
Yes. Sorry, didn't mean to throw you off.
Oh, no. This I'm never going to shy away from a baseball.
Hey, right quick, hashtag be nasty. I'll say it. It's he. Hashtag be nasty says fuck the Aggies, which we totally get that. And here's another good one. Hey, Hoop Dog. We're talking about good things, talking about pet shelters and adopting and all this. Hoop Dog says, "Morning, guys. Wags and Double R, you guys are the highlight of my weekday mornings."
Hey, man. Thank you, dude. Appreciate
we got to get him a hobby, man. We have got to get him.
We got to get you a hobby, bro. Well, I thank you for listening to us, and I thank you for listening to Texas Sports Unfiltered. That's very kind of you to share and spend your mornings with us and afternoons with us. That's for sure. Speaking of mornings, did you catch any of my show at all with Walsh yesterday?
I saw a little bit of it. I tuned in.
Did you hear what Walsh? Did you hear one of the plays that Walsh had for baseball?
No.
On one of the Sunday morning plays, he took the Mets and he took the Phils over the line, the total line. The total line was 10.5.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what the game finished in?
No, I don't. I watched part of it and then turned it off.
6-5.
Oh wow.
6-5, and this is the London series over in London. That's why it started earlier. Okay, that's why we're doing the Monday or Sunday morning baseball.
Yeah.
It finished 6-5. The over was 10.5. Okay. Now, Rodney, it was not 6-5 in the ninth inning.
I was going to say, when I turned it on, that was a very low scoring affair.
It was a very, very low scoring game, and then it just erupted. Now, I want to go through the 8th frame with you, not play by play, but just by run scoring and what happened. Okay, now you tell me. I'm just describing the event. You tell me what this feels and sounds like. 10.5 is the over under. I got to put my spectacles on for this. All right. In the 9th inning, Vientos reached on an infield single to third. Taylor scored, McNeil to second. The next play, Alonso hit by a pitch. McNeil scores. Torrens to second. Iglesias to third. The next next batter. Iglesias scores. Alonso to second on a passed ball that's now 2 in the inning by Real Muto. All right? Not 2 passed balls, but that's 2 earned or 2 unearned runs. Okay?
Right.
2 unearned runs in the 9th frame. Okay? Completing it 6-5. All right? Now, bottom of the 9th, sorry, it was 5-5. I'm sorry, it was 6-4. 6-4. It was 6-4. Mets were on top 6-4. Bottom of the 9th, still at the 10-run mark, right? Not 10, and the over-under is 10.5. Still at the 10-run mark, 6-4. Bottom of the 9th, Baum walks. Pesci scores. Harper to second, and then Stubbs to third. The game ends right on a Castellanos broken, shattered bat, and they get the double play there. But anyways, the point being is that the 9th or the 11th run scores in the bottom of the 9th frame. Three runs score in the 9th frame to enable this over to happen, and Walsh hits it. Now, Walsh wants to tell me that he has no clue what he's doing, and sometimes he just throws darts at a damn board. I'm calling insider knowledge, my dude. I'm calling insider knowledge, and Walsh is inside trading. What the hell, my guy? One hell of a kid.
He must know Otani's interpreter. It's got to be what it is. It's something. That sounds just a little bit.
Look, I'm not saying it was fixed, or I'm not saying it was influenced. But damn, dude.
Yeah.
One hell of. I mean, maybe you were just trying to give the Brits a show on what Rounders is.
Well,
they call it baseball Rounders, right?
Yeah. That's what I was going to say. Maybe it's one of those things to where it is where you're trying to entice that, but the whole thing is when you start looking at the line, when you start looking at the over/under, that makes it just a tad bit shady. So,
just a little. 3 runs in the 9th frame, and 2 of them are by, unforced errors.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, that's
But yeah, I agree with the chat channel. Mets still suck. Mets absolutely still suck. But England was traded to a sensational London series. I mean, the game 2 days ago was fantastic with Harper's home run, and then the celebration to where he does the Premier League soccer slide into the dugout and celebrates. Yes, remember, and always of course remember Bryce Harper's good job where he points to the crowd. So he's always had emphatic celebrations and whatnot. He's just a polarizing ball player. it doesn't matter. Like Walsh kind of talked about this yesterday. It doesn't like him or not. Like he's always in that moment. He just feels like Bryce Harper is always in a highlight moment for some reason. And usually rises to the occasion. Anyways, London, the folks in London were treated to a fantastic series. But yeah, the Mets are still garbage, but they were able to get one on Sunday yesterday in London. So anyways, my dude, that's my little baseball get up.
I like the
Orioles are still kings of the home runs, but
so what's the sign for wild pitch?
Yeah. Rick Vaughn? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't have one. Yeah. The
suspect.
mob was all over it. Yeah, which mob though? The Birmingham mob? The Peaky Blinders mob?
Yeah.
Which mob?
Yeah. The MLB mob. The MLB mob. The commissioner's office was all over that.
All right. Well, regardless if you're watching, baseball or hockey or, football, or you're trying to get your basketball in for your NBA finals, you all get it done with audiovisual consultations. For 35 years now, they've been setting the standard in audiovisual automation in the Austin Central Texas area. You look around some of your venues, your favorite eateries, you've probably seen some of their work too. They're in every Pluckers location. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. If you don't have an idea of what you want in your house or the outside of your patio or whatnot, it's getting hot out there. You might want to, put something up on the pool deck or whatnot. Give them a call. 512-255-8678, avconsultations.com. Again, if you don't have an idea, they got this gallery of projects that they've done on their website over the past 35 years. You'll get an idea. I guarantee it. Just go check it out. 512-255-8678. No job's too big, no job's too small. It's avconsultations.com.
That's right. And your brand new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, one spot to go. Of course, it is a huge supporter of Texas Sports Unfiltered and Chaos Theory. Our friends at Covert Bee Cave. A quick word from our pals out there in the Hill Country.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
That's right. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. You got a pee-pee?
Nope.
Oh, you got
my Savannah Bahana, or what is it? Savannah Banana. That's my Savannah Banana impression. Yeah, I saw Michael C with the comment there. Have we seen
that was
the
at
Savannah
Fenway,
Banana?
Right? That was at Fenway. Is that what that was? I didn't. I kind of caught.
They are like the Harlem Globetrotters. He hit it. Mike C hits it right on the head. They are like the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball. They also, when they go in these tours, they also find celebrities to go in there and do so. Like they brought the Backstreet Boys in, or one of the Backstreet Boys in. I think our guy Glenn Powell has done it. I think. I mean, I don't know. I've seen a ton of celebrities doing it, but yeah, it looks pretty crazy, man. One, they're fantastic. They do all these kinds of crazy tricks with the bat, and they do dances, and even the umpires get into a little groove with the pitcher or whatnot, and they're talented. It's not just gimmicky. Like they come out, they do a couple of dances, and then they rip off a 93 two-seam fastball, and some batters can rip it and some batters can't. But yeah, it's fun. It's a good watch.
So is it like? So the opposition. So I'm assuming, do they play the same? Is it like the Washington Generals where
I haven't seen that many matches of it, or that many contests and outings of it.
That's why I'm curious. Does the opposition, like if they're doing all this zany stuff,
does the opposition tour with them? I don't know.
I'm curious to know about that. So, and you guys tell me, because I don't know, Wags, if you know. So is the other team like all business? When you watch like the Washington Generals playing the Globetrotters, they're like trying to stay as fundamental to basketball as possible.
No, it looks like everybody's partaking and having a good time with like the antics, right? But what I think is happening, like, remember the and one competitions for basketball?
Yeah.
So I think when they tour, they're also checking out the talent on the opposition squads.
Okay.
Or you know what? That's just a complete assumption. I have no idea, but I would assume that that's what's happening. Especially if the opposition is doing the same routine, right? Or trying to fall under the same antics and having the same type of ideology.
Yeah,
yeah. They're all tryhards. They're out there having a good time, but they're all trying to win the damn game.
Hey, man,
and honestly, like the number one thing is to entertain the fans.
Well, and I think a lot of it is where with baseball, we've talked about it multiple times to where baseball is baseball. I mean, there are some changes, but it's still, if you don't completely understand baseball, I talk to a lot of friends.
Baseball in a different way, though, my dude.
I know. And people, when they say baseball is boring, I'm like, okay, you don't understand it. You haven't studied it enough to call it boring. But if you do have, like in that situation, I heard BK talking about where he went to Monster Jam this weekend at the Mood, and it's like, okay, that is all entertainment. I mean, you have some competition there, but that's all about entertaining. And I need to check that out. I've heard a lot about what you're talking about, and I haven't checked that out.
You said something that just kind of racked my brain. And maybe I'm just on it just because we're talking about it. Is baseball the most tactical sport of the Big Four?
I've always thought it is.
Or the Big Five?
I've always thought it is. I mean, because
there's just so many many minute details that you have to take in consideration for, or just other, like, not even just PvP. I'm talking about how a batter responds with two strikes on a certain type of pitch with runners on. There's just so many additional stats and margins of error that can factor into the baseball, man. Or do we overcomplicate baseball?
No, man. I think it's. I mean, just think about that. Think about this. I mean, when you've got a guy out there running and you've done all this, and it changes every day because in Major League Baseball they play every day. But you got a guy over there going like this, and there's one thing you take out of that. I mean, that's pretty damn tactical right there. I mean, when it comes to sign stealing and all the different things, it's like. And if you're going to be tactical enough to try to figure out what people are doing with signs and all of that, it's pretty damn tactical.
I still can't believe we have to do signs instead of just being. I mean, we got a catcher wearing an earpiece now. You know what I mean? Like, why can't we have?
But like base runners and all that. I mean, those guys over there. It's like, okay, so today, if I go like that, that definitely means go. And the whole thing is, you would think, on a full count, you take. I mean, you would think that, but. You get in there and maybe
double moves. I'm with you, Jake. Double moves.
Yeah. No, I think it's great, and that's why when people do say baseball's boring, I'm like, okay, you keep a book, do a scoring book.
Yeah.
You think baseball's boring? I mean, sit there. That's why it's like when you go to the Express games, you sit there and you've got that veteran group of fans. They're sitting over there and they're keeping a book. And I was with a buddy one time, and he's like, can't they see the scoreboard over there? It tells them the count. It tells them how many hits. It tells them how many walks. I'm like, yeah, but they'd rather do that.
They'd rather do it themselves. Yeah, absolutely, man.
Yeah,
but
man.
One, it's also, I think it's, if you're a purist, I think that's kind of what you were brought up to do, right? Like, my granddad would take me to a game and taught me how to keep score just in a damn book or whatnot. Honestly, I failed to do that with my own child. You know what I mean? Reed and I have gone to a game, but I never taught him how. One, his ADD is worse than mine. Like he can't still sit still longer than I can. So for me to try and get him to keep score with a damn baseball game, that'd just be crazy. And one, I'm not going to be coaching Little League anytime soon, Rodney. Yeah. So
oh man,
it is what it is.
That was always one of the coolest parts for me is like when I would broadcast, when I do play-by-play for baseball, it's like to sit there and just kind of keep up with everything. And it's like, man, I've got a stack of scoring books downstairs from Lake Travis, the years that I did those, and it's like I have this and because you track everything, because the scoring book, it's like, okay, weather conditions,
substitution, exactly.
It's great, dude. I love it. So I'm glad that doesn't change. Wags, before we run out of time, he talked about the Globetrotters. Boston is looking like the Globetrotters right now.
They look pretty damn good, man. When you got Drew Holiday, when you got your Jesus, how do you say key cog about Drew Holiday without making that a damn slap in the face to Drew Holiday.
Yeah.
Like, because Drew Holiday is more than a key cog, right? Like, that's just how loaded and how deep Boston is. You could, hell, can you even say Derek Pritchard? Pritchard is a key cog, right? He comes off the bench, but he's a key cog.
Yeah.
White, maybe a cog, but I would say White has arrived. I would say White's in, White, he might not be a catalyst, but he's a fluid. Nah, White's a cog. White's a cog, right? He's a really good role player. But yeah, I mean, they are coupled, not just coupled. I mean, they are combined with just I would say B level and above talent, right? Like they just have really good complementary talent around them. And again, I know Tatum gets a lot of criticism for not being able to clutch in recent history, but hell, this playoff run, and again, Boston has had arguably a very mid-tone type of playoff run, right? It hadn't been that daunting of a trek, of a journey, but yet alone he's still performing. Night in and night out. In hell, sometimes he takes a step back, and sometimes it's Brown's night. But when Porzingis has been playing, and Porzingis might have got banged up a little bit,
got dinged up,
too. So we'll see how that response is in game 3. But the way he played in game 1 and game 2 looked like the unicorn, man. Looked like the dude that got drafted by the Knicks. Here's the thing. I love this backcourt of Dallas. I absolutely love them, right? And everybody that's heard me for the past year or so knows that, or whenever I talk about basketball, NBA basketball, that Kyrie Irving's my favorite player. Kyrie Irving's got to get it going, and he's got to keep it going. Not just that, I think that Dallas has to switch it up a little bit. Let Luka bring the ball down, but also you got to let Kyrie bring the ball down a little bit more. His payload's got to be increased a little bit. Why? Not just because it keeps Luka fresh and healthy, because Luka's been guarding Tatum some sequences down the floor, right? Like Luka is getting stretched on defense, and to Luka's credit, he's answered the call. He's played pretty damn good on defense, I think. But I think you gotta let Kyrie take the ball up and have him stay fluid, have him change the tempo up, have him take pace, change pace and whatnot, and honestly drive to the cup and get Boston into foul trouble, get to the line a little bit more, man. And then once that happens, pass it off to Luka, let Luka keep people in the back hip and get the 2-man game going, right? That's going to open up perimeter play for PJ Washington. That's going to open up play for Lively and company. It's going to put stress on Boston. Maybe not enough stress, but it's going to be a different change of pace for Boston, something that they haven't seen in the first 2 games. If I'm Jason Kidd, that's the type of changes that I'm making going forward, because look, man, you've tried to roll out the same type of pace the entire 2 games. The second game was a lot better. You had a chance to win. You were in striking distance, but and honestly, if you really want to break it down, Boston has not shot well in either of these games.
They haven't.
Dallas didn't shoot well either, but Boston it was kind of like game 2 was takeable, was absolutely takeable in Boston. And again, we'll see the adjustments we'll make, Rodney. What about you?
Well, and the whole thing is, I think what Boston's doing a really good job of is they're making Luka work on both sides of the floor. And what's that going to do? That's going to gas him a little bit on the offensive side. I think that's something that they've done extremely well. And the fact that Kyrie has not been, what we thought that Kyrie would be in this series. And again, a lot of that, a great comment from Jake. I mean, yeah, he's probably in his own head right there. You know how that goes when you kind of get into a slump like that. I mean, it gets really hard to break yourself out of that. We've watched that numerous times, but the whole thing is the story going into this was about how great this Dallas backcourt is. And it is. I mean, it is.
Yeah, it's fantastic. They're just but you're seeing when they play down, Rodney, you're seeing that hell, it's Dallas.
Yeah.
The catalyst for Dallas is the backcourt.
Yeah, but Drew Holiday and Derek White, they scored 44 together last night. So how about that backcourt? And that's where Boston is coming and answering everything that we thought that Dallas was going to have. And I thought it was a very noble effort what Jason Kidd did, where he said, "Oh, Jaylen Brown's the best player on that team," but it didn't work.
I thought that was kind of tactical.
It was very tactical, but it didn't work.
I thought it was kind of drop the wedge a little bit, but
maybe do that.
That was calculated. Jason Kidd knows.
For
Jason Kidd
sure.
knows what he's doing.
Do that when you get them back home. When you're down 2-0 and you get them back home, do it then, because you're going to have the crowd to help you. But yeah, that obviously didn't have an effect. And I think that's the biggest thing that when I really go and look at this series, I mean, no, Boston has not shot well at all, and they're still.
Neither Dallas though. Neither Dallas. Neither team shot well, but I would say Dallas has shot better than Boston.
And I think a lot of it is. I mean, we can sit here and say, well, Dallas isn't doing this and Dallas isn't doing that. You know why? Because Boston ain't letting them. That's the whole thing. It's not that they're not. It's just that Boston is really good, and they're looking really good. I mean, for all the questions that we had throughout the year, is Boston, the consistency and all that. Well, they're pretty damn consistent right now.
Now look, there was some questionable calls in the closing minutes of the game, but there's always questionable calls in closing minutes of the game. And if I hadn't fallen in love with Dallas as I have the past couple of months watching them, I probably wouldn't even have brought it up, honestly. Just because it's playoff basketball, it's finals basketball, not even playoff, it's finals basketball, and you're going to get hard fouls and hard plays. But I thought PJ Washington was fouled on
at the end.
On the half court pass from Kyrie that would have brought the game within 3 or potentially within 3 because they were down 5. Hell, potentially within 2 because if it's an and 1, which it would have been. It would have just went 2 because it didn't go in. So I'm speaking out my ass. But anyways, it would have brought the game to 3. It would have brought the game within 1 possession. And again, hypothetical. Don't know how it would have panned out afterwards. Dallas gets that call in Dallas, but it ain't happening in Boston.
Yeah,
it's absolutely not happening.
Well, and like Rob says right here, I mean the series isn't over. I mean,
why would they roll over? They look besides game 1, Rob. They looked they looked all right. They looked all right in 2. Now, just because you look all right in 2 don't mean you got an answer in 3.
That's right. This Dallas will come out.
Are we all on board? We all think this is going to 7 still?
I'm thinking 6 right now. So I'm kind of fishtailing around and chasing my ass here on this. Our man Tom McKay, Coda text line. Dallas just isn't as good. I mean, bottom line, it's simple, no excuses. They're not. And that's, I don't know. We'll see how the series shifts itself once they come back to the AAC. I mean, that's I think Dallas wins game 3. Of course, I said Dallas is going to win game 1. I think I said Dallas is going to win game 2.
Dallas is going to win game 2 as well, Rodney.
So we'll just have to take a look and see what happens. But they're not going to give up. But yes, the call at the end of the ball game, I'm like, oh, wait a minute here. I mean,
questionable. But again, like in Dallas, I think Dallas gets Tucker probably gets that call and goes to the line and shoots 2. But in Boston, it's not going to happen. It's take it for what it is. Yeah. But yeah, I thought that it needed to be said. I saw a lot of people bitching and moaning about it on social media. Thought it should be addressed. Anyways, man, anything else from you? We got anything else before we got to get out?
Looking forward to this week. U.S. Open coming up. Scottie Scheffler wins again.
Dude.
At the Memorial. So Scottie will look to win the U.S. Open. Kid in hand, all of that right there. So
get some babies, baby. Get some babies.
Wags, I watched a little bit of Live Golf on Saturday. I hadn't tuned into Live. I kind of like that whole thing, a little music going on in the background and kind of spicing things up.
Is that your first event you saw?
This is my virgin experience with Live Golf. I had never watched that before.
Pop your cherry, huh?
Saw it on the CW.
I can't believe you supported them. I can't believe it. I can't believe you supported Live over damn PGA.
It's free TV, even over the LPGA, for crying out loud. The smoking girl.
How was your weekend, bud?
Man, my weekend was good. I had one of those weird dad moments today. My wife and I dropped our daughter off at camp today. We're doing a day camp.
It's her first time away going to camp.
Yeah, like with people we don't know. Like I think she's got
oh
from
shit! Yeah,
kindergarten class who's there.
That's a bad feeling. I would not do well all day. So my heart's with you, my guy. My heart is with you, bro.
Stomach's been a little. I'll tell you what. I was in the bathroom going number 2 before. You know how you get the bubble guts when you're just nervous. Yeah. I was getting the bubble guts. Sorry for the TMI, but
yeah, it's all good, man. I'm sorry you're in that feeling, dude. I don't. I got a boy and I know how I feel. I can only imagine what I'd be a damn.
But it's all good, man. We got to the camp staff seems awesome. So and there's in this day and age when there's armed security at the camp, I'm
all for it. Yeah, I'm all
very
for it,
enthusiastic thumbs up.
I'll pay extra for that. As a matter of fact.
Yeah. So no, I'm good, man. I'm good. Other than the bubble guts, I'm fine, man. One thing I can't figure out though is why is everybody freaking out now about the Texas bringing out the Lambos and the exotic cars for just having them out front on official.
Jordan makes things go viral.
It's a prop,
Jordan
right?
does make things go viral. Dude,
Jordan makes things go viral.
They've been doing this. Jordan can back me up on this.
Speak of the devil, there he is.
For a while. It's not like this is something they just did. And honestly, I don't mean to be flippant when I say this. I do not care. It doesn't. It's neither here nor there for me. It's neither fish nor fowl.
People want something to bitch about, and Texas is going in the SEC. It's low hanging fruit. They just want to get it. That's all.
I think Jake Bayless might be right. Just because Texas did it, if it was, and I thought about that, like, man, if this was Tennessee or Florida or USC, like would people be making a big deal about it? But it's Sark. So I don't know how Jordan feels about it personally, but like if A&M did it,
the
money like, oh man, look at the Aggies flashing. Dude, I wouldn't care.
The moneymaker was Jordan catching Sark doing the little wave, like at the end, like it's on a damn 80s sitcom or whatnot. Like, hi, hi.
Yeah, it looks like a really shitty cutscene.
Nah, bro, that's gonna be in a video game, dude. That's gonna be in a video game, and I'm gonna give you all the credit.
The perfect reboot.
You'll know where it's at. Everybody that's on Texas Sports Unfiltered, you'll know that Jordan Scruggs gave you that damn clip scene.
Right, sure, yeah.
Jordan, like, this was even going back. I remember like the Herman staff doing stuff like this too. Like this isn't. I don't know, man. Maybe you're right, Wags. Maybe just people need something to bitch about, and I'm just way overthinking it. But
look, I get why people are saying what they're saying, but like the argument of it just being like, well, wouldn't you want kids who don't want the monetary things? And it's like, well, they did go to the college football playoffs last year.
Yeah.
2, Sark has signed a top 5 recruiting class every single year he's been in Austin. And then 3, you look at year 1 of Sark in Austin compared to now, I think he's done a pretty good job. So, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like Jeff said, the cars, that's not anything new. It's not. Like, if you go and look at my Twitter, I copied and pasted the same exact tweet from last summer.
Did it get as much attention as
it
this
didn't?
one did?
It didn't. I'll give it to CJ Vogel. He beat me by about 1 minute, and with that type of content on Twitter, you got to be first to really take off. And his video, it's the same video as mine, same exact screen recording. But his is doing.
Were you guys racing? Did you guys race when you guys started? Did you like 3, 2, 1? Did you count it down?
I didn't. I don't know. I just, as soon as I saw it, I screen recorded, got it up on Twitter. But
he saw
the
you,
last,
you were pioneering it though, dude.
Yeah,
from what I
for
heard,
real.
you were pioneering it, and then he stole it off.
Last summer, I was the only one who tweeted it, and I did 1.4 million impressions on that tweet. It was Danny Okoye's Instagram story.
Yeah,
but yeah,
and for the others that didn't care about the cars, we had co-eds walking around campus, and then we took them over there so they could see them too. But no videos of that though.
Dude, here's the thing. Like, I've got 2 things to say on this, and then I'll probably just bury it. If anybody else wants to chime into the chat, feel free. Number 1, if you realized what recruits get on official visits, like they stay at the Four Seasons. They're going to eat at the best restaurants in town. Like, the luxury cars is the tip of the iceberg. And on an OV weekend at a place like Texas, it's a big ass iceberg. All right.
yeah.
That's
exactly.
One.
And like,
why are you not going to flash out everything that you have
That's the point of an official visit.
Exactly.
Yeah. Also, like, I know what goes on the Texas official visits, the things that are reported and don't go reported. It's pretty clean cut. They do a pretty good job of keeping things clean, keeping things in order. So, like, compared to the shit I hear that goes down on other visits, like, this is G-rated.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like a couple cars.
They're just looking. It's low-hanging fruit. And they're just looking for some shit. That's it.
This is no Johnny B. Good situation over here going on. I mean,
or Louisville. This ain't no Louisville situation.
I don't know if y'all remember this, but during the Charlie Strong era, I think Texas kind of had to tone down official visits because there was a committed 4-star recruit at the time who, let's just say, the Yellow Rose claimed another soul that weekend.
Yep. I know.
So you kind of tone it down.
I'm gonna have to get that story.
Official
soon.
sponsor. If he was back in the game today, NIL would be the official sponsor, or they would be the official sponsor for his NIL. That's for sure.
For sure.
Right.
But here's
all right,
the other
Vince, I got to get out of here, man. Y'all be good.
Go for it.
See you.
Rodney, see you guys. The other part of that is, so I mentioned, typically by the way, it's only an hour to Jefferson, Jordan. Like an official visit weekend, you're supposed to blow it out. The other thing I've heard, Jordan, and I'll go against the grain and go against my man, Josh Pate. And I understand. I don't disagree. I agree with 90% of what Josh says. And trust me, Josh is not alone. But you just alluded to it. People are like, well, I don't want kids that are going to be motivated by flashy things. Excuse my language. That's 100% complete and utter bullshit. If you're telling me that guy can throw for 3,000 yards or is going to be a 1,200-yard rusher or a double-digit sack guy, I don't care what he's motivated by at this point.
I'm getting him a scat.
Yeah. If you're going to tell me, like, pick any of those interior defensive linemen, right? Myron Charles, Josiah Sharman, any of those guys that were on there on the visit this weekend. If one of those guys signed with Texas because of something that they saw and they go on to be an All-American defensive tackle and help Texas win a national championship, I don't care what got them to campus if I'm a Texas fan. All I care about is that they're there and they leave as NFL prospects. That's all that matters. We need to look, man, if you have not figured it out by now, the veil of amateurism has been torn off this thing and shot into the sun. We need to let go of this Pollyanna. Oh my gosh, let's just get good kids with good hearts that want to be somewhere. Dude, they are mercenaries. Big time recruits are mercenaries. That's what NIL is all about. That's what the bags are all about, and the cars and everything else. Stop pretending that these kids are making 40-year decisions. They're making 4-month decisions at this point. That's the way it is. That's the way it's going to be for the foreseeable future. And if you don't like it, find something else to follow other than college football, because it's not changing anytime soon. There, I'm done.
Turned up Jeff this morning. Yeah.
Like, you want to be like Little House on the Prairie and pretend this is like the 60s where kids just go to somewhere because, oh man, that's where I want. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We've seen that over the years. What should matter, all that matters, is your staff within legal means doing what it takes, and non-nefarious means doing what it takes to get the players in the program that can help them win a championship. That's all anybody should care about at this point.
Indeed. And I know Oklahoma has had cars on their field in the past for photos. I know Texas Tech this past weekend, they had a big OV weekend. They had a bunch of cars in their indoor facility they took photos with too. So, it goes on all over the place. That's exactly what you said. These aren't 40-year decisions anymore. It's 4-year or 4-month decisions. So I mean, yeah. And like I said too, like, I don't think it's affected Texas in any way. They've only gone to the playoffs last year. They've only turned the program around for the first time since I don't know when. They've only signed a top 5 recruiting class every year, with it being a top 3 class this year, most likely. So I don't know. I say we kind of bury it. Nothing else to really, think, hit on that we haven't already.
I'm making this point. I'm not going to do this every time Texas has an official visit weekend, because I think it's pointless to complain about it. If you want to complain about it, go right ahead. It's your First Amendment right. It's also my First Amendment right to tell you I think you're an idiot for trying to die on that hill. So there.
Yeah. Hey, and think about this, Jeff. They did all that for 6 kids. They got 20 coming this weekend and 20 the next weekend. So
look,
I'm interested to see if they're going to step it up more. Huh?
To wrap up what I'm saying about this, just to put a bow on it. When Texas was losing games, when they were having losing seasons, they had one losing season under Mac, one late in the, couple in the Charlie Strong era, Sark's first year. Did we worry about what degrees kids were getting or what they were studying or what the APR or the team GPA was? Were we worried about owning the moral high ground at that point? And I want to say I said the royal we, everybody in the Texas market, were we worried about the moral high ground? No, you weren't. You wanted Texas to win games. Last year, when Texas was 12-2 and was one play away from playing for a national championship, were we talking about APR and GPAs and good kids who graduate? Were any of us in Gen Pop talking about that? No, we weren't. We were talking about that team being one away from the playoffs because they had really good freaking players. So you can still have that stuff in college sports. Not saying you can't have it. Not saying it doesn't exist. But let's be real about what we're talking about with college sports. It's all about really, Jordan, we've eliminated academics matters and this matters. No, kids are being as upfront as ever right now. And it is, they are putting it right in your face, and the coaches are done with the, that veil of amateurism, the veil of, okay, well, let's give you a good college experience. No, they understand kids want to know, hey, who's going to get me to the league and where can I go have a chance to win a championship and play a lot? That's what they want. At the end of the day, that's what they want. They want to know a path to the NFL, and they want to compete for championships. That's it. And the sooner we as a college football viewing public and a college football audience get honest about that, we'll have less of these annoying ass conversations.
Yep.
I don't know why I'm so heated today, but that felt good.
Yeah. Want to get into some recruiting?
Yeah. So we got into it last week when we were previewing the visit weekend. By the way, we got tons at Hornets 24/7 on the recruiting front. Also, probably right after we get off the air, our staff roundtable for this week will be posted. So we got team content. We've got recruiting content. Chip is back from vacation. He's doing his weekly chat right now. Actually, that's going on. I just saw his thread is posted. So get over to the site. We got plenty of good stuff. And plenty of baseball discussion too. That baseball coaching thread, it's getting pretty lengthy in there. Just wondering about David Pierce's future. But when we were on Friday, we got into the visit and we talked. Michael Terry was kind of the one recruit, Jordan, that we talked about just in terms of, what was going to be the pitch? Was he going to be whatever the pitch was? Would he be receptive to it? Would Texas make up ground on Nebraska? Kind of where would Texas sit coming out of the visit? So I know you've done some legwork on that. And by the way, I will publicly congratulate Jordan and Hank. Maybe it's the most loaded issue of the Stampede we've had in a very long time. So you're getting to the time of year with Stampede. Not that it's not always must read, but it's appointment reading on Mondays for the big picture view on recruiting.
Oh
yeah. Give me your thoughts on the Michael Terry visit. Like, are they in a better position than they were coming in? About the same, or you're not feeling great about it? Give me your take on it.
Yeah, so going into the visit, I'm not necessarily sure if I want to say I had the wrong read. I'd reported Texas as a school with the least amount of buzz heading into the visit. I think that's true, but I think I should have done a better job of explaining that. Texas was a school you would hear least about when talking to people in the industry and, folks at different schools that are in this thing, right? But I talked on the phone for a long time last night with the source in San Antonio, and I think Texas might have actually been the leader, if not like in second place going into the visit. And a lot of that boils down to, I think, just the fact that Michael Terry grew up wanting to go to Texas. And that it's a Texas family. At the junior day, I remember his father, after they got off the bus, recognizing some of us in the Texas recruiting market because he had watched some of our shows and, he reads our articles. He's a subscriber to some of these sites, including Horns 24/7. So, with that being part of it, I don't want to say it was necessarily set up for Texas to really take control of the lead. But I think it was, and I think a big part of that too is that Texas just did a really, really, really good job. In talking to my source in San Antonio yesterday, I don't think the visit with Michael Terry could have gone better, honestly. Like they really did truly crush it. And AJ Milwee is a big part of that. It's interesting because he's a quarterback's coach, but AJ Milwee is essentially, not essentially, he is the primary recruiter for Michael Terry in Texas. That's his primary point of contact. It's been his primary point of contact for a couple of weeks, if not months now. And Tashard Choice, he's also a humongous voice in this recruitment as well. Tashard Choice is actually who gave Michael Terry his first ever offer. And it came in July of 2021 when Tashard Choice was heading into his last year at Georgia Tech. So the relationship with Choice is really important. That's like the longest standing relationship he has in any of his recruitment with any of the schools, any of the coaches, any of the staffs. So there's a lot with Texas there. Also, Sark, he did a really, really good job in his meeting with Michael Terry and his family. And the main thing that just the main word that kept getting brought up and repeated from my source is just genuine. It really seems like Michael Terry and his father, his family, they really feel like there's some genuine people on the 40 acres. And they felt like they had some really good, genuine conversations this past weekend. As far as, positional projection, a lot of people have questions about that. I do think that the Texas staff at different times in spring viewed him definitely more on defense when he's always – he hasn't made it crystal clear, but there have been signs that he definitely does prefer offense, and I know that for a fact he would prefer offense in college. So Texas did a good job of breaking down exactly how they would use him on offense and not defense. So they showed him a mix of 4 different players that have either played for Sarkisian or Texas at some point or another and talked about this is how they're similar to you. These are plays that we've drawn up for them. This is how we could use you. The source I spoke with didn't remember the other 2 players, but 2 of the players mentioned were Jatavian Sanders and Roschon Johnson. Roschon Johnson's a little interesting. They're both, Roschon's obviously a former quarterback, so he was a little taller than most running backs usually tend to be, but kind of a little similar frame. They also both wear the number 2, so that's a little comparison there as well. But top to bottom, again, it seems like the visit couldn't have gone better for Terry and his family, and it just seems like Texas crushed it. As far as what's next for him, he's going to see A&M this weekend on an OV, and then he has June 21st through 23rd currently open. Oregon isn't officially on the books yet or on the schedule yet, but I'll be pretty surprised if that trip to Eugene doesn't happen that weekend. He went up there for the first time in Eugene in May on an unofficial. Will Stein is obviously up there. That was who gave him a second offer at UTSA. And has a lot of ties to the 210 area and also just Central Texas area, having coached as a GA at Texas and then the offensive coordinator at Lake Travis prior to arriving at UTSA. So Stein is a big relationship there. There's also a cat named Tyler Turner who came out of San Antonio Brennan. He actually held the Texas offer, I believe. He was a 4-star safety in the 2024 class. And so he has relationships up there in Eugene. And I'm talking about Oregon more than A&M and Nebraska because my source fully believes this decision's coming down to Texas versus Oregon. A&M is a school that's, there and in the mix, but, they grew up pulling for Texas. And also they haven't bet on that OV yet. The Texas OV was crushed. I think Nebraska did a good job on his OV in the spring when he went up there for the spring game weekend. But, it really feels like a Texas versus Oregon race. The source definitely leans Texas. I definitely lean Texas too. And as far as when we could see a decision, he told me on record yesterday when I spoke with him that he would be announcing sometime before his senior year. I asked the source, what are your thoughts on that? On maybe more of a finite time he could do it or something like that. And sorry, I just got a really weird DM. But the source
work related or personal.
Oh no, work related. It was just someone from my old Baylor days who we've always followed each other, but I never hit up that guy. So it was just I was like, is that the profile picture? I think it was just strange, but I'll hit him back after the show. But with Terry, it's probably going to be a summer decision. There is a chance though that he ends up committing during the All-American Bowl, which isn't till January. I really, really hope that doesn't happen just because it makes the season so much longer having to cover a prospect that's a 5-star and is such a, hyped up recruitment. But it most likely going to be summer. There is a chance he ends up waiting until next January to do it. He's a San Antonio area kid. It's going to be on NBC and it's in his home city. So there's a chance that happens. I don't think it happens. The source doesn't think it happens either, but it's something I want to talk about because it is possible. So I think that's kind of it with Michael Terry. I tried to touch all the bases, cover all the bases. Texas and their positional plan, they told me we want to use you like I were used in high school, which is all over. So pretty much every offensive skill position except QB. If he ends up at Texas, I wouldn't be surprised if Sark tries to drop some Wildcat QB stuff for him. He's thrown a couple passes in the past. So, yeah, a lot to like about the official visit weekend they had with their 7 visitors, but I don't think any of them had a better time than Michael Terry and his family. So
I'll say this. So that makes me feel good because kind of sounds like Sark and company pretty much did what we were talking about on Friday. Like, hey, just give them some examples of guys that have been position conversions or just played multiple roles and, just be flexible. Just be willing to be flexible because there's a lot of different ways this thing could go depending on where your body goes. And that's the approach you got to take with Michael Terry. Go ahead.
One thing I thought was super interesting. So I talked to someone who was there and, part of the visit, not with Terry's crew though. And something that I thought was actually pretty cool. Sark brought up plays from when he was still at Alabama, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are plays from his time at Alabama. And he said, this is what we would do for you. These are plays we draw up for you. I haven't been able to use these yet because I haven't had a guy quite like you during my time in Texas. So I thought that was pretty interesting. I thought that was really cool. And it seems like it resonated well with the family and, talking to my source from Austin. So again, I know I keep saying it, but there's a lot to like about Michael Terry in Texas coming out of this weekend.
The other thing I was going to say, the only other point I'll make on this, because you just laid it out, there's not a whole lot for me to add.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to the All-American Bowl commitment, I think just keep in mind, most of the time, rarely you'll get a surprise where, a guy will tell, because, you got to tell NBC and somebody, at 24/7 where you're going because they got to have graphics ready to roll and all that stuff. Man, very rarely do those things go the other way. It's a deal where if he wants to do it at the All-American Bowl, I'm sure Sark wouldn't have a problem with that, but it would be one of those deals where, like, if it were Texas, he'd be signed already. They'd announce the signing the minute, he announced on TV. It would be it would be punching you right in the face with what was about to happen before it actually happened. And I would think as long as the family would be cool with that, and I'm not saying just if it's Texas, if it's A&M or Nebraska or Oregon or whoever, as long as everybody knows what the deal is, just let him have his moment. And, after that, everybody can move on. So,
yeah. Another kid I want to talk about that I think Texas did a really, really, really good job with this weekend. Caleb Chester. Sorry, I just got a text from Hank. But Caleb Chester, we reported Texas was the leader going into this weekend. We've had crystal balls, and Hank has had a crystal ball since August. Okay, got it. Hank has had a crystal ball in for Chester to Texas since August 1st. I put mine in, I think, May 27th. But Texas, this is always going to be Texas versus Texas A&M. We felt that way since last fall. Arkansas, TCU, LSU have all made different runs in this recruitment, but UT and A&M were always in front of TCU and Arkansas. That's not a debate. LSU ran hot and cold at times, but he never ended up making it to Baton Rouge for a scheduled official visit. He's scheduled to be in A&M this upcoming weekend and Arkansas the weekend after. I think there's a chance he doesn't make those trips because I think there's a chance he could, end up popping this week. With Texas, spent a lot of time with Terry Joseph. Malik Muhammad was his host. Had a great time down there and kind of just loved the whole experience. So we're supposed to get on the phone later today. Looking forward to talking to him, learning more about it. But, it's pretty cut and dry with him. Texas was a leader going in. They have an even bigger lead coming out. So at this point with Chester, I think I wrote it this morning in the Stampede, but it'd be a pretty big shocker if Chester ends up at a school that is in Texas at this point. And he's always had a summer decision in mind. I think he could do it by the end of the month, if not the end of the week. So
Nice.
We'll be seeing something on that soon, most likely.
Let me ask you this: while it's top of mind, I'm gonna kind of get us off track a little bit, but this is me thinking, and I just want everybody to know, like, I don't ever ask Jordan what I'm going to talk about before we get on here because I don't want him to have any preconceived thoughts or anything. But Michael Terry is one of these guys. There are some dudes on the board. Like, let's take DeCorian Moore, right? You're recruiting DeCorian Moore not just for the tools, but for the production and everything else. I mean, you're recruiting DeCorian Moore for a lot of reasons, and Jamie French the same reason. But you get further down the list, right? Take a guy like Caleb Chester, like 3-star guy, right? And he's got some tools. Man, you feel like this staff feels like they're in a position, they're in the rare position with NIL and the way their roster can be structured in the portal era, where maybe they can do some more tools-based recruiting than maybe some other schools would, where you might like, if you're, let's just use them as a hypothetical. Let's say you're a Baylor, right? You develop a guy. Okay, well, if that guy's worth his salt, you're going to have SEC schools and Big Ten schools and maybe even ACC schools beating down the door to get that guy to get him into the portal and to get him on your campus, where it's a gamble, right? And I guess for Texas, it's a gamble, but can they continue to recruit tools and rely on developing guys? Because I only bring that up, Jordan, because the developmental piece has been a really big deal for Sark since he took this job. And even in the time since he's took this job, the landscape has changed a lot. I just like to think that they can still recruit tools, develop them, and end up with really good players that don't jump in the portal, that stick around for a little bit.
Yeah. Kind of hard to, I guess, give a good response to what you said. I feel like you laid it out pretty well, but I think you still can recruit for tools, and I think Texas definitely does it. I think Zena Umuzalu, or don't want to butcher his name anymore, but Zena, I think he was always coming to Texas no matter what. I think once Texas got NATO, they got Zena pretty much then in signing day on 2021. But Zena, he's a great tools guy. He never had, I'll be honest, like, he never had good high school production. He just didn't. And there was never a time I really went to one of his games and was like, oh, this guy's going to play in the NFL one day for sure.
Yeah.
Because that's just not what he is. He's an upside guy. He has a lot of tools. There's a lot of stuff to work with there. But he needs coaching, he needs to develop, and he needs years in a college strength and conditioning program. That's just what he needs. I think Texas, with their edge haul being Colin Simmons, who can come in, probably contribute day one, will contribute day one. Yeah. And the other take being a guy who needs to sit probably for at least 2 years, but has really good bloodlines athletically and is going to bust his ass in the weight room, has a good head on his shoulders. That's a really good edge class. Caleb Chester isn't necessarily as easy to break down like I did with Zena, where with him, it was just so clear that his best football was in front of him. But Caleb Chester, this is a good guy to set the floor with, I think, for the secondary class. You still have targets like Aiden Anding, who we have as a high 3-star. I love Aiden Anding. I think Aiden Anding can finish and will finish as a top 247 cat. I think he's that good. So he's committing by the end of the summer. Anding will probably still be a 3-star when he commits, but that recruitment, y'all got to treat it like a top 247 kid because he can play his ass off.
Yeah. So basically, you can recruit tools. You just got to make sure that do as much legwork as you can. Like with Zena, you know the family already. His brother's in the program. So you feel like he's not going anywhere. So basically you just got to make sure you're recruiting the right kind of guy.
Yeah.
As much as you can. Not everybody's going to bat 1,000. But when I'm talking about tools, just for everybody out there, I'm talking about think about tools in terms of things you can't coach. You can't coach speed. You can't coach length. You can't coach size. Like those are the kinds of things that like a guy can get faster, but if he doesn't have elite speed, he's never going to have elite speed.
Yeah.
A guy in theory, I guess you can maybe grow a little bit, but if he doesn't have elite length, it's not like he's just going to blossom a, 6'10" wingspan overnight. It just doesn't happen. So when you recruit tools, you recruit things that you cannot coach.
Yeah. Another in-state kid that was on campus this weekend actually made some headlines because kind of snuck on campus. No one had him on their lists. But Tanook Hines out of Decaney in spring, one of the fastest prospects in the country. I don't even have it in there. Oh, wait, I have it in his other story. Hold up. I want to make sure I get this time right because he got second place the state track meet for 6A, only behind Jelani Watkins, who is like 10 state track gold medals. So, okay, Tanook Hines has gone 10.45 on the 100 as his PR and 27.1 in 200, which earned him a silver medal. He also has either I can't remember, but it's either really good high jump or long jump. I think it's long jump. I'm pretty sure he's gone like 23 or 24 feet in the long jump, something like that. Really good athlete. And most people don't even know this, but he actually had a brother. I'm forgetting his real name, but everyone called him Chucky Hines. And his brother actually went to Westfield. And people don't even know this either. Tanook was actually at Westfield his freshman year. And he hit the portal. Decaney got him. So
being in that area, Houston, when I'd go there on the road, and this is going back to Desmond Jackson's time, Ed Oliver's time. So you can talk about 2011, 2012 on forward. So a decade plus. I can't tell you how many kids I would go to Westfield in the spring, and then in the fall he'd be at Decaney, or vice versa. Like I'd go in the spring to a Decaney spring practice and then go to a Westfield game. Like, what the kid was at Decaney in the spring? So it happens. That's one of those places where it just seems to happen a lot.
Yeah. With Tanook though, his older brother Chucky was at Westfield, and I saw him play in like 3 games as a senior. But the one I really remember is actually his last high school game he ever played. It was versus DeSoto in 2021 on Black Friday. It was a back-to-back triple header at the Alamo Dome. Just a bunch of bangers. Great weekend. But athleticism runs in the family. Chucky also ran track. He's now a receiver at University of Hawaii. He actually came into town for the OV as well. So with Texas and talking to Tanook, they did a good job on the visit. It's still a pretty fluid recruitment. For this whole spring, a person I've been talking to in Houston has been pretty adamant and consistent that USC and Notre Dame are kind of the 2 schools at the front of this, and that schools like Texas, Georgia, Baylor, Arizona State, Arkansas are all kind of hanging in and around there. I still feel like USC and Notre Dame are best positioned. I do think Texas is now in 3rd place, though. On the same note, it's a really interesting and intriguing recruitment to track because obviously everyone knows who the main receiver targets are, right? DeCorian Moore, Khalil Lockett, Jamie French. Tanook knows that as well. He's not stupid, right? Mm-hmm. So with Notre Dame and USC, they're not going to sign as good of a receiver class as Texas will. Like, that's just a fact. That's going to be how it is. Notre Dame also has a really, really weak receiver room. He would probably he would contribute as a freshman, if not compete for a starting job. Feel pretty confident about that. USC, on the other hand, it won't be that easy, that cut and dry, but he'd have a greater – he would play early at USC than he would at Texas. Same with Notre Dame. So I think that's going to be a part. Location and proximity to home doesn't matter at all. Like I just said, his brother's at Hawaii, so the family's used to, being far from home or whatnot. But, man, like he's a kid who, like I said, he is very smart. He's aware of the receiver dynamic at Texas and everything going on there. But on the same note, he's very confident with who he is and has a lot of confidence in himself. Like he doesn't go out there and go, "Oh, I'm an unranked 4-star and DeCorian Moore is the number 1 receiver in the nation," and look up to him. It's like, no, okay, like I'm gonna go whoop that dude's ass and show everyone I'm better than him. That's how Tanook thinks. So he's a guy who I think could be really successful at Texas if he ends up there. But these next few weeks are gonna have to unfold for me to get a better read of exactly where I think things going. I think Tanook also doesn't even at this point, he probably knows the 3 or 4 schools he's considering, but I'm not sure if he really knows the order. I think it's changing pretty fluidly. He wants to commit the month of July. Don't have an exact date, but I feel pretty good that that'll come probably the last week or last 2 weeks of July, the back half of July, which is before DeCorian Moore and Jamie French's announcements. So it's going to be interesting. Khalil Lockett, he's intending to commit this summer. I don't think he has as concrete of a timeline like DeCorian and Jamie French do, where Jamie French has a date, August 30th, his mother's birthday. DeCorian Moore doesn't have a date, but I'm pretty sure it'll happen before 2-a-days for Duncanville start, which is what Colin Simmons did last year on August 10th. So probably around the second week of August is when I'd expect DeCorian. So that could leave it to be really intriguing with Tanook, with Texas. I'm not sure if they'd accept it if he tried to commit. There's a lot of moving parts here with him. I think he's an awesome prospect. We have him as an unranked 4-star. We need to put him back in the top 247. That's how I feel about him. And I really like him. He's also going to play safety this fall and go full-time both ways.
I dig that.
I saw a lot of people were talking about Texas offering him on both sides of the ball. Texas didn't even talk to him about playing defense this weekend. The only coaches he talked to were Steve Sarkisian, Chris Jackson, and Dalton Williams, who's Connor Williams' brother and is an analyst on the staff. He didn't talk to anyone about playing defense. There was a brief conversation about how he's going to play safety this year and how some schools are going to start recruiting him as an athlete or as a safety then. And when he asked Texas about it, they were like, we're going to keep recruiting you. So, we like you still, even if you're going to be an athlete or a receiver. So that's pretty much it for the in-state group of Caleb Chester, Tanook Hines, Michael Terry.
Yeah. Can I say one thing real quick on Tanook Hines, just in general? Typically you see this fill in the blank school. Kid really wants to go to school there. It's usually a blue blood program. It's in Texas' best interest, unless they just get a windfall in recruiting and get the 3 guys that are at the top of the board that everybody and their brother knows is at the top of their board. But let's say they only get 2 of the 3 and they decide that they want to take another receiver. If Tanook Hines is committed elsewhere, it would benefit Texas just to keep in contact. And I think the school, if Tanook Hines committed elsewhere and was still kind of talking to Texas, I think the school he's committed to would understand, look, this guy really likes Texas. If you really value him, you're not going to tell him, hey, you need to cut out talking to Texas or we're going to drop you, because that's not going to happen. So it's one of those deals where unless you just get what you feel are like rock solid verbals from the 3 guys at the top of your board, I could see it going, Jordan. Maybe and like you said, if Tanook Hines really knows the deal and stay in every communication on both sides is open, if it's transparent, it could be a deal where he's a guy that we're talking about 48 hours before the signing window opens. That's like, hey, maybe there's a last minute something that could happen here. Keep an eye on this, pay attention, and then we figure out one way or the other, like the morning of, what's going to happen. There's a couple guys in every class that are like that. And what I'm telling Texas fans is file it away, because Tanook Hines may be one of those guys that up until the 11th hour, you're hearing about maybe a possible flip.
Yeah. And look, I've been pretty steadily reporting that I don't think Texas is getting all 3 of the 5-star receivers. Feel really good. I have felt I literally reported on our site the night he committed to LSU that this changes nothing, and I still think he's going to end up at Texas. I wrote that about DeCorian Moore. So still feel really good about DeCorian Moore. I've always felt good there. With the other 2 5-star receivers, Jamie French, Khalil Lockett, I've always done my best to report my belief that I think Texas is going to split those guys. Of the 2, I lean towards Khalil. With French, I've done my best kind of illustrate why I think that. His people know what they're doing. They know what they were doing the whole time, the whole way through. When they say Texas is their leader, now they're saying they don't want to name a leader anymore because it messes up like relationships with schools or whatever. That one there's a long way to go in Jamie French's recruitment. There are about 5 schools that have been the leader in the last 3 months. There's just a lot going on there. It's too fluid. Whereas Collier, again, not ready to put in a pick for him. But if you put a gun to my head right now and ask him where I think he's ending up, I would definitely say Texas. So, that being said, Texas wants 3 receivers. They don't just want 2. They want 3. I think Moore and Lockett are safe bets or safer bets than others. After that, I think Kelshawn Johnson, Tanook Hines, Dalen McCutcheon, they all make sense for that spot. Just from a scouting perspective, I think Tanook would probably fit best. I like Kelshawn Johnson a lot, but, I was thinking about it a lot last night. They keep telling him, hey, you could be our Xavier Worthy.
Mhm.
Where is DeCorian going to play?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? With Kelshawn, it's his speed, right? His explosiveness. DeCorian is just as good, if not better, track times and scores. And again, I'm not trying to talk down on Kelshawn. I love Kelshawn as a prospect. I was the first one to really vouch for him to be a guy that isn't just a 3-star, because we had him as a 3-star at some point, right?
Yeah.
So I want to make that very clear. I'm a big-time Kelshawn Johnson fan. I've been out to Hitchcock multiple times to go see him, and that is not an easy place to get to. So, big Kelshawn Johnson fan. But he's 5'10", smaller frame, slender body, similar frame to that of Xavier Worthy. I think DeCorian fits Xavier Worthy's position much better. And we're Tanook. We have him listed at 6 foot, 185. He's 6'1.5" or 6'2". We just don't have that verified, and I can't put that on there or else the scouting team will bitch at me. So, yeah, but he's
Gabe Brooks showing up at your house with a Bowie knife or something.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want none of that. I want none of that. But
I don't know why I would Bowie knife with my weapon of choice.
But with Tanook, he's 6'1.5", 6'2", 190 pounds, and he runs 27.1 in the 200 and 10.45 in the 100. Also has athletic bloodline to someone else who's played at the collegiate level. A lot to like. Also, he's one of the rare kids where he's actually supposed to be in the grade he's in. Like that, I always like that. I always bring that up when I find out, because that does matter. It does matter. And also, he doesn't really have safety tape out there. I watched this kid practice at safety for maybe 30 minutes. He would be an SEC safety or Power 5 safety if that's what ends up happening with him and he becomes a safety prospect all of a sudden. I think he would I would view him in the same category that I talk about Cade Phillips and Aiden Anding of that talent level, where not quite Dorian Brew, because again, Tanook doesn't even have safety film, but I saw enough from 30 minutes to be like, yeah, all right, I see what the schools were talking about. So,
can I make a little inside baseball complaint real quick, Jordan?
Go ahead.
You know what a pain in the ass it is? There's nothing he did to look through a photo database and find pictures of Trey Wisner, because to find a picture of him, you have to use his full legal name. Trey won't suffice.
Yeah, Quintravious.
Quintravian, yeah.
Or Quintravian.
Why can't he goes by Trey? Sark calls him Trey. Why before he's done at Texas, the roster's gonna say Trey. That's what
this is what I noticed. This is what I noticed.
As Rod Babers will tell you, the man will just decide that your name is shortened one day. One day he showed up and he's not Roderick anymore. He's just Rod.
Man, hey, I'll tell you what. I noticed within I don't know. I think I noticed this in March. Anthony Smith, the whole time I covered him, never once spelled his name with an apostrophe. Never once spelled his name with an apostrophe. It was all Anthony, one word.
There's somebody else like that in the world.
It was all Anthony. And I'm writing a story, and in our back end, you hit this button called Find Tags, and it will go to all the names and link those names to their profile so that the reader can just click on it, takes their profile. Mm-hmm. With the names that have apostrophes, for some whatever reason, our system just won't tag them and you have to go in and highlight it, do it yourself. Or like, I don't know, let's say a kid's name is John Smith. It won't tag it because there's 100 John Smiths in the system.
Yeah.
So you have to manually go through and sort through all the John Smiths to find the one you want to talk about. So when I'm writing a story and I write Ty Anthony Smith and it didn't tag, I was like, whoa, what the hell? And I can't find his profile. So I go through our site into our team and I'm like, wait, hold on. Jeff must have changed this. This is BS. Like his name is Ty Anthony. I swear. I remember too. His guardian, I remember talking to her at a 7-on-7 tournament in spring of his junior year. And I was like, you just want to double check. It's Ty Anthony, one word, right? Like, because we can change this profile real easy if you need us to. And she was like, yeah, it's Ty Anthony, one word. I've talked to him too about it. Like he always told me it was Ty Anthony, one word. So
I think, look, when I put stuff in the database, I go by whatever's on the official roster. So if that's on the official roster, you know what? Go ahead and run down those two, the interior defensive linemen. And let me find the Texas official roster. So because I don't want us to get too sidetracked. But yeah, Myron Charles, Josiah Sharma, and the out-of-state crew that visited this weekend.
Yeah, so we'll start with Josiah Sharma out of Folsom High in California. Going into the weekend, I talked to a source out on the West Coast who was pretty strong in his belief that Texas was the leader heading into the visit. I had kind of always just been really wary of Alabama. He was committed to DeBoer and his staff at Washington. He actually committed on New Year's Day, just a couple hours before they beat Texas in the playoff game. So was only committed to Washington for, I think, 12 days. I think he decommitted January 12th or something like that. And Bama offered him pretty quickly after that. Obviously that was the same exact staff. But he never went ahead and committed to Bama. He kind of slowed it down a little bit, pulled back the curtain, tried to, get a good look at all the different schools, pitching him different opportunities, things like that. And, it kind of started to whittle down to Texas and Bama. As we got into May, Oregon, they had an offer for him that they sent out earlier in the spring. They weren't really recruiting him. I wasn't told this directly, but from my point of view, I don't think they would have taken him if he had tried to commit. But Oregon, for some reason or whatever reason or another, ends up hitting him up, talking to him a bunch as the month of May gets started. They get him to come on campus, schedule a visit for him. Wasn't just a visit, though. It was a camp visit, so they got to see him work out. After seeing him work out, they were like, oh, shoot, we got to prioritize this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Before he leaves campus from that camp, they got him set up for an OV. So now it's kind of a 3-team race, Oregon, Texas, Alabama. Going into the weekend, Texas was the leader, according to my source. Coming out of the weekend, they're still the leader. But he's going to see Oregon and Alabama over these next few weeks. So, those visits loom extremely large. Even Stevie Wonder can see exactly what goes on with D lineman recruiting every year. It's going to come down to, moolah. A lot of the time, that's just a big part of it. Oregon is one of the few schools, if not probably the only school, that could actually outbid Texas if that's what it ever came to. Alabama, they have the longest standing relationships. They obviously had them committed to that staff at one point or another. I have seen, or I've been asked about, so Josiah and his mother at one point lived in Arlington for a couple years when he was younger before, ending up in Northern California where they're at now. And I've been asked questions by some Texas fans. Apparently, there's a rumor or buzz that his mom might be moving back to Arlington and that could potentially help Texas or Alabama with that. I've talked to my West Coast source about it this weekend, and I was told wherever he ends up the mom is probably going to end up in the same city community as the college. So that would mean if he's going to Oregon, she'll be living in Eugene. If she's going to Texas, Austin, and Alabama, Tuscaloosa. So again, with Texas, I think they're in a really good spot here, but they're going to have to weather the storm of the next 2 weeks and those next 2 official visits. And then he's intending to shut it down and commit the first week of July. So 3-star prospect, but this is one of the most coveted defensive linemen, if not just players across the board for not just Texas, but Alabama and Oregon as well. So
Hey, real quick before we get to Myron Charles, as we start to kind of wind it down a little bit, what are you hearing on Kenny Baker as a recruiter? I'm just always fascinated because we heard some good things in the spring, but now that he made his rounds in the spring, he's hosted some younger guys for camp now. He's there around on official visits. You getting any vibe one way or the other on just some early returns? Let me say on Kenny Baker.
Yeah, real quick before that, I'm going to answer this just so I don't forget. It's Coach 420 saying, will the linebacker committed to USC be in this weekend or next? I don't want to butcher his name. The linebacker he's talking about is Matai Tagovailoa from San Clemente, California. He's actually a USC commit. They got him to commit kind of out of the blue on an unofficial visit earlier this spring. I talked to him at OT7 in Dallas in April, and he told me he was still going to take the Texas official, the OU official, and I think it was a Washington official. And he made it very clear. He's like, look, I'm really committed to USC. That's probably where I'm going to end up. But, like, I never ended up visiting those schools before I committed to USC. So it's more so just me wanting to make sure I make the right decision. I've already talked to USC about it. They know about it. I was like, okay, cool. He talked to someone in our network over this past weekend. There's an OT7 tournament in Tampa. It was their championship tournament or whatever. And he said he's done taking OVs. He saw Washington the 31st through June 2nd and made it out to that trip. But that's the only OV he's going to take outside of seeing USC, which I believe is set for the 21st to the 23rd for him. So really think the Matai ship might have sailed. You know, you never want to say never, you know, with a West Coast Polynesian kid and Johnny Nansen now being the linebackers coach. But, you know, it's going to be really, really hard to prime from USC. They also got Hayden Lowe, a 4-star top 247 edge rusher out of Oaks Christian, Westlake Village, California. He was set to come officially visit Texas this upcoming weekend. He officially visited USC this past weekend. While on the visit, silently committed, and before he even left campus, went public with it too. So talking to guys in California, he canceled all of his OVs. He's not going to see Texas either. So all that said, that's going to make Javion Hilson and Marco Jones, who's coming in from San Ramon Valley in California this weekend, those are going to be really, really, really important names for Texas at the edge position in 2025. But, you know, we'll get back to more interior with Kenny Baker. You know, heard good things. Seems like a good relationship builder. I think it's just he's in a really tricky spot because he started later than all the schools he has to compete against in terms of relationship building. Also, it's not like, you know, this is a guy they hired from UTSA where he had been offering kids that he knew UTSA had no chance of getting as freshmen. But, like, coaches will do that so that whenever they get another job, they can be like, hey, man, I gave you your first offer.
The Will Stein bump, if you will.
Great point. Right? So that's not what Kenny Baker was because he came from the NFL. So it's not like he could have – like he had no established relationships with anyone he's recruiting currently or anyone who's, you know, family or in the circle of the kids he's recruiting currently. So, you know, he started from behind, and that's not easy to do. And especially it's not easy to do whenever, you know, we're at where we're at with Texas and defensive line recruiting. It's just not in a healthy spot. You only signed 2 last year, and one of them was Melvin Hills out of Louisiana. Like that's not a good – that is just horrible. That is not good. You can't do that. They're going to need at least 3 guys this class. I feel pretty good about that. Or else they're going to have to put aside probably about 10 M's in the portal if they want to get a real game changer.
I mean, at least they figured they got to look at Alex January in the spring to figure out Kenny Baker.
True.
All right, I'm not saying this is bad about Alex January, but if you're Kenny Baker, like, all right, I got stuck with this guy. Now I got to figure out if he can play or not. I think they feel like Alex January can play.
Alex January can play.
There, you know,
He
Kenny
can
Baker
play.
won't see Melvin Hills in pads until camp.
Yeah. So, yeah. But with Kenny Baker, I think, you know, with the situation he was put in, I think he's done the best job he probably possibly could. You're probably like, oh, well, if he's doing the best job he possibly could, why aren't there any D linemen committed? Look, he's kept Brandon Brown, which when I found out Bo Davis was going to LSU like 3 weeks before everyone else, because we have Chip Brown in our group chat, I was like, okay, yeah, they're not keeping that Brandon Brown kid. They're just not. Like, if you told me in January that Brandon Brown would still be committed and we're in the month of June, I would laugh at you. So we got to give a lot of credit to Kenny Baker and the staff for that, because that's impressive. For the other D linemen, Myron Charles out of Port Charlotte and Florida. Look, it probably Florida State versus Texas. I think is how it's going to come down. Miami and Florida are two other schools in this, but like the way kids are looking at Florida right now is the same way kids in Texas are looking at Arkansas, where it's like we know what's happening in December, right?
Yeah.
So with Florida, I don't see them as a threat. I think Miami could potentially be a threat. Y'all heard me talk about it earlier, how D-line recruiting works. Miami, they'll get pretty competitive there. So I think that could be a threat potentially, but I see this coming down to Florida State and Texas. Entering the weekend, Florida State was in front of Texas. I still think that's the same, but I did think Texas did cut the lead, as best they could. But, it's really hard to get kids out of Florida that actually have interest in some of those schools, especially when one of those schools is actually good and, barely missed the playoffs. So, and, Florida State, they almost never really get into recruiting battles with Texas.
I know, right?
I feel pretty confident saying I don't think they can consistently go blow to blow with Texas in terms of NIL, but they have players on the roster who they outbid every single school for. So, that's got to stand for something potentially, especially with an in-state D lineman. That's, I can't not talk about it like this. It's an important part of recruiting now. It just is.
Yeah,
So,
Florida State. I'll say this, man, and you know this, Jordan. Florida State under Mike Norvell. Yes, they recruit high school guys. They have maximized their trips into the portal as good or better than anybody.
yeah, they've been very efficient in the portal.
Yeah.
And then
Keenan,
last two,
Jared Verse. I mean, most of their draft picks the last few years have been their high-profile draft picks have been portal guys.
Yeah. And Marvin Wilson, he's an Arizona State kid. People don't even know that. He was actually at Arizona State with Jaden Daniels and that whole team of like misfit toys that just didn't work. And then they all left Arizona State and became NFL players. It's wild to look back on that team. But I'll finish with the last two official visitors from the weekend. Javion Hilson out of Cocoa in Florida, Florida State commit. He's our number 30 overall prospect, according to the composite rankings, number 1 overall edge as well. Isn't technically a 5-star yet, but if you're in the top 32, that means we'll have 5 stars by the end of the cycle. So I'm calling him a 5-star. Currently committed to Florida State, committed back in January. Was also at one point an Alabama commit that ended up backing off from the Crimson Tide once Nick Saban retired. With him, we didn't really know what to expect coming in. He had never been to Texas before. He was a Florida kid that isn't the easiest to get a read on. And also, yeah, he had just never really been to Texas before, and that trip wasn't even set up till about a week before it even started. So wanted to be patient with what we reported and what we heard. As we got further into the weekend, I think things went really well. Pretty much all of, I think, the Texas football fan base has seen the interview he did at the airport, either the video that some people took or, the quotes he also gave. So if you want to check that out, I guess, use your Twitter machine or whatnot. Has some interesting things to say about Brandon Brown and what Brandon Brown has been in his ear about. Whenever kids, I think, slip up, that's what I'd call that, slipping up. I never include that, but if you want to see what he says, go to someone's Twitter. You can find it.
Yeah.
So with him, it feels like Florida State versus Texas. He told us it was Florida State versus Texas. He's officially visiting UCF this upcoming weekend. He's not going there. I'm sorry, Eric. I'll probably get struck by lightning before UCF gets that kid. We'll see UCF the 14th through 16th. He has Florida State last. Florida somewhere in there. He already officially visited, but he literally said, like, on record, Texas is way more welcoming and more fun than Florida was. So really think this is going to come down to Florida State versus Texas. He says a big thing for him so he says he wants to shut it down this summer and like have something final. And then when he was asked what would Texas have to do to flip you, he said he wants to see how they do this season. So some contradicting info there. I think Tech's
Okay.
having a good season. Like, look, they're going to have a chance to flip this kid. But if they have a great season like that, those chances obviously go up. And the other way, if they don't have a good season. So, and then the last kid, Caleb Edwards, he has like 7 official visits on his schedule. Texas was like his 3rd or 4th one. He actually flew, instead of going home back to California from Austin, he flew to Atlanta. And he's seeing, I believe, Auburn, Georgia, and Alabama all in a row or something like that. But he's doing a midweek OB, and then one in the weekend, and then another midweek after. So he's got a long time left. If he called and committed right now, I'm telling you, they would take that. They would let him post it too. So I don't view him. I know he's ranked similarly. He's not Keati Armstrong or Nick Townsend in my eyes. I think he's really talented, but I think Nick Townsend and Keati Strong are both going to play in the NFL for at least 5 years. That's how I view those guys. That's how much I like them. They would have been the number 1 tight end coming out of Texas in any of the last 10 cycles, I think. Because, again, they're that special. So, again,
now,
Texas.
Okay, he was ranked as an athlete, but would you take either one? Would you take either one of those guys over Jatavian Sanders coming out of Ryan?
I don't know. Like, look, JT was further ahead than these guys were when he was their age. I think that's pretty fair to say. And
Yeah.
JV definitely made more highlight plays. Thing is, too, like, Denton Ryan is a better, well-oiled machine than DeCaney and Jasper. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
Also, Keati Armstrong had 269 receiving yards last year. No one really talks about that. Not that great. Like, I saw multiple kids play games that had more receiving yards than that in one game last year. But Anthony Smith had to play Jasper quarterback for like 4 games, and they ran Wildcat. So, like, hard situations. But I think, look, I don't know if I would take them over JT, but I would 1,000% listen to someone make the argument for it, and I could be convinced.
The other one I'd throw out there just off the top of my head, a healthy Baylor Cup to me was an NFL prospect at tight end. But
Yeah.
he's still a good player at Tech, but dude, had he not destroyed his knee? And man, I don't know if you remember, Jordan, was that a camp injury that he had?
I don't even remember. What high school is he from? He was East Texas, right? Brock, right?
Brock. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to say that was a camp knee injury where it was just like really, really bad. Like one of those that you're like, dude, is this dude ever going to be the same from this? And
wow,
like I said, transferred to Tech, been a good player, but and kind of like as we bring in Eric and Keenan, I think a couple of Texas tight ends like that, man. Blaine Irby was like that. Keenan can probably remember that from back in the day.
Yep.
Dude,
remember Blaine.
Dude, the 08 team, you lose Jermichael Finley from 07-08. You get Blaine Irby, who Blaine Irby had.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Jermichael. Sorry.
No, J-Mike had the neck eventually, but
yeah.
Blaine Irby had one of the nastiest in-game knee injuries.
That's
I've ever seen.
right. Who was that against?
Rice.
That's
Rice.
right. It was early in the year. I remember that.
Shot for his knees and just destroyed Blaine Irby's knee. And DJ Grant had one of those. Big time guy coming out of LBJ, was a late bloomer. Texas took him as a tight end. And you know what's funny, Jordan? I graduated from college that morning. I walked at graduation that morning. It was raining at Denius. I go to practice that afternoon. DJ Grant's knee injury that basically cost him 2 years happened like right in front of me. I'm standing by a back pylon. He slides to make a catch. And it's just one of those like non-contact deals. And you think he's going to be fine. And then, not only is he fine, he hurt his knee. Not only did he hurt his knee, he tore his ACL. Not only did he tear his ACL, he tore a lot of other stuff along with the ACL. So, yeah, the curse of the Texas tight end it was for a while.
Hey, shout out JT Sanders for actually making tight end like something cool at Texas. Like I couldn't, man. These are the guys like that come to mind when I think Texas tight end of what I grew up watching. Andrew Beck, who wore a number in the 40s, like
47.
Like,
I knew that guy.
Ended up
of mine.
Is an NFL player. We'll give him credit for that.
He's a plant guy too, right, Eric?
Yes, correct.
Okay, but by no means was he ever an exciting college football player. By no means.
I'm gonna
right?
text him right now, tell him you said that.
Yeah, me too.
All right. Well, am I right or am I right, y'all? Like, come on.
I will not slander Andrew Beck on
I'm not
this air.
slandering him. I'm just saying he's a boring college player. JT Sanders was the first non-boring Texas
I'll just
tight
busting
end.
balls, dude. Just busting chops.
What do we think about Amari Niblack? Is he exciting?
Hey, I said on this show before he even committed, Amari Niblack is going to get drafted higher than JT Sanders was. I feel pretty good about that. He's going to test better. He's going to test much better. And also, like I said a ton on the show too when he committed, there isn't a tight end that fits Texas's offense and what they run and the hole that's left from having to replace JT Sanders. There isn't anybody in the country better than Amari Niblack.
Gunnar.
At least that's how I felt. So
I like that.
No, Gunnar Helm is
I'm
sticking in Gunnar Helm's
kidding.
position
I'm
and doing
kidding.
Gunnar Helm things.
I'm kidding.
So.
Jordan, really quick, you took that pot shot at UCF, and listen, you know, I'm not going to deny it, but you know, Jeff, Keenan, you're a big basketball guy. Y'all appreciate this story. I know of a kid. So I went to UCF from 2011 to 2015. I know of a kid who went on a recruiting trip to UCF in 2012. And part of the pitch was like, yeah, you know, you're going to go to Orlando and, you know, we have so many celebrities that live here and they're going to take them to the neighborhood where, you know, your Ken Griffey's and, you know, Dwight Howard at the time lived and all at Islesworth, this major neighborhood. And this is in the George O'Leary days, Jeff. Like, yeah. Before they, you know, they had any real stroke as far as getting any real celebrities. And said kid ended up, instead of Ken Griffey and Dwight Howard and, you know, some of those guys, he ended up with Johnny Damon, which is not bad, but Bo Outlaw.
Oh my God.
And yeah, let's just say safe to say that young man did not end up committing to the
Not
University
exciting.
of Florida.
Not exciting.
That's like, it's like back in the day, you get a pack of basketball cards and you see the Orlando Magic logo. Like, oh, dude, I wonder if I got a Penny Hardaway. And it's like, oh, it's Bo Outlaw.
Bo Outlaw.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a Hito Turkaloo again.
Biggest claim to fame maybe being randomly name dropped in a Gucci Man song. But yeah, I figured I would I'd share that.
Bo Outlaw might be on Jordan's basketball card collage at his old at his Austin.
Nah, hell no. I'm not. I won't lie to you. When Eric said Johnny Damon and Bo Outlaw, I immediately got to thinking like, yo, I don't know who the hell they are.
Johnny Damon is?
They
I know
must
Johnny
be
Damon.
they must be actors or something. Like that's what I thought.
Just Google Johnny Damon and see the weird turns his life has took.
All right,
Eric, how much UCF national championship gear do you own?
Believe it or not, you know, it's funny, Jeff, I get that question fairly often. The only thing I have is I did buy the national championship hat. Everyone was like, oh, you're going to get the banner, you're going to get the shirt. Like, nah, I got a hat just like as a keepsake. Cause I was like, you know what? I just want to get one. But yeah, man, I listen, I think I said this to Jordan. I openly admit, like, it's not a real national championship. It means something for us, but it's not a real national championship.
I still need to get my Texas State First Responder Bowl championship gear.
Yeah. Hey, I'm about to have to run to go get lunch with
I'm out of here
Colin
too.
Kennedy, but I will leave y'all. It's looking like Texas could be scheduling an official visit with Richmond Randall 3-star D tackle Chase Sims. So that could be something we have up on the site later today. Go check it out.
Hey, all right. That's going to do it for It's Only an Hour. Hope everybody liked the plenty of recruiting stuff. We got it at Horns 24/7. Our weekly staff roundtable is going to go live here in the next couple of minutes. So that'll be up. Whatever you want, team recruiting, whatever you got, we got it for you at Horns 24/7. We're going to get out of here. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll leave it to the false start crew, Keenan and Eric, to take you the rest of the way. Everybody have a good rest of the day.
Fellas, appreciate it. Great show as always. That was It's Only an Hour. Jeff Howe, Jordan Scruggs, taking from 11 to noon. We are False Start, taking you from noon to 1, your midday crew. I am Eric Henry. He is Keenan Womack. Keenan, I would ask you, this is typically the part of the show in the introduction where I ask you, how are you doing? But I'm just going to get right to the point, and we'll get your thoughts on the back end.
Hey, Curtis, Dallas Morning News. Jason, what was your interpretation of the fast break with PJ that led to the block by Derek White there at the end?
My interpretation, it looked like a foul.
but it wasn't called, so it wasn't a foul.
Keenan, what went through your mind when you heard Mike Breen say, "White with the block"? Because I genuinely thought, and of course, the game comes down to more than just one play. But I genuinely thought, had Dallas been able to convert on that fast break, PJ Washington, and cut the lead to what I believe would have been 3, and then if I forget the foul, possibly 2, the Mavs had an opportunity to steal game 2. Your thoughts?
I don't think so, man. I just think I don't know. If you have a what's the saying? Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
That one would have gone over my head, but
that's an old saying.
I'll take your word for it. That's the same.
Basically, it's like there are any number of plays that could have gone their way, that could have won them the game. There's any number of calls that could have gone their way, but like, man, it just looks like Boston's a lot better. That's what it looks like to me. And I can admit when I'm wrong, and I was wrong about this series. I thought this was going to be a 7-game series. I'm not saying it's over, but it's pretty close. I mean, if Celtics win one more game, it's pretty much over. No team's ever come back from 3-0. One team's come back from 3-1, or maybe 2. But still, I think it's just 1. And, yeah, I just – Boston has so many weapons. They have, 4 dudes that are excellent perimeter defenders. They have Drew and Derek White's a great perimeter defender. Jalen and Jason are great perimeter defenders. And then on offense, they run this 5-out, which to those who don't know, which is there's nobody in the post. It's just everybody's on the perimeter. And so it's really easy to run high pick and rolls when you have a lot of space inside the 3-point line. So that's why they do that. They do it for spacing. The problem is Dallas doesn't have a defense to stop a 5-out offense necessarily. Because if you look at Derek Lively, like his thing is rim protection, rim running. He's getting killed in the minutes that KP's playing. And he's just not playing like he did last round. And he was a major reason they won that series against the Timberwolves and against the Thunder is Derek Lively played like a 10-year vet. And you're starting to see a little bit of the rookie again in this series, just because they have so many skilled bigs. I mean, Kristaps is so good at shooting over people because he's so tall. And Jason Tatum had one of the worst games I've ever seen a star have in a finals game, and they still won. It's really hard to see a path for Dallas at this point.
I'll run down some of the stats, of course, as the Celtics won game 2, 105-98. The thing that stood out to me, and you touched on it there, I made the point entering the series. I thought Boston would win. I had Boston in 6 because of the depth. I talked about it towards the end of last week. Kyrie and Luka, in my mind, is a better tandem than Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. With that being said, Boston, there's a reason they won 60-something games. There's a reason they were, as have been expected. Really, you take a look at this playoffs, kind of more of a coordination than anything else. This roster is really deep. Jason Tatum, you talk about, didn't have a great game, led 18, 12, and 9. Jaylen Brown, 21, 7, and 4. Derek White, 18. Kristaps Porzingis, 12 points, 4 boards. But Keenan, there's no way that Dallas has a chance to win this series if the guys who I termed those others end up having, go off nights. Game 1, it was KP, Kristaps Porzingis. Game 2, Drew Holiday, 26 and 11.
Yeah.
I mean, Dallas doesn't have a chance to win. Regardless of whether, what they're able to do, the Brown and Tatum, those other guys are able to have a night like that. There's just no way that the Mavs can really contend. I'll run down Dallas' stats real quick. Luka had a hell of an outing. I mean, he didn't look he's clearly not 100%.
He's injured.
You saw the way he came entered the arena. He did not have the Stephen A. Smith strut into the arena. I mean, that dude looked like he was,
on crutches, basically.
Yeah, spend, freaking the entire game over a toilet puking or something. But he had triple-double, 32, 11, and 11. Again, you get decent play. I mean, you get more decent play from the rest of the guys. Derek Jones, 11. Gafford 13, PJ Washington 17. I'm going to pass it back to you on this question. What's your thoughts on Kyrie Irving this series? I mean, Kyrie, always a really confident guy. We saw the comment he made after game 1 saying he thought more as far as what the crowd gave him going back to Boston. Are you disappointed in any way of what you've gotten from him? And does this kind of, I mean, listen, I don't like to do the hot take thing. It's only been 2 games. We're not going to, use 2 games to evaluate his entire season. But do you kind of, waffle a little bit on maybe your evaluation of Kyrie being, I guess, for lack of a better phrase, good enough to for Dallas to win this series, considering the way he's played the first 2 games?
I think more than Kyrie playing poorly, it's like if you look at the rosters, you combine them, compare them.
Yeah.
It's Luka's 1 on both rosters. And there's like 4 Celtics before Kyrie. Like in this series, at least. Maybe not overall. Obviously not overall. But let's just say Brown's been better, KP's been better, Derek White's been better, and Drew Holiday's been better. And Jason Tatum's not even included in that. And he's going to go for 40 some night. He will. That's what's going to happen. Yeah. He's not going to play terrible the whole finals. He's just not. This team just has too much firepower for Dallas. Dallas doesn't have enough scoring at the wing. I mean, they have Derek Jones, who's really a nice defensive player, but he's not really an offensive starter in the NBA. I think let me see how much he's averaging a game, because I guarantee you it's about 12 points. And that's just not enough from your wing. You know what I mean? You have to have a scoring wing. Yeah, 8.5 points a game. You need a guy, not even close to 12, 8.5 a game. You need scoring from the wing. And as good as Boston is, Dallas just doesn't have the pieces to hang in this series. They just don't. And it's not an indictment really of the Mavericks. It's more like Boston has a really good team. And that sucks, because I am not a fan of their fan base. I've seen some terrible stuff come from them on Twitter in the last few days, but never mind. But yeah, terrible stuff. And I really, unless Dallas takes both at home, which I don't see happening at all, I don't think it'll be a sweep, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be 4-1 Celtics, which sucks because I came in a lot more confident, but they just have too many weapons. That offense is too efficient for Dallas to guard, especially with KP on the floor, just raining threes. I just don't see a path.
I'll run through a couple comments here. As always, appreciate y'all rocking with us. CB, appreciate it. Cree says Kyrie has been MIA. Quite frankly, Kyrie has. I mean, like I said, we talked about it. In order for Dallas to really have a chance this series, it was going to need to be Luka and Kyrie. Again, not necessarily having to play out of their minds, but you needed that 1-2 punch, and the others would contribute. Well, Boston's others have contributed, and Kyrie has been, as Chris said, MIA. I'm going to throw up a comment here in a section, but I'll run through a few more. Jake Bayless says that Rick Carlisle would have been fined if he was still the coach, related in relation to Jason Kidd's post-game comments. I mean, look, here's the deal. It's the finals. I mean, I guess what do you have to lose, right? If you really think it's a foul, I guess you got to go, balls out, right, and just really complain. It's not like it's his game 67, and you don't want to harp on the officials for later on. So I guess I can understand that point. Jake also says they lost for a million reasons but here's the comment other than the foul or missed foul. But here's the comment I want to throw up and get your thoughts. He says they know national pride's a huge thing for those guys, but Luka should seriously consider not playing for Slovenia in the Olympics this summer. I want to get your thought on that really quick before I ask you, just from a basketball perspective, what you'd like to see differently in games 3 and 4. But what's your thoughts on that idea that Luka should get some rest? Quite frankly,
he's not going to. He's going to play. Yeah, he cares way more about playing for Slovenia than he cares about playing for the Mavericks. All those guys are like that. All those Eastern European guys, they're way more about their FIBA and they play in the NBA because it's by far the best money and it's the best players. But outside of that, they're not going to pull an Embiid. Luka's not going to be playing for Team USA at any point. He's a Slovenian. That's who he wants to play for. And that matters more to him. I remember seeing an interview with him long time ago, and they were like, what would you rather have, an NBA championship or a world championship? And he said, I'd rather have a world championship with Slovenia than anything. So he's not going to not play. Like, just get that out of your head. He's playing. Yeah, I'm disappointed. I don't think it's the Mavericks' fault. I don't even think they're playing badly. I just don't think they're in the same neighborhood as this Boston team as far as just versatility. Man, they have so many different guys that can beat you. There's so many different ways they can win. I know that's an old cliche, but they can slow you down.
What are some of those ways in your mind, Keenan?
Yeah, I mean, shit. They've just been slowing them down. What did the Mavericks scored under 100 points back-to-back games? Yeah. Under 90 the first game. I don't remember the exact scores, but they have not been efficient on the offensive end. The Mavericks haven't. And Luka has been good, obviously, but like it reminds me a lot of the 2021 Clippers series where Luka just lost his mind and went off. And they still lost I think they lost in 7 games. And Luka had 46 points and 14 assists in the 7th game. They lost by 30. It's not that dire, but yeah, this Boston team is just a lot better than this Dallas team. I think there's just no other way to look at it at this point. And I think if you're still thinking Dallas is going to win, you need to take your Mavs hat off, man, because I think this series is not over, but, man, it's looking that way.
Well, I mean, listen, to your point, it's hard to see Dallas winning 4 out of 5 games.
I don't see that at all.
That's just a fact. Going to revert back to that Luka comment here for a second, because I do understand what Jake was saying. He said, yeah, he's playing himself as a Mavs fan, like him to get off his feet and stay healthy. No, listen, what you said about those Eastern European guys, like that is real, right? Like we're not talking about, famed U.S. Olympian Hakeem Olajuwon, right? Like that. That's also like in my mind, it's one of the funniest. I think The Simpsons did a skit on it, right? Like
probably.
I'm trying to remember. It was maybe Chris Bennett will remember. It was Hakeem, and there was another player too, who was foreign born, who all of a sudden it was the 96 Dream Team who ended up wearing the red, white, and blue. It was just, I mean, come on. Like I
think it's lame, dude. Stick with your own, like represent your country, man.
Well, in that situation in 96,
this is different. I'm talking to
yeah, because Hakeem is from Lagos, Nigeria, right?
Sure, yeah.
So I mean, obviously, the Nigerian team wasn't what it was at 96.
Popping off,
right? But there's another one. I have to maybe go back and look at that 96 Dream Team roster. It's another one that I'm missing. It's not Patrick Ewing. It's Patrick Ewing, of course, born in Jamaica, but immigrated to the States Northeast when he was a teenager. There's another one that's like really hilarious. It's just like, come on, what are we doing here? And I'm as American as everyone else, but that one is funny. But no, to Jake's point and to your point, those Eastern European guys, like so much pride. And that kind of leads me to Chris Bennett dropped a comment here and says, does Luka need to get in better shape eventually? I don't know how you feel, Keenan. I think that narrative might be a little bit outdated. I think Luka, quite frankly, is in pretty damn good shape. I mean, 2-3 years ago, maybe, but let's just play devil's advocate. I'd love to get your thoughts on that, because I don't think it's a lot of wear and tear on your body for guys who been playing pro ball since 15. Yeah. And I guess I wonder as 13. a Mavs fan, we know he's going to play, but just your Mavs fan hat on, like, does any part of you feel conflicted about that? So 2-part question. 1, is the Luka in shape narrative a little bit outdated? And 2, just as a Mavs fan, what are kind of your thoughts inward about, Luka playing the Olympics?
I don't think he's out of shape. I think he's injured. Yeah. I think we have no right to tell him what to do. I think if he wants to play for Slovenia, that's what he cares about. That's what he's worked hard to do. He gets to play for Slovenia. If you're a Mavericks fan, you're complaining this man hasn't done enough for you. I don't know what to tell you. This man has done everything for this franchise for the last 6 years. And I'm not saying Jake was complaining either. No, he wasn't. But like, if you're complaining that Luka's going to play for Slovenia in the summer, like, shut up. Shut up. Because that dude gets to play for Slovenia after everything he's done. That dude gets to compete on the highest level, the highest stage. Because to those Euro guys, that's the highest stages. It's not the NBA Finals. It's the Olympics. It's the FIBA championships. It's all the international tournaments. And you see that in soccer as well. You know, how they have like the Euro Cup and all that, where they'll have like Bundesliga teams playing against EPL teams. Like,
right.
That's what those guys care about too. They care about that more than playing for Manchester or whatever a lot of the time. So it makes sense to me. And I hope he plays well. I'm going to watch every Slovenia game, and that'll be my second favorite team in the Olympics. So.
Really quick, just looking at that roster, because I thought there was another foreign-born player from the 96. Dream Team 2 is what they were called. But looking at this roster here, Keenan. So 96, right? We got a 33-year-old Charles Barkley. We got Penny in his prime, which is the reason why, like, my dad got me a USA Penny jersey, just because I was a massive, I mean, still am Penny Hardaway. Penny Hardaway's probably Penny and T-Mac. I mean, not to get on a side tangent.
No.
If we're just talking about my favorite athletes looking through my kid lens, Penny Hardaway, T-Mac, Warwick Dunn. There was a Warwick Dunn highlight that went out, a highlight reel that went on Twitter the other day. People forget how nice of a running back Warwick Dunn was. And a little guy, we're talking about 5'7", $175. Like, you don't get that guy.
I didn't realize he was that short.
Oh, no, Warwick Dunn is
wow. I thought he was like our height. I didn't think he was that short.
No. Damn. Keyshawn Johnson. My baseball, I was, Ken Griffey Jr., of course, but I could run through a litany of, random baseball players as a huge fan of. So, but let me run through this dream team. Roster. So we got 23-year-old Grant Hill. Again, just Penny and Grant. Those are two guys that, man, injuries.
Especially Grant, man.
We got a 33-year-old mailman, which, I don't like to talk about the mailman.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about him.
Yeah. A 30-year-old Reggie Miller.
I don't want to talk about him either.
a 33-year-old Hakeem Olajuwon. You got a 24-year-old Shaq, 28-year-old GP Gary Payton, 30-year-old Scottie Pippen, 31-year-old Mitch Richmond, 30-year-old David Robinson, and 34-year-old John Stockton. Of course, Michael Jordan did not participate in Dream Team 2. There was no reason to at that point. He already did what he needed to do there. But yeah, man, no, getting back to this Mavs series where we transition, it's going to be interesting. We've talked a little bit. Maybe we can get deeper into this discussion as we get closer to game 3. I know you got a guest coming on possibly later this week, but I'm a big Rick Carlisle guy. I think Rick Carlisle is a hell of a coach. I think Rick Carlisle can win you a game or two. And it's not to say that Jason Kidd isn't, right? I don't think this series is some referendum on Jason Kidd.
No,
but I do think it'll be really interesting. If this thing ends up being a sweep, kind of how this year's Mavs team, like how we'll frame this season as far as the Mavs. So I think it'll be super interesting there. I'll run through a couple more accounts where we transition. CB says, Akeem looking only one looking out of place on that roster, no doubt. Jake Bayless says, Falcons legend Warwick Dunn. Of course, being from Tampa, I would say Bucks legend Warwick Dunn, but agreed. CB says T-Mac, Grant Hill, and Tim Duncan. Yes. Keenan, do you know that story?
T-Mac. I don't know how Tim Duncan. I don't. Tell me. Actually,
okay,
that's interesting.
Okay. So this again, I'm born in 91, so I'm 9 years old at this point in time, right?
Yeah.
And this is like huge fandom. Everything I'm reading in the Tampa Tribune and the Orlando Sentinel is they're getting 3 guys: T-Mac, Grant Hill, and Duncan. I would love to see a deep dive into this because you have a bunch of stories that have never really been confirmed. The most prominent story, it's been told by T-Mac, Grant Hill. Doc Rivers has never confirmed it. Tim Duncan has never confirmed it. Tim Duncan wanted his then girlfriend, I believe fiance, I can't remember which, to be able to travel on the team plane with the team as part of the deal. And apparently Doc Rivers balked at that and said, team plane just for team guys, team and staff and whatnot. And supposedly that was the difference that led Tim Duncan to re-sign with San Antonio as opposed to go to Orlando, because Orlando had enough cap room for T-Mac, Grant Hill, and Duncan. And that would have been pretty wild, especially listen, you can't consider, what would have happened with Grant Hill's injuries. But as someone who grew up with those teams, that starting lineup of Darrell Armstrong, T-Mac, Grant Hill, like a lot of times I rank with Bo Outlaw, Andrew DeClercq at center, like a lot of random guys. If you have Tim Duncan there as the 1-2, T-Mac and Tim Duncan, Orlando probably at least gets out of the East one of those years if they don't, if they're not reliant on all those guys, right? So, because you remember who got out of the East those years? That was a really weak East.
Yeah.
Keenan, when Shaq was, getting his three-peats. You had Indy.
It was the Pacers and the Knicks, right?
No, it was Pacers. Yeah, Pacers, Nets, and if I remember, I can't remember if the
Jason Kidd Nets, right?
Yeah, that was the Ace and Kidd Nets. Yeah. Who else did they play? Man, I can't remember who they in that three-peat. They didn't beat the Nets twice. They beat the Pacers, the Nets. Oh, Philly. How could I forget that? Iverson.
Philly,
Iverson with the step over.
It was the Iverson.
Yeah. So those are three teams that, hell, Iverson's team is probably the best of those three. You know what I mean? So
just getting swept.
Anyhow, fun trip down memory lane. Keenan, before we transition to a couple ads, people may know that if you follow us on Twitter, me and my guy, we hung out together. A little Cover 3 action. Shout out to Cover 3, of course, one of the sponsors of this fine.
Great food,
this fine outlet, Texas Sports Unfiltered. And you got I don't want to say a little bit of flack because, Joe Cook is your guy. But, I don't have the picture to throw up here. I wish I'd been able to upload it in time. But I noticed it after we took that picture. Go check out Keenan's Twitter. You can check it out on my Twitter as well.
My pro pick now on Twitter.
My dog Keenan, I had the J's on. Keenan went black socks with the slides. And not even slides. You went with like the throwback, like the Jesus.
Birkenstocks.
Birkenstocks, yeah. Talk about that, my friend.
That's been the look, bro. I've been rocking that since I was like 15. I remember I got my first pair of Birkenstocks when I was probably 15, and they were a little bit too big, and I was like, maybe if I just throw some socks on, they'll fit better. And then thus a new look was born. And the thing is, I'm fairly fashion conscious in most other areas, I don't wear brown belts with black shoes. I don't wear a black shirt under a navy suit. There's rules.
Sure.
The one rule I break is don't wear socks with sandals because I just like it's comfortable. It's low key. It's like Men's Warehouse, man. You're going to like the way you look.
Great line. Great line. Here's the thing that I noticed looking back at that picture. Shout out to our guy Josh Newman of Lone Star Live.
Shout out Josh, great guy.
He showed us. He hung out with us, took the picture of us. As CB says, send me a Sean Adams sandwich. We'll make sure to get that out to you. I'll have to figure out myself what the Sean Adams sandwich is, but nevertheless, here's the thing that stood out about the picture, Keenan. You did the black socks with the sandals with shorts, and you are a pale man, my friend. Like, you're my guy.
I know that.
You're my guy.
I know that.
But those legs, ain't had no sun in a while. And that's the thing that stood out. I would love to know what Mrs. Womack thought about that. Just Keenan. Keenan's not like a super hairy guy, but, he's got a little fur on the legs.
I got hair all over my legs.
Got a little fur on the legs, the pale legs.
Definitely.
That's what stood out to me, my guy.
That's funny because I wear shorts most of the time, but I guess with my primary job, I'm inside most of the day. So it's also 105 degrees outside. Correct. I don't really want to go out and get sun right now unless I'm by a body of water.
Correct. No, I just had to
that's great.
A hard time about that. But before we transition, let's hear from our friends at Covert Bee Cave, who, of course, want to get you in a new ride this summer. Keep you cool. Stay inside. Travel. Don't want you walking. We don't want you taking the bus. This isn't a city like Chicago or New York where there's great public transit. No disrespect to the awesome public transit. We'll get you in a ride. and hear from our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Keenan, the next topic I want to get into, and I don't know why this went viral or I know it went viral, but people in these damn sanctimonious takes, and if you're rocking with us, I'd love to get your thoughts as well. Texas, of course, hosted a bunch of recruits over the weekend, and images
great. Yeah, I know where you're going with those.
The Lambos out in front of the facility there outside DKR. And I saw a couple takes that I just thought were completely sanctimonious, and excuse my language, just horse shit.
Yeah.
People saying, oh, we need to get this out of college sports. Oh, this is what's wrong with college sports. Get out of here, man. You know what? That sounds like broke people talk. Just being honest. And I'm not even the guy who's like, oh, wants to stand on my paycheck or stand on how much money. That sounds like my school can't do it, so I don't want another school to do it. It's a load of crap. And I hate to tell you, if you don't think that every school in the nation is trying to woo recruits in some form or fashion, you just hate the fact that Texas can do it better than your school. You hate the fact that it's flashy. Guess what? The University of Miami, I reference the Canes all the time, and they're kind of dominant stretch. Who was flashier than them? The only difference is now you can have it out on Front Street. You don't think – I'm sorry to, insert – we talked about LSU the other day, right? And the kid Dominic Williams that they were trying to get – I think it was Dominic Williams.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they took him to some lame, dinner and had sparklers and whatnot.
He's texting.
Every school in the nation is trying to woo recruits in some form or fashion. Just because this sounds like broke people talk, like y'all ain't got it. When I covered FIU, I don't want to go too deep inside, but Florida National University is not on South Beach, right? It is in the heart of Miami, away from the rest of the city. But guess what they do? When they take recruits, they take them to the Clevelander. They take them to South Beach. They say, hey, they give them some shades, say, hand on the beach, and look at all these women in thongs. And guess what? You can come to Miami and be a part of this. And they get to Miami and realize that place is 45 minutes away and they have to go to school. But hey, all right, whatever. Just because your school, the only thing is there's some podunk town that y'all can't do it, get out of here. Just silly in my mind.
Yeah, it truly reminds me of the Chappelle Show sketch where everybody gets reparations and the woman has all the dollars and she's just like, hide your money, y'all. There's broke people around. That's what it reminds me of. Or I could just see Ryan Wingo just sitting there. I bought this baby straight cash. So whoever's getting paid.
Hey, Keenan, really quick. Do you remember? I not to cut you off. Do you remember? It's got to jump on that line. So remember your thought. Do you remember when Randy Moss got fined for mooning the?
Of course, classic move.
And he gassed him in the parking lot. Hey, Randy, how'd you pay that fine? Pay the check. Said straight cash, homie.
Straight cash, homie. There's a website called Straight Cash Homie for a long time that was just great sports quotes. I don't know if it still exists, but yeah, I have a Randy Moss jersey. I've never been a Vikings fan. I just think he's cool. Yeah, no, it sounds like people who don't have the blue text trying to tell you to get on the green text. That's what it sounds like to me. Now, I mean, yeah, it's unfair. It is unfair. That's how it is. Texas has a lot more money than most people. And they've had the kicker is they haven't done much with it in 15 years other than last year. Now they have a direction. They had all this money, and it was going in a million different directions as they figured out what the hell they were trying to do with the football program. They got a guy in here now that has direction for the program, not just for this class, not for these, like for the entire thing. It's a master plan. He's like a GM or something, more than just a football coach. And that's what being a college football coach is. There's a reason guys go to the NFL because recruiting sucks, dude. Like trying to convince kids every weekend while you're coaching, dude, come to this. Like, it's probably a pretty easy sell at UT, but like, yeah, man. I mean, it's truly a money thing, and it will turn into the richest schools will be competing for an Natty every year. But that's how it's always been. That's what people don't get. They're like, it's a new era. It's like, not really. It's just open now. It's really not that different. Like, maybe different teams will rise, but like the best teams are still going to be big ass state schools with a bunch of money. That's how it's going to go, or private schools with a bunch of money. Either way.
This fallacy that what was getting kids to go to Tuscaloosa, Alabama,
was the culture.
Was the culture, right? Or to go to Clemson, it's the culture. And man, I just want to play for Dabo Sweeney. Get out of here.
Get
with
that
nonsense.
out of here, dude.
Get out of here with that. I'm not saying it was all $100 bills and whatnot, but yeah, like there were things to incentivize these kids to go places. And now the fact that all of the way that college football has changed and evolved, and some of the rules around it and whatnot. And again, listen, they weren't handing out Lamborghinis. They just were like, hey, look what we got outside. If go ahead.
We got breaking news.
Yeah, I was gonna let me quickly finish your thought.
Yeah, finish your thought, and then we'll get to it.
Yeah, no, just I saw it.
Sorry, yeah, continue.
No, you're good. But yeah, like my thing is get your game up if you feel that way. It's simple as that. Like the movie Blue Chips, the throwback movie Blue Chips,
Great movie.
It was more real than people were ready for at the time.
Yeah.
This is the fact of the matter. So anyhow, you may be looking at, I saw Jake's comment in the section, but I've not had a chance to look at anything. So go ahead and take it away, Keenan.
Hurley turns down the Lakers, staying at UConn. What a massive W for college basketball. Just an absolutely gigantic, gargantuan win for college basketball, because Dan Hurley, I was listening to this yesterday.
Yeah.
What was it? It was Josh telling us this yesterday, how much of a pull Hurley has in the Northeast.
Correct.
And how much that family has influenced the Northeast in basketball. I think it is a massive, massive win for UConn to get to retain this guy. As for LA, they're not going to get anywhere until they blow everything up anyway. So I don't know if they think they're going to hire a coach that's going to turn this around. Newsflash, you have the oldest roster in the NBA, guys. Like, you need to start selling shit. Sorry, you need to start selling stuff off, man. You need to start shipping pieces off and getting picks and just rebuilding, because at this point you're in a slow rebuild where you're trying to hang on, and this will not get better if they draft Bronny James. I don't know if they will, but it's crazy, man. I'm so happy for UConn. I'm so happy for Hurley. I know that sounds crazy. Like, I'm not a UConn fan, but I just love college basketball too. And I love the NBA too, but I don't want the NBA to just take every good coach from college. Like, I want there to be great coaches in college. Well, look at the Bill Selfs, although, you ready for a hot take?
Yeah, I'm ready for it. What's up?
I think his X's and O's are outdated. Bill Selfs.
Oh, I hell,
you agree with that?
I am no basketball savant, Keenan, but I would agree. Just
the two-man game is just like, that's from like the 90s. Like, come on. It works when you have the best players in the country. And this is, I know we're off topic, but I'm sorry. I have to get off on this. So Kansas, the reason Kansas is so good, despite playing this kind of archaic offense, is the fact that, like, did I cut out?
No, you're good. You're good.
Oh, okay. Sorry. What were we talking about? Sorry.
You're talking about Bill Self and Kansas.
Bill Self. Yeah. So the two-man game is kind of outdated. The reason Kansas is so good is they recruit these players that are so damn good in transition. And in the half court, they're decent, but in transition is where they win games. Look at their team this year, man. They got a bunch of dudes that can run in transition. Yeah, Hunter Dickinson is not a transition guy. He's gone now anyway. But, like, they didn't do that last year. But look at who they had as well. They had Kevin McCullough. That dude is a transition monster. This year they have the kid from Wisconsin. They have Rylan Griffin. They have Riley Kugel. Like, they have a freaky roster this year. But the two-man game is not what's going to win them the national championship. What will, if they do, is their transition play. So I think Hurley is the best X's and O's guy in college basketball, in addition to being one of the best recruiters. The other thing about Dan Hurley that I like, and reason I think he'll be successful continually, is that he builds that culture. That's a real thing there. That's not a buzzword at UConn. Yeah. They don't recruit certain guys that don't fit. Everybody wants to play for them, and they say no to 5-stars fairly often because they have a very specific mold of personality that they are trying to get on their team. Stephen Castle's an example of that. Donovan Klingon, Alex Caravan, any of those guys. So huge W for college basketball. Big time.
I'm going to give my thoughts on it really quick, and then I'll get to some of the comments a lot of people have thoughts on this breaking news. Really quick, I should credit Woj. Adrian Wojnarowski is the one who apparently used that Connecticut's Dan Hurley has turned down LA's 6-year, $70 million offer and will return to Storrs, Connecticut to chase a third straight national title. Sources confirmed to ESPN. LA would have made him one of the highest 6 paid coaches in the NBA. Of course, he would have replaced Darvin Ham. It's interesting in my mind because, listen, I said this to Josh when we were, grabbing lunch at Cover 3 yesterday. Yeah. I thought Danny Hurley should have taken the job. Here's the reason why. I really wonder, and we've talked about it. We've alluded to it with Texas as far as the NIL space and being able to compete the way you need to as far as turning over a roster year in, year out as far as basketball. UConn, I'm going to be really interested to see, because a lot of people have said to me that UConn, given the transition, the way college sports are transitioning and where they're evolving, where they're heading, that football is dominant, football is king, football runs everything, and no one gives a damn about football in Storrs, Connecticut. They just don't. Like, I remember Randy Edsel took that team to an Orange Bowl, nobody cared.
Nobody cares.
Like, that's the thing. Jim Mora's there. They're not going to send Jim Mora out to go fundraise. Like, that's, no one particularly cares. Yeah. I really wonder how in this. Maybe Danny Hurley looks at it and is like, listen, I'm 51 years old. I got a chance to accomplish history, win 3 straight titles, put myself in, really storybook history in college basketball. Maybe that's something that appeals to him and thinks, hey, 4 or 5 years down the road, if the NBA is there, maybe I can, travel that road again. And apparently I heard Woj say that his dream job would be the Knicks job. Of course, the Hurleys, they're Northeast guys from Jersey City, right? So that would make sense. Tom Thibodeau's not getting any younger. We'll see what happens with that roster.
But his hair's not getting any better either.
Well, you got like that. That's a dude who needs to come home.
Shave your head, my man. Come on home.
That's a dude who needs to come home. But it's going to be interesting. Like, I think in the immediate future, yes, Dan Hurley can. You take a look at college basketball come this year. Yeah, got a real shot to win 3 straight titles. And then we'll see what happens from there. And he's probably still going to be just as in high demand as he would be. I just think the situation was very dire for the Los Angeles Lakers. And that's where I think it gets interesting. So I'll transition into some of the comments here where we got Jake Bayless says a heartwarming massive L for the Lakers. CB talks about the money that the Lakers were going to pay him. Our guy Rob says, impressive. Wonder if he didn't want to coach LeBron. I mean, that I don't see who wouldn't want to coach.
Yeah, LeBron. I'd love to coach LeBron. You don't have to do anything. You're like, all right, you just do everything.
I understand Rob's point. I think for me, if they were going to give him a 6, that's my thing. I would need at least 6-7 years to take that job because, all right, I get through the LeBron era, right? Because let's say he has 2 years tops, could be just 1. Then that gives me time to transition into the AD era and then also develop some players, right? So I'd want at least 6 or 7 years on my deal. We'll see what happens. CB asks, is JJ Redick the new Lakers coach? Listen, that's
a bad idea.
I'll be honest. I thought the JJ Redick thing, I mean, listen, apparently, the people in the know were saying that it was real, but I thought there was more smoke than there was fire there. I just can't understand. That to me is just another, all right, we're picking a guy to be LeBron's coach, not the coach of the Lakers for the next 5-6 years. If you're going to do it, that's fine. But I hate to tell you, this Lakers team They're not better than Dallas. They're not better than Denver. They're not better than Minnesota.
Oklahoma City.
Like, they're not winning a title next year.
They're not going to be better than Memphis next year when they get Jaw back.
So if you want to keep picking these coaches just for 1-2 years, that's not going to work. You have to find someone who's going to be able to coach through so whoever they offer next, at least needs to be able to coach through the LeBron era and into the next era. We'll see who that may be. Rob says they should just name LeBron the player coach and be done with it.
A Jackie Moon situation.
Yeah, I always laugh at that comment, but listen, again, if that's what they're going to do, right? Like, if you're going to choose if JJ Redick's a real option, then hell, you may as well name LeBron the player coach, because you're not getting someone to really develop as an organization over the next few years. So we'll see what happens there. But yeah, no, I mean, I think it gets interesting. We'll see what happens. Supposedly, Woe just said that LeBron has said, don't choose a coach for me, choose a coach for AD in the next 4 or 5 years. We'll see what happens. Go ahead, Keenan.
My take on the Lakers, man, and I did this on 2K just to see what I could do. I like going on 2K. I don't even play games all the time. Sometimes I just like to do GM stuff and just see what I can get. And I sold off AD because I think like, why would you not? Like, they're never going to win again. Unless he just loves being in LA and doesn't care, which fine, whatever. He can be Mike Trout if he wants, but just ball out and not really care if your team's good. I mean, shoot, that's your prerogative, dude. You do whatever you want. I just feel like Anthony Davis is the type of guy who's going to want to win. Like, he just seems like a very competitive person. So, the Lakers are probably going to finish, 9th in the West next year?
Probably.
9th, 10th. I mean, I don't know who – I had this diabolical plan the other day. Trade AD. Well, you got to trade him to an Eastern Conference team, right? You can't do it to a Western Conference team. You know who needs a center who would probably be like Eastern Conference champs if they got him? The New York Knicks.
Champs?
New York Knicks.
Oh yeah.
Like, throw AD in there next to Mitch Robinson and just watch chaos ensue on the defensive end. Like, I don't know. I think they need to blow it up. I think Chicago needs to blow it up even more. And yeah, teams are just hanging on to stars way too long. That's how you get into trouble.
The thing about it, Keenan, and I'll transition to our last point on this one.
Yeah.
If you just look at the Lakers' head coaching history, right? Who's the last person that they've really hired who has been like, okay, we're hiring someone to develop our players? Del Harris.
Phil Jackson.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Side note, I hate Phil Jackson with a passion. I think there's more.
Oh, really?
I can't stand Phil Jackson. And this is even before his wild, Melo takes about Melo being some CBA guy or some of the dumb stuff he said. I just think Phil Jackson. I think Phil Jackson's arrogant. And listen, I mean, I'm not saying that. I've read books about the Lakers and the Bulls those times. Phil Jackson, of course, amazing at managing those egos, which is real. As an X's and O's coach, yeah, okay, whatever. Like, you had Michael Jordan, you had Scottie Pippen, you had Kobe, you had Shaq. All right.
The triangle went out of favor in 3 years.
Yeah, whatever. Nevertheless, yeah, who's the last guy they've hired to really develop? It's always been out of these stopgap guys, whether it's, they hired Rudy Tomjanovich.
Vogel.
I'm just mid-2000. Rudy Tomjanovich. Phil again. Frank Vogel again. That was, but even Vogel, was that even necessarily a developmental guy or
No, he got ran out of town.
Right.
I don't think Darvin Ham should have lost his job.
Same here.
And I don't even know that Darvin Ham is an elite coach, but if you give somebody that roster and expect them to make the playoffs in the West, you're out of your mind. I'm sorry. Yeah. You cannot make the playoffs with that roster, bro. That roster is not good.
I had to throw Jake's comment up there because he's right. I forgot about it. Luke Walton. I completely forgot about him being the Lakers coach. R.I.P. Bill Walton. Before we get out of here, got to get to this topic, Keenan. And y'all are rocking with us. Would love to get your thoughts as well. Hell, we may bring it back tomorrow, do a deeper dive. But in honor of really what spurred this thought in my mind was Caitlin Clark didn't make the Olympic team. But I was wondering, what sport would we be good at the Olympics? And I said, screw a sport. How about tailgate games, man? Like, because so there's a bar back home in Tampa, it's actually in St. Pete, called Park and Rec. And their tagline is youth has no age. And it's basically an adult like playground.
Rad.
Where you walk in, you have old arcade games from the 80s and 90s and whatnot. I'm not a big arcade game guy, but what they do also have is pool tables, skee ball, pop-a-shot, cornhole.
Damn, that's awesome.
Flip cup tables in moderation. But also what they do is they do like giant beer pong, where instead of, like beer pong in a cup, they do trash cans and you
nice.
use like those like volleyballs almost, and you shoot, for like beer pong there. What game would you be an Olympian at? What tailgate game would you be an Olympian at? And I'll just quickly lead off. I was a big flip cup guy. Like I could get down on the pong table.
Easy. Yeah.
I'm a big flip cup guy. Like I used to run it on flip cup.
Yeah, I back when I was a drinker, I was pretty good at slugging light beer, so I was pretty good at that game. But
what's that? I've never heard of that.
Flip cup.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I meant slugging beers. Like,
okay.
I remember the first time I played beer pong, I was 16 at a party, or 17, and like we did a beer Olympics in high school. Like we didn't invite any girls for the first 3 hours, and we just did like drinking games, and then we invited them over. It's actually a very fun day, but I remember because I trolled the first game because there was a wind, so I'd throw it and it would just kind of like, so I had to sit under the table for a round. But cornhole I'm pretty good at, unless I'm playing my wife who beats me at everything. But yeah, she's really good at cornhole. It's very frustrating to lose to my wife in every event.
Okay, so Mrs. Womack is the beast out here.
Mrs. Womack is the beast. Yeah.
So basically, what this means
is an
is
athlete.
If we get a trip out to Tampa, and we're out at my bar, Park and Rec, I got to get Mrs. Womack as my partner. We're gonna run it and giant beer pong. Like, listen, man. Like the thing about that bar, like I just love those games. So I used to take dates there pretty regularly. Just because, like, it's a spot that, okay, instead of just sitting down at a bar, grabbing a drink and whatnot, and I'm not a big activity guy in the sense of I'm not like, oh, let's go mini golf, like putt-putt. I feel like that's too much for me.
Yeah, but I get that.
If we got a spot where we can sit down, you got indoors, outdoors, we grab a drink, grab a beer, and then be like, yo, like, you get to really see what type of person you're dealing with. Like, yo, let's hop on this pop-a-shot, yo.
Yeah, dude. I mean, pickleball is real fun.
Yeah. And then inevitably, right, that's a pick. That'd be another one, right? And inevitably, right, you're talking noise on Pop-A-Shot. Girls like, I'm gonna beat you. I'm not letting nobody win, right? Like,
of course not. You gotta be competitive out there, bro.
If you bust my ass, you can talk noise, but I'm gonna beat you, right? And then and you gotta, you do that, and then you get a feel for who you're going on a date with, right? And then you transition into skee ball, and if once I bust her ass in Pop-A-Shot, I might let her win in skee ball. See what happens there. But yeah, man, like that's the spot for me. And then, the game that I'm willing to throw, if by any chance, like, yo, we'll hop on teams and do beer pong. The game I'm willing to throw is pool. Like I'm willing to let
pool's fun, dude.
I'm willing to let that date beat me in pool. But outside of that, nah, man. Like I'm busting your ass, not letting you win. But great spot there and great conversation about which tailgate / bar games, like darts. That's another one. I have a friend, and she's a chick who busts my ass in darts all the time.
Dude, it's hard to play darts. I love darts too, though.
So, all right, let's go ahead and bring in good old boys, Zay Collier, tanned and rested.
Look at Mr. Chip
Brown. What's going on, man?
Look at this handsome dome.
I mean, what's going on?
How's your trip, buddy?
It was hot. my man E. Henry. I don't know how you do it, dude. I
Living
felt
in
like
Florida.
Well, my cousin decided to get married June 8th in Key West. Key West feels like it's on the equator. I've never been so hot. And of course, we rented bikes to get all over the place. So we're just melting.
Zay's like, hell no, dude.
What are you doing? A bike?
I mean, you're trying to do what the locals. I mean, you can't park. There's no parking.
There's no parking.
So you either rent a golf cart or rent a bike.
Right.
I'd rent a golf cart.
Golf cart.
The bike is only $12. The golf cart is like renting a car.
So CB, you telling me you're probably about 6-7 pounds lighter than when you left?
I was going from pool to pool to pool.
That sounds like a great time.
I was wearing my bathing suit the entire time. It was awesome, though. I mean, St. Augustine was actually pleasant. It's like 78. I don't know what was going on. And we got down to Key West, and it was like we were popcorn kernels in the microwave. But it was awesome. Got to see all the sights. I have done Florida.
Nice.
E. Henry.
Chip and Zay and Keenan, I'll leave y'all on this. Like, one of the things I think I realized when I moved to Florida, Chicago for grad school, and then when I moved from Florida to Texas, I realized that I don't own a ton of clothes, because if you live in Florida, you wear a tank top, and Chip, you now know this, you get away with a tank top and shorts 85% of the year.
That's
A,
for sure.
You can get away with it. B, out of necessity. You know what I mean? Like, you're not walking around wearing a bunch of polos and button downs. Like, Zay, I had clothes for work, for games, and I had gym clothes, and I was good. That's all I needed. So, Chip, I'm glad you are back. Glad you're tanned, rested. Zay, y'all have a great show. We will do it again tomorrow. Appreciate y'all rocking with us.
Appreciate y'all.
Have a good one, y'all.
Great
show.
show.
Trip.
Appreciate y'all. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you spend some time with us. Chip and Zay back together again. Zay, it seems like it's been forever.
It's been a minute, man. 7 shows.
Damn.
Since we've been together. So, yeah, glad you're back. Glad you had fun, man. Don't really understand the bike thing, but hey, glad you had a good time. You're tripping. I'm spinning the bag on the cart. I ain't doing no bike, man. I'm all about vacation. I'm not working on vacation. And bike ride, man, that's a work. So salute to you and Eleanor for doing that. But damn.
Yeah, it was. So we went. I'll give everyone a quick recap. And of course, all these incredible, if you're watching us on the YouTube channel, all these incredible names around our heads, all these sponsors, please give them your love, because they make it possible for us to broadcast to you every day. We got a lot to get into, but so yeah, went from SEC meetings in Destin over to, well, we stopped in Tallahassee. Gotta look at the Florida State and FAMU campuses, and then we kept on going to St. Augustine, which is like the oldest city in America, where the Fountain of Youth is, Ponce de Leon, all that. So we were chugging water out of the Fountain of Youth. Tasted like sulfur. A lot of the water in Florida tasted like sulfur, but St. Augustine is awesome. It's just really great shops. Like I said, the weather was good. You're kind of on an inlet of the ocean. And there's a lot of history there. So that was good. And then we went down to Miami. We spent a night on Miami Beach and Surfside. That was nice. The turtles are nesting. So they were coming up out of the water.
Oh, that's dope.
Laying their eggs at night. And then the people who look out for that, they put little barriers around, like little yellow tape, like, don't mess with this. There are turtle eggs in here. So that was cool. And then we went down to Key West for my cousin's wedding. And that is, if you drive from Miami to Key West, it's like 4 hours of 2-lane highway.
Oh, hell no.
And it's one bridge after another. There's a 7-mile bridge. So yeah. And no, I was not rocking the banana hammock like Bucky I was going with, some nice tropical shorts.
Yeah, I saw the pictures via Instagram. Y'all look like y'all were enjoying yourselves. So
yeah.
I
Yeah,
like
but
it.
it's good to be back. It's good to be back. Lots been going on since I left. Texas baseball season came to an end. Texas won the Directors Cup for the third time in 4 years. We'll talk to Brett Wilkinson, who him on Twitter as Director Cup Dates. He keeps track of all this, and we'll talk about how Texas got up on Stanford for the third time in 4 years. And so, yeah, how you been, man? We've got the Mavericks, just like you said, they're getting their heads kicked in by the Celtics, but it's 2 games in Boston.
Yeah, I thought the Mavericks would be better, and we've been good. Had some good guests while you were gone. Pops joined me for a show.
Let's
shout out
go.
to Jeff Barker. Shout out to Cole Thompson, my guy Aaron Urbanus. So yeah, decent guests. Now change that. We had some really good guests, Keith Langford and Mo Isom, a couple of guys there. But yeah, kind of angry that Texas A&M is going to Omaha. The Olsen Field at Bluebell Stadium was rocking last night. That really pissed me off. Just the hater in me. I guess the A&M people that are cool. I know some nice A&M people. Shout out to y'all. Congratulations, whatever. But yeah, the Directors Cup feels good. I wish a softball championship would have came with that. Missed you talking about that last week. That was fun. Gave those ladies their flowers and what they did this year. But yeah, overall, I've been cooling. I go on vacation in 2 weeks, so you're gonna have to do without me. But yeah, we got 10 more shows till then. Ready to rock this thing.
Let's go. Yeah. I mean, let's pick up where we left off a little bit. Let's start with the softball because they were so good. The first, beating Stanford twice, beating Florida, going 3-0 to get into the championship series. Oklahoma lost a game to Florida. They looked vulnerable. They were on the ropes in the elimination game.
Yeah.
And they figured it out. And then it's like, once they got to that championship series, OU, they were just seeing the ball. They were hitting the mess out of that. And Texas, you just feel bad for like Reese Atwood, who just, didn't finish the season the way she wanted to. Ended up, I think, 2-25 against OU. She had a home run, but it was earlier in the year. And they had some good moments. They had some, but they made some uncharacteristic mistakes, including Reese Atwood. A couple of, kind of uncharacteristic lapses, we should say. And I think, I don't know, Zay, your best players usually have to come up with the best stuff in the biggest games, and the rest of the team feeds off of that. Now, sometimes you discover a star. You discover a young player who's got it. I think Caden Henry's going to be that. And Katie Stewart had some good moments here and there. Tegan Kavan had some good moments. I mean, my God, they had 3 games. Their first 3 games were one-hitters.
Yeah.
Shutouts. And then here comes old OU.
I'm saying, can you get on the PEDs train with me? Come on. 4 straight. This is getting suspicious. It's been suspicious. Now it's getting outrageous. 4 straight. They're making it look so easy. They're playing with their food, with the Gators and stuff. And then they come into this championship series and you're thinking that Texas is having all this momentum and Texas just looked so tight. You mentioned Reese Atwood, her throwing the ball up, thinking that it was the final out, and the girl going to third, and then OU driving that run home later that same inning. That was brutal. Alyssa Washington, her trying to do that little toss to Katie Stewart, and the ball going in the dugout, led that person home. Like Mia Scott not staying on first and maybe getting some momentum in a rally going that inning. And she steps off and that girl tags her out. They so uncharacteristic, as you said. It was so deflating to see Tegan Kavan, as good as she was, leading up to the OU game. And then they lit her up, point blank period. Like, they lit her up. They treated her like a freshman. That was the first time she looked like a freshman in a really long time. And OU, who's been there and done that, and old Patty, like I said last week when you were out, we put Patty up there with Gina Auriemma, put Patty up there with, Eddie Reese and Nick Saban and John Wooden, like 8 championships. That's insane, man. I know I talk a lot of shit just because it's OU, but that's insane. And she's one of the greatest to ever do it, no matter what sport. And she gets those girls ready. Like, she's pretty, demonic with how she went about, we're the underdog. No, you're not, Patty. You were never the underdog. But if that pushes your team's buttons in the right way to make them get their 4th championship in 4 years, you're 8th overall, then whatever. I can't knock it. That's great coaching. And that's what we saw. They executed. The Horns didn't. Love Mike White, but Patty, man, she gets it done.
Let me say this, though. OU had a bunch of seniors on that team.
Yeah.
Texas got a lot of youngins. Kelly Maxwell ain't coming back through that door. And they were leaning on her heavy.
Oh, she's tough, man.
She's tough.
The fact that she's lefty, I think, gives her such an advantage because you just don't see that often. The Horns have so many lefties themselves that
That's
hit.
the thing.
7
lefties.
Yeah.
It's crazy how many lefties Texas has. So, yeah. And that's why Gasso went and got Kelly Maxwell from Oklahoma State. I don't know what she paid her, but she paid her a lot.
Yo, man, what kind of traitor stuff is that? Come on, Kelly. That's cold-blooded, man.
Money and championship.
The Bedlam. And think about how good Oklahoma State was this year. They could have used Kelly Maxwell. They might have won the whole thing if Kelly Maxwell would have stuck around. They have another ace, too. That's the real deal. Having both of those girls there.
Yeah, Lexi Kilfoyle.
Yeah, Kilfoyle. That's brutal. That's brutal, man.
She took a lot of heat in state.
Yeah.
But she's got a lot of faith. And her faith was rewarded. Oklahoma. But I'm just saying, they got a lot of seniors. Texas got one of the best pitchers in the country coming in next year. The Salmon kid, her first name is really cool. It's like Caprese Salmon. No, it's not really Caprese Salmon, but yeah, she's from Beaumont, California. And they're excited about her. I'm just saying. Okay. Cambria Salmon. I mean, with a name like that, she's a baller.
Yeah.
Cambria Salmon. Yeah. But you've got, Tegan Kavan, you get Mac Morgan back. You've got Citlali Gutierrez back. And you got Reese. You got, I think, you got Jolie Mitchell, who's a senior. Not much, though. So, just saying, Texas softball, your time is coming. Your time is coming. And I think Patty Gasso knows it. I think that's why she was like, we're the underdog. She said this was the toughest one they've won. Probably because Florida put them on the brink.
Yeah. Like, they got bored for a little bit. And then once they got to that championship series, it was, like Patty Gasso. It's hard not to root for her. Again, being a Texas fan, it's really hard, but you got to marvel the success, man. Like 8 championships, 30-something years. Like, that's really impressive. Softball hasn't been around that long. College softball hasn't been around that long. So for her to have all these credentials that she's been racking up, I mean, yes, the home field advantage is a little suspect. I can't stand that. Like, I'll never be able to stand that. That sucks. I wish they went to multiple sites, kind of like what they do in football and basketball. But baseball and softball, it's Omaha and Oklahoma City, and they ain't trying to change it anytime soon. So you just got to go with the hand that you were dealt.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a tough one. But I'm just telling you, their day, Texas softball, their day is coming. Now, Texas baseball, I think
Mitchell Daly going to the College World Series.
Oh,
shit. Damn, that hurt. I ain't gonna lie. Seeing old Mitchell playing that hot corner very well for them Wildcats over in Lexington. You know, they going on to Omaha. He's looking back at the homies at the 40 acres of David Pierce, like, oh, I guess we ain't seeing you there, huh? Interesting. Damn.
Yeah.
Tough. Down bad. That's not a good look.
Everyone's on pins and needles. There's been a lot of silencio. I heard David Pierce was trying to get a meeting with Chris Del Conte, and Chris Del Conte is like, I'm out of town. I'm at NCAA meetings. I'll get back to you. I'll call you.
Nah, Coach Pierce, this might be one of those, hey, where you at, CDC? I'll meet you. Give me 30 minutes. I'll meet you. Okay, you're still in Florida, whatever. Okay, I'll go to Florida then. You know, it might be one of those moves because David Pierce, he might be in desperate territory. He might not think he is, but with how they looked at College Station, that Louisiana team, Lord have mercy. The way they put it on them, bat flipping, getting all crazy, eating fruit in the dugout and stuff. That was such a bad way to go out. Now, especially now with A&M going to Omaha and how good they looked, getting grand slams and stuff, beating the Ducks this past weekend. So, yeah, like hunting for pitching coaches. That's what David Pierce needs to be doing. And yeah, okay, CDC, I'll come to you. That's fine. I got enough money to afford a flight. I'll come to you. We can have a conversation. Hopefully for David Pierce's sake, it's a good one. I know some Texas fans think otherwise and think that somebody new should get the call, but hey, it was such a bad way to go out that I don't think anything that David Pierce could say to try to convince CDC why he should still remain the baseball coach. I don't think anything's going to work at this point.
Well, here's the thing. He's been on the job 7 complete seasons, and your ERA is the worst since 1999. And this just happens to be the year the head coach takes over the pitching. You know, Troy Tulowitzki, Caleb Longley, great job with the hitters. Record year for Jared Thomas, Jay Flo. You had some bright spots, but the hitting carried the team. And, you've got speed in the outfield. You got some dudes, but the pitching, starting pitching. I mean, Pierce can say Gage Bame, he was outstanding. That's one guy. Yeah. Like, what happened to LeBaron Johnson? What happened to Charlie Hurley? What happened to, all the other guys that needed to get developed this year and And I get it. He can say they won 9 of 10 Big 12 series. They fought. I love that his teams fight. But your 7th complete season, and this is where you are with the pitching. You've fired Sean Allen. You brought in Woody Williams. You fired him. And it's been all this turnover on the staff. Like, and it's all regarding the pitching. Like, he won't take his hands off of it. And that's where it's going to be his undoing, I think, because you can't have that kind of stuff going into the SEC where 9 teams were in the top 25.
Yeah, Tennessee, they're going to Omaha. Kentucky's going to Omaha. A&M's going to Omaha. And if Georgia wins today, they're going. So, I mean, yeah, it's getting real. And that's – if you were still in the Big 12, maybe you hold on to him. Maybe you give him another chance. But, you know, the opposite is Steve Sarkisian. Steve Sarkisian going into the SEC – they're on the rise. David Pierce, they're going down fast. So, yeah, I hate it for him because he's such a good guy, and we know he's a good coach. Like, again, all this.
Right.
Sometimes when you're a good coach, it's just your time. It could get stale. We saw it with Barnes. We saw it with Mack. So with David Pierce, it just seems like, hey, this is Texas. Even though your team was competitive, it's not good enough. And yeah, the pride, that might be his, end all. Just saying, okay, I can fix this pitching problem. I'm going to sacrifice somebody that was doing a decent job. Like, I don't think Woody was that bad. Not to fire him. Like, you keep it going. And plus, Woody knows the arms that are coming back next year. So development's not just in 1 year. Sometimes development takes 3 to 4 years. To where the coach and the player are on the exact same page. Ask Kyle Flood and Christian Jones. Like, sometimes it just takes a little bit to figure out as a coach what this player can really do and how he can make our team a success. And sometimes it takes that player to say, I trust my coach in getting me to the right spots so I can be a successful player because I know he has the right, he has the right motive in my game. So if you're not allowing guys to do that, and then, like you said, just completely turning it over all the time and making all these changes, then yeah, you could be in the situation you're in if you're David Pierce, which is very unfortunate.
Well, it's going to be interesting because obviously Chris Del Conte has a history with a couple of coaches out there who are in the SEC. Obviously, Jim Schlossnagle at A&M and Tony Vitello at Tennessee, who was the assistant to Schlossnagle at TCU when Del Conte was there.
If I'm Schloss, I ain't leaving. The way that Bluebell was rocking last night, man, that atmosphere is different. It's different. Like, and I don't know I think it was Jeff Barker that said this, but when you see the difference between Olsen and Bluebell and then the dish, it's different. Even when the dish is popping, like Occupy Left Field's dope, Yeti, all that, it's cool. But those dudes look like rabid animals last night. And yeah, if I'm Schloss, why would you want to leave that when your team, they can win it all? Easy. It's going to be tough, just like it is for any team that goes to Omaha, but A&M can win it all. So are you going to go get that Brinks truck out if you're CDC and give Jim, Godfather style, an offer he can't refuse? I don't know if Jim's willing to do that. But again, watching that Oregon game last night where they were down, those Aggies, and came back rallying, a big part was because of that crowd. That crowd is nuts. Those people are insane. Those Aggies, they're absolutely insane. And again, hate on them all you want. It was a cool atmosphere. That's what college sports is all about, what I saw yesterday. So, Yeah.
Yeah, but you got to live in College Station.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. You're right. Facts. That's fact.
Like, I hear Jim Schlossnagle likes to be out on the boat.
Okay.
And there ain't no lakes in College Station. There might be some
dirty ponds.
Some ponds, some
yeah, man.
What do they call those? What do they call those ponds in Lubbock that just pop up out of nowhere? They're like little not solar ponds, because those are like polluted or something. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. The Aggies are already mad at me because I said I hear Schloss likes the city of Austin.
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
And they're like, leave our coach alone.
Hey, if you bring that Brinks truck out, which, okay, if he's willing to do that, Chris Conte, and give Schloss that offer he can't refuse, then so be it. You know, that's just what it is. That's the business. But again, he's taken that team to new heights.
Oh yeah, no, he has.
That's
and
tough.
Them fans they're like
they're holding on.
Yeah, they're getting territorial for a reason.
Yeah,
they're like, our baseball needed a couple of heart paddles, and old Schlossnagle brought them in, slapped them together.
Oh man!
Now here comes A&M baseball.
We had them. We had them on the ropes. The Horns had them on the ropes, and just two horrible throws. Horrible throws. I can't even
You're laughing
because it's comical. I gotta laugh to substitute the tears. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just, it's tough. It's tough. God bless Peyton Powell, man. I hope he's doing good. All those guys.
Yeah. Peyton Powell's done.
Like Jalen Flores. I mean, that was Jalen Flores. Sorry, Peyton Powell. That was Jalen Flores. Yeah. I hope he's good.
Yeah, it was tough.
That was tough. We didn't talk about that because you weren't around, but I was hurt. And I, came on the show and let the people know that leave the dude alone, because people gave him a lot of shit on social media. He saw a lot of hateful, just people that have never played baseball a day in their life, but our Texas fans going in on Jalen Flores for those throws. And as good as he's been in the Texas uniform, that was so uncharacteristic. That's why it's laughable for me at this point. But yeah, it's just things like that. You had that Aggie team on the ropes. We all know when you are in those regionals, winning those first two games, they're key to moving on. And it seemed like that just completely deflated the Horns' momentum riding into the next day against the Raging Cajuns. And yeah, we all know what happened after that.
All right, I want to ask you something.
Yes,
today,
sir.
I wrote about this today. About with Texas winning 3 Directors' Cups in the first 5 years of this decade. The first decade of the 2000s was the golden decade in Texas athletics. You win a football national championship, you play for another one. Basketball goes to the Final Four, men's and women's. In 2003, you get TJ Ford, Kevin Durant. Baseball wins 2 national titles, 2002 and 2005. You get Houston Street, National Player of the Year, 13-year major leaguer. Cat Osterman comes out of that decade. Olympic gold medalist, Cat Osterman. I mean, it was the best of times. But with 3 Directors' Cups 5 years into this decade, are we already in the midst of like moving past that decade? I know football's got to get there because football is king.
Yeah.
But football's trending in the right direction. And you're winning national championships and everything else, volleyball, rowing. I mean, back-to-back national champs in volleyball. You're going to the finals in softball. baseball's not where it needs to be. Basketball went to the Elite Eight in 23. The women are going to the Elite Eight every year. I'm just saying, are we halfway into another golden decade of Texas athletics?
We're pretty close. Definitely pretty close. As you said, there is a hierarchy when it comes to the athletic departments at Texas, football king, and baseball, basketball, etc. But yeah, you could say that it's a softball school. You could say it's a volleyball school. You could say it's a swim school with what Eddie Reese has done all these years. We know we're gonna miss him and what he did, but yeah, I think with Stanford going to new conference, like they're going to really struggle, in my opinion. All that traveling they're going to have to do, playing in the ACC and stuff, like that's going to be brutal for their athletes. Rowing, all that crazy shit that don't even count as sports. Yeah, they're going to have to do that in Florida and North Carolina and all of those eastern states. So Texas, yeah, they're in a good spot going to the SEC, and seems like every sport. And yeah, I think we're in a very good spot, but once football wins it all, then you won't even be able to touch Texas. And they got a good chance of doing that this year with that 2024 roster.
Yeah, SD says only if football wins the national championship.
Yeah.
Chris Bennett says one of the three major sports needs to win a national championship. I'll go along with that, but things are trending in the right direction. Fozzie Wazzy says Lake Bryan is officially designated as a power plant cooling pond. So that's not going to work for old Schloss and his desire to do some boating. But yeah. Jimbo driving that Polaris around the acres Jimbo sold him. Hey, it's back on. I know that. Texas and A&M, all that back and forth is back on.
Yeah, you saw the Dave Campbell's Quinn Ewers, Connor Wegman cover?
I haven't seen it.
Oh, you haven't seen it?
I'll
pull it up for you. Yeah, man.
I got to get into the stores.
Yeah. It looked like they did it live too. It doesn't look like it was,
Photoshopped.
It looks like they were both there for the.
They probably were.
Yeah,
that's a big enough occasion.
Oh, I'm with it. Like,
so the football mags came out while I was on vacation.
I don't know if it's out. I think we just know the cover.
They're just giving you a little look-see.
Yeah.
They're whetting your appetite.
Yeah, man. We all know that Dave Campbell's is the Bible.
Dave Campbell's, baby.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay. Here we go. Man, it's like when Colt was going up against Stephen McGee. I mean, and then when you throw in the fact that Jordan Shipley and Stephen McGee were like best friends growing up in Burnett.
Damn.
And then it just got all rivalry.
Yeah. Completely changed their friendship, because then Ship and Colt became best friends and roommates and this, that, and the third.
Yeah. Well, I'm in. Yeah. So, yeah, I think there's sort of a consensus that another golden decade would require national championships. Okay, so Jack says if you could choose, every sport wins a national title except football, or football wins a national title but no other sport, which one would you choose? And something tells me they're going to say football.
Yeah, I would choose football too, just because it's been so long. Like, we're coming up on 20 years almost since 2005. That's a hot minute. That's a hot minute. Like, your boy was in class with a super hot freshman Spanish teacher. Like, that's a long time ago. That's a long time ago, which she had a very weird crush on Matt Leinart during that time. So we couldn't talk bad about SC. But either way, I digress a little bit. It's been a minute. Like, volleyball, they got theirs.
Wait, you had a super hot Spanish teacher?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Senorita Flan.
Senorita Flan?
Senorita Flan, yes. I ain't
Where's
learned
she
shit.
now?
I don't know. It's probably good. It's probably best that I don't know where she is. But I ain't learned a damn thing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing to this day.
You're just too busy staring at her?
Yeah, I was focused, but I wasn't focused. You dig?
You were focused, all right.
I was
Every time she turned around.
Yeah. She was like the hot teacher from Varsity Blues. Like she gave you those, okay, during the day you work here, but during the night you on that pole. She gave me those vibes. Which she probably wasn't. Probably good Christian woman, whatever, great lady. Hope she's doing well now, but whoa, back in 05.
Was she a Bowie?
Yeah, she was a Bowie.
Your 10th grade year?
Freshman year.
Freshman year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Man.
All right. Hey. Olipop to Senorita Flan. Wherever you are.
Wow.
You made an impact on your little student.
Yeah. I was like Billy Bob, man. 10. Flipping 10. Yeah, absolutely. Man.
Fozzie must have had that same teacher.
I think he's just quoting Varsity Blues.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's what happened. James Vanderbeek and them, they went to the landing strip and then saw their teacher, doing her thing.
Yeah.
Classic movie.
We're getting a lot of football.
Yeah.
Everyone wants football.
Everyone wants football. I'm sorry. That's just what it is.
So there you have it.
Yeah. I do want a basketball ring bad. Because that's never happened ever. That one, that's a close second. Like that's a very, very close second. And RT, we're pushing, we're trying, but man, it's been a long time since 03. Very long time. And they sniffed it. They were right there. Damn you, Carmelo Anthony, Jerry McNamara, Hakeem Warwick. Damn you guys. But yeah, football, that's what it's got to be. And this year, feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good about our chances, man. Feeling pretty good.
Come on.
Yeah.
So, obviously, got to talk a little NBA. Because it sounds like Danny Hurley is turning down the Lakers. Danny Hurley's going to stay at UConn despite the changing landscape in college athletics.
Yeah, because what are you committed to if you're Danny Hurley? You know LeBron doesn't have many years left. You know LeBron runs that team, even though he tries his hardest to say that he doesn't have an influence on stuff that goes on. That's the biggest piece of bullshit you're ever going to find. Coaching a LeBron James team, like that's why Tyronn Lue, Eric Spoelstra, Frank Vogel, those guys, they need to get more credit. Because yes, LeBron is like a coach on the court, but he is so high maintenance and it comes with so much unwanted publicity that it could be a lot for a coach that's coming into his first gig in the NBA. So if you're Dan Hurley and you're living great in Connecticut, yes, you're always in the shadow of Gino, but still, like you're doing your thing. You know what I'm saying? You're one away from catching Jim Calhoun. You just went back-to-back. You have the best offensive scheme in all of college basketball. You have the best juice right now and energy and hype in all of college basketball. Why throw that away for an Anthony Davis that could get hurt at any minute and miss the rest of the season. A LeBron James that could say, you know what, Lakers, I want to go play with my son wherever the hell he ends up. And he could just leave at the end of the 2025 season and go do that. Also knowing that he only has about 3, maybe 4 years left in his career. Nope. Danny made the right move. It doesn't make any sense for him to leave. It doesn't make any sense at all. I understood that some guys get bored and some guys want a new challenge, and maybe he feels like he accomplished a ton in college basketball to where he feels complete and he wants to start a new journey. But this isn't starting a new journey with the Milwaukee Bucks and Giannis. This isn't starting a new journey in San Antonio where you have Victor Wembanyama and you know you could coach him for the next decade. The Lakers, again, which is all that BS that they have to deal with in LA, being the most popular team in the league, one of the most popular franchises in the history of any sport, with the most popular basketball player, arguably of all time, if you don't count MJ23, it's too much baggage. It's not just basketball. You know, it's not where Charlie Strong type of situation where he came in and he was like, I think I could just coach football here and focus on football. Nope. You're going to be worried about a lot more other things than actual hoops. And I think Dan Hurley, even though college basketball is evolving and all of college sports is evolving, I think right now he's got a good thing cooking at UConn where they're a blue blood, big time powerhouse. They're going to give him anything he wants there. If he wants an extension, they give it to him. If he wants different facilities and just adding more to the resources, they're going to give it to him. And plus, he's a winner, and he's the best coach right now. Why would you leave that?
All right, talk to me in 5 years.
Yeah, talk to me in 5 years. And again, it's time. My NBA window, it might be closing. I don't know, but I bet for him, somebody of his high IQ, the NBA window is always going to be there. It just might not be the Lakers right now. And I feel him on that. Like I love LeBron, one of my favorite players ever. He's absolutely special. Right after MJ is him. He is high maintenance. He is. Even when he's low maintenance, he's high maintenance because they're going to make a story about him no matter what.
I think you got it right by talking about the fact that he's coming up on 40. And it's almost over. And even LeBron is telling coaches, don't make decisions based on me because I'm not going to be here that much longer. And so Danny Hurley needed to decide, do I want to be the coach of the Lakers? And do I trust the management in place? Do I trust the Buss family, which has been a bit of a mess? First we had Jim. He's Tommy boy. So Jeannie came in and said, get out of here. And she got him right. And they won the NBA title in 2020. And now you can't be, short-sighted. You have to be long-sighted. So here's the deal. With the House versus NCAA settlement, schools are going to, they don't have to revenue share if they can't afford it. It just means as a student athlete, you're not getting any revenue share if you go to UConn. So they're going to have to figure out other ways. They better hope that NIL collectives continue. Or maybe players will just want to go play there because it's Hurley coaching them. But I just wondered, everyone's trying to get to higher ground. Everyone's trying to get to the SEC and the Big Ten in college athletics because that's where the financial security is. So I thought this was interesting. And maybe he's very self-aware. Maybe he's aware that his style of coaching is much better for developmental players than it is for made millionaires. I say this all the time after covering the NFL for 3 years. It is hard to motivate millionaires who aren't in contention for a championship. It just is, because they don't feel like they're going anywhere, and they're out there trying to entertain the masses, but a lot of stuff gets in the way. They're not putting everything they've got into their teammates and the camaraderie and the chemistry. That's why when you see a young player kind of grab hold and lead, and kind of what we saw with the T-Wolves with Ant Edwards and that kind of thing, you're like, wow, okay, this is pretty cool. And kudos to the coach. Yeah. What's that guy's name? Finch?
For the Timberwolves?
Yeah.
Chris Finch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you get it figured out sometimes, but it's I don't know. I'm going to be watching to see if maybe.
Yo, Rodney, man, that's cold-blooded, but maybe. What Bill Self say? Texas, best job in college basketball. Bill Self, he said it. So there's a good gig. Steve Sarkisian getting all that heat. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't worried about me. I'm going to do my thing. Let's start getting all that heat. So let David Pierce get all that heat. Even though Coach Terry gets some heat, it's a different type of heat. Different money, different atmosphere. That 4 months of snow that you get up there at stores, you ain't got to worry about that here at the ATX. So, Dan, Rodney, you might be on to something, my guy. You might be on to something. Because if I was Dan and CDC called, I'd pick up the phone. UConn's UConn, but Texas is Texas. I'd pick up the phone. But, yeah, man, them pros, D'Angelo Russell dealing with his ass, which D'Angelo Russell had a good year, but he's still kind of, there's something about D'Angelo Russell where you're like, dude, how locked in are you? Are you really doing what it takes to be a great player?
Listen, everybody says LeBron is high maintenance. Michael Jordan was so high maintenance.
Yeah.
He was, and you got to have those guys because they're going to run shit. They're going to be the enforcers on the team. They're going to make sure the players are accountable. They're going to make sure that players are working as hard as they need to be working. And in return, they're going to expect some stuff. If they're that talented, they're going to expect some, hey, don't you see my point of view type of agreement from the coach or the front office. And
I think if it was Braun's choice, he would take Ty Lue or Eric Spoelstra with him whenever he went. The decisions, him going to LA, Cleveland, whatever, he would have took those coaches because he trusts those guys. Mike, him and Phil had his respect from jump. Right when Phil took over, it changed. I mean, Doug Collins did a good job, but Doug also wasn't as locked in as Mike would have liked. Phil was 100% locked in, and all that Zen master shit, he could relate to guys and push their buttons without it causing any problems, which they probably had problems. But again, Phil was so good at handling any situation, whether it was Rodman, whether it was Jordan knocking Steve Kerr's ass out, like all of those things were handled, and they were able to focus on winning and focused on whatever they had to do. And then Jerry Krause messed that up. We all know what happened there. Last dance for you. Yeah. But yeah, that's when you have that coach that you trust and ride for, the way that Jordan did Phil, like LeBron, they were disrespecting the hell out of Darwin Ham this year. It was bad. It was really bad. Me and my pops talked about that last week. Like he talked about how he just couldn't believe it. Like, as a coach, how do you deal with that? To your point, like these athletes, when they become professionals, there's a certain entitlement that some of these guys have where, man, it can be really toxic depending on the player. So again, even LeBron, you're right. Mike was a little high maintenance. Kobe too. You know,
Oh.
Kobe, during that era where Kobe didn't have Phil and Phil came back, that was a dark time. Kobe might be scoring 40, but they were getting eliminated from the playoffs all the time, not making the playoffs. And then Phil gets back and they start making the playoffs and then winning championships again. Like, that's the only coach Kobe won with. You know, like that's coaching is such a big deal on every level. And I also think, Chip, when it comes to Dan Hurley's offense and the type that he runs in college, it's not going to translate like everybody thinks it will in the NBA. Like, he's a really good basketball mind, but especially in the playoffs, like in the playoffs, you can't expose anything. You just have to have better players overall and really smart players. That's what we're seeing right now in the finals with Boston going up 2-0 against the Mavericks. But the fact that it's only 24 seconds and the fact that, like, you know, just the different types of spacing and the different types of terminologies and plays that they run in the NBA opposed to college. Would Dan Hurley still be good? Yes. Would he be as good as we saw at UConn? Probably not. But if this personnel was good, maybe he could adjust. I don't know. But yeah, it just doesn't seem like his time to move on. And yeah, it's a big dub for the UConn faithful.
Yeah. Well, I was watching that Mavs Celtics game last night on the plane ride home. Man, Luka got off to a great start, and he looked around, and everyone else was like, "Who's that number 42?"
Max Kleber?
He was terrible. He looked like he was point shaving.
Yo, come on, man.
He was terrible. Wide open looks, clang, bad fouls, turnover. And Luka quit passing him the ball. Then it was, hey, let's see what PJ Washington's got. PJ was okay. It was, yeah, no one else showed up, man.
Yeah, it's interesting because you have the whole starting five scoring double digits. The bench does absolutely nothing. The bench probably gets you 9 points total, so that's an issue there. And yeah, I was very surprised how much Kyrie Irving has struggled, you know, with the momentum that he had right in this whole playoff run, which there's been times he hasn't necessarily scored well. In the Clippers, he had some teen games, but yeah, Drew Holiday, Derek White, they guard him well. You know, Jaylen Brown had a possession guarding Kyrie where he did a good job. Jason Tatum had a possession where he guarded Kyrie and he stripped him. You know, it's hard to score on Al Horford. He's just so smart and, you know, solid defensively. So
Porzingis was good till he looks like he got hurt again.
Yeah, and he says he won't miss any time. I'd watch that if I was the Celtics because you're not just looking at this series, we're looking at his future. So they have to be cautious with that. And he's been a huge factor. Like, even though he didn't score like he did in game one last night, his defense is a problem.
Yep.
Like, when they drive and they think they could go up and just finish on him, no, he's there. He is every bit of 7'3". He's long. He has great timing. He hustles. He goes after every shot. And even when he's not blocking it, he contests his shot. So depending on, you know, his usage rate in next game, we'll see what happens. But yeah, if I'm Dallas, I'm very concerned because Jason Tatum shoots 6 for 22. And the Celtics also shoot 25% from three. They miss 33s and you lose.
Right.
You still lose. Like, you're Jason Kidd, Jason Kidd, he's going back to those old ways, Chip. Like, he's been doing so good. He's been doing so good. Like, just the decisions that he's making on the court, the chess match that he's playing as a coach, the adjustments, the plays, the exploiting mismatches. And then he goes out in the press conference after game one and says, Jaylen Brown's the better player. What's the point of doing that? Like, you're trying to play mind games, but it's it reaches out for desperation, in my opinion. Like, you're really reaching there. For a coach to say that, it's very unprofessional. It's very immature. Like, why? There's just no need to say that, because that's a slight. You're giving a slight to Jason Tatum. And as good as Jaylen Brown is playing, like, yes, he does look like the best player at the moment. He's not the best player overall. Like, again, Jason Tatum went 6 for 22, but he still gave you a double-double with 12 assists. Like, how much he's grown over the course of his career, coming out of Duke to where he is now. We know he's a Kobe disciple, which means he's going to look for his shot. He's going to be aggressive. But this year, with all the talent around him, Derek White, Drew Holiday, which we're going to get to Drew in a second, like what a masterclass he had. But you got Jaylen Brown. Now you bring on Porzingis. You don't have to go out and score 35. And if people are locking in on you and they're throwing 2 guys at you, and every time you drive, you're meeting 2 people, make the right play. Make the right play and live with the results, because now you got talent to where it's going to matter. Drew Holiday's cutting at the right time. Derek White's always ready to shoot. Jaylen Brown, at times he looks flat out unstoppable. So Jason Tatum, yes, you're not shooting well and you're struggling. And a lot of people are weirdly hating on that because, they expect him to be the top 5 player that we think he is and that he came into the season being. But, bro, he's playing great. He's rebounding. He's playing good defense. His shot's just not falling, but he's impacting the game in other ways. So for Jason Kidd to say that Jaylen Brown's the best player on their team, to, I don't know, cause confliction and stuff, which shout out to Shaq. Shaq had, he was on NBA TV last night, and they had Jaylen Brown up there, talking to those guys, and they were interviewing them. And Shaq told him straight up, which is a guy who's been through these exact moments playing with somebody that's just as good, if not better than them, and Kobe. And he was like, yo, Jaylen, don't listen to all the noise going out. That's BS. Don't listen to all that. And he had to break it down to Jaylen again, because Jaylen's not really hearing it anyway. He was like, yo, they're trying to separate you. People like Jason Kidd are trying to separate you and trying to have, Jason Tatum be the guy and cause friction with y'all. Like, no, don't listen to that. And then Shaq, which I don't believe when Shaq said this is true, because we all knew Shaq was the man, but he was like, yo, Kobe was better than me, but it didn't matter. We went out, we won the rings. It's all about the rings. We'll just focus on that. So, yeah, it looked just like a desperate move for Jason Kidd for saying that. And in a way, I get it, because they have no answer for the Boston Celtics. Luka's defense is
terrible.
It's so bad.
It's terrible.
It's bad.
Like, the reason Jason Kidd is saying that Jaylen Brown's the best player in their team is because Luka's just letting him do whatever he wants. Like, yeah, Jaylen Brown looks great. He's not getting guarded. So if he wants to pull up, he pulls up. He wants mid-range, he gets mid-range. He wants to get to the rim for a tomahawk, he gets to the rim for a tomahawk. It's like, Luka's just like, ugh.
The first 2 possessions of the game told me everything I needed to see. The Mavs get the tip. Luka gets the ball. He comes in. He shoots one of his patented fadeaways in the mid-range. He hits it. Dallas goes up 2-0. Luka, in the beginning of the game, he's a little stiff and his calves bothering him, so he's galloping up the court, taking his time. They threw like a full court pass for Drew Holiday for a layup, and I'm like, yo, Luka, that's your cover, bruh. You got to let somebody know, hey, take my man or hustle back to get your man yourself. Like, it's just, I think he knows that he has to conserve this energy due to how good he needs to be offensively. And the Celtics know that too. They go at him almost every play. Whoever he's guarding, they have that person go up and set a screen. That's why Drew Holiday went crazy yesterday. Like, he was Luka's man a lot of the time. And every time Luka's guarding him, he goes up and sets a ball screen for Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown. And then both of those guys, they just go past Luka like it's nothing, which makes everybody have to rotate. And the Celtics are so good playing off the catch and catching and shooting and playing off closeouts and making the right play. And even though they didn't shoot well yesterday, they made the right play every time. And if Luka's going to get blown by like that, because he knows he can't foul either, but still, it's bad. It's really bad. And the superstar of your team, they can't be a liability on defense. They just can't. You never saw Jordan getting attacked defensively. You never saw Magic getting attacked defensively. Like, you don't see those things. And on the other side, Chip, which is even more ridiculous, they're trying to attack any mismatch they can for the Mavs, but that's Al Horford and Jason Tatum. Like, when Jason Tatum gets out on Luka, they try to go ISO. That's not that big of a mismatch. I'll take Luka against Jason Tatum, but Jason Tatum's a good enough defender to where it's going to be a tough bucket. So if that's the matchup that you're trying to exploit because you don't want those Drew Holiday, Jaylen Brown, Derek White problems, you're feeling good if you're the Boston Celtics, man. And they're not getting any of the lobs that they got in the last series. Lively and Gafford, they're not really making a big impact on the game due to the matchups that they're having to deal with and the fact that they have to be so spaced out guarding Al Horford and Porzingis. Like Rudy Gobert, you don't have to worry about the three. With Big Al and Kristaps, you got to worry about the three. So where they put those guys on the perimeter, it allows Holiday and Brown and Tatum to get to the rim with ease. And then you got to worry about the team that led the whole league in three-point shots. I didn't think this was going to be such a big mismatch, but it is. And, yeah, must win on Wednesday if you're Dallas, because we all know the record when you go down 0-3. No one's ever done it before. So, not looking good. Do I think the Mavericks could come back and tie the series? I do. The fans got to be crazy, but, man, when your best players aren't shooting well and you could go to Drew Holiday, your fourth option, and he gets you 26, that's hard to overcome stuff like that.
Yeah. We'll get back to that. Let me get in a word from my friends at Brain Vault, the mouth guard that is changing the game. Look, you got a competitor in your household who's playing flag football, lacrosse, soccer, gymnastics. Vault mouth guard is the only mouth guard. It is proven patented to reduce the effects of concussion, developed right here in Austin by Austin's dentist, Dr. Greg Eckert, Dr. Ueckert. All you have to do is go to brainvault.com for a fitting. You will thank us later. Brainvault.com. And audiovisual consultations. I mean, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, football season's right around the corner. Make one phone call to our man, Tom McKay, audiovisual consultations, 255-8678. And with that phone call, from the free consultation to installation, Tom and his crew bring everything to you. You don't need to be lugging big screens around in a pickup truck or punching holes in your drywall. Just call 255-8678 and let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. And if you hustle over to Cover 3 on Anderson, you might still catch my son, who's, I think, serving lunch today. But Cover 3, it is the place to watch your favorite teams, to gather with your favorite people, and to eat your favorite foods. So Cover 3, you got the Round Rock location up at Old Settlers. You've got the Anderson location. Of course, you got Cover 2 at 183 and Lake Creek. All right, let's talk to our man Brett Wilkinson. You know him on Twitter, X, whatever, as Directors Cup Dates. And Texas has just won its third Directors Cup in 4 years. Brett, would it be 4 years in a row if those geese didn't fly into the rowing boats at the national championship last year, causing the Texas rowing team to go from first to what, third or fourth? Fourth.
That was a big swing. I think Stanford ended up having the clearance, but if you factor in two disasters, one natural in the geese and one unnatural in those funky lights that they have there at the Sunken Diamond in Palo Alto, it was that regional baseball or super regional baseball plus the geese that would have swung things in Texas's favor last year.
Yeah. Forgot about this. I mean, Chris Del Conte sent the athletic director at Stanford a box of flashlights and said, "Here, tape these up on your light poles because your lights are so bad." But yeah, that was a big one because that would obviously Texas and Stanford have been going head to head in the Directors Cup, and that turned out to be a big swing, a head to head swing. So
it was a big swing last year, and that's what they needed to happen this year. They needed a lot of big swings in their favor, and it just didn't really play out that way. Both teams kind of, held course. Texas was predicted to win by 70 plus points, and Stanford didn't really fade at all, but Texas didn't either. They held strong, and really the predictions held pretty true, and that's why Texas ended up on top.
Yeah, Brett, a lot of this love should go to Chris Del Conte and what he's done since he became athletic director. I mean, it seems like every sport is clicking on all cylinders. I know baseball is going what they're going through, and, who knows if David Pierce is going to be back next year or not. But besides that, just how can you not be happy with all of these different athletic departments, with the coaching staff, getting the resources and the facilities, and obviously the student athletes?
Yeah, it's incredibly impressive. I think it was 12 top 10 finishes this year. There's 20 NCAA championships that they competed in, and 12 sports finished in the top 20. So that's an incredible hit rate. Comparing them to a school like Tennessee has a very similar athletic department compared to Texas. I think they compete in the exact same 20 sports, and they're going to be in third place this year. And just looking at it across the board, it's basically like Texas is just one step ahead of Tennessee in all of these sports, and that's the difference in first and third. And it's really hard to be competitive in the Directors Cup with only 20 sports. It'll be 21 next year for Texas with beach volleyball. It's incredibly hard to do, incredibly impressive what they've been able to pull off, to hang in there with the likes of Stanford, Michigan, Ohio State, also with huge athletic departments. They both have 32 teams. Stanford has 31. So to be a little guy like Texas, which is not how we're typically used to describing ourselves, I think even CDC called us Goliath at one point. But in terms of sheer number of athletic programs, 20 is on the smaller side. It's right at the average for Division I schools. So to compete in this cup, which definitely favors schools with larger departments, more teams, it says a lot.
Yeah, because just for the people tuning in who are like, oh, the Directors Cup, how do they figure that out? It's the top 19 sports.
Top 19, and you have to include, which this has been helpful to Texas, you have to include baseball, both basketball teams, and the volleyball team. So Texas has scored points in all of those sports here in recent history. I know baseball was a little bit disappointing, but they still got their one win in the regional, which was helpful. They got 37.5 points to our total. Compared to Stanford, who last year was obviously in the College World Series. We've already touched on that, and they did not make the tournament. I know I was telling people to keep an eye on them in the Pac-12 tournament. They made it to the semifinals, and winning that tournament would have given them that automatic bid and added to the point total. It wouldn't have changed the ultimate outcome, but that was a big moment for Stanford to make up some ground, and they couldn't get it done. So, yeah, that's how the scoring system works. It's those 4 sports plus your next 15, whichever you're scoring the most points, and you get to count.
Okay. Brett, when you think about last week at the softball game, Texas versus Stanford, if Stanford would have won that series, what would have happened? Would they have given them the victory, or would Texas be able to hold on?
Yeah, so Texas ended up winning. It was 13-12 for Stanford, and Texas scored 13-77. So it was a 65-point victory. So softball by itself wouldn't have been enough. Even say Stanford went on to win the whole thing, they would have added 17 points. And had they knocked Texas off, that would have erased 7 points from Texas. So that would have been about a 25-point swing. It would have made it a little bit tighter, but still the victory was 65 points, so it still would have been a 40-point victory, even had softball gone differently. Even if Stanford went on to beat OU, which, I mean, with that pitcher they have is possible, but even that wouldn't have been enough. It needed to be 3 or 4 things that really fell in their favor, and it just didn't pan out that way this year.
Where did Stanford finish in rowing?
Second.
Okay.
So that regatta, as they like to call it, was a really fun one to watch from a Directors Cup standpoint. Texas and Stanford were in the top 3 finishes in all 3 of the races. I think Stanford was maybe third in the second varsity 8. Tennessee took second, but other than that, it was Texas and Stanford first and second place throughout. And it came down to the very last boat, the first varsity 8-person boat. And Texas and Stanford were going at it the entire race. And, Texas won by a couple of seconds, which is a really close race in rowing. And that would have flipped the winner. Stanford would have won had they won that race. So it was really entertaining to watch that just in general, but also from a Directors Cup standpoint.
So Zay brought this up earlier. How do you think Stanford changing conferences and having to go cross country to the ACC, the Atlantic Coast Conference, how do you think that's going to affect Stanford athletics?
Well, first, let's say this. If I'm ever starting a new conference, I'm not putting any geography in the title, nor am I putting a number, because we've seen how wonky that has been over the last decade or so. I think you have to look at their travel sports. So obviously some sports, you don't really travel around based on your conference. So golf, you go play whatever golf tournament you want. Track and field, you go to whatever track meets you want. So I don't see those sports being impacted very much for Stanford. But those travel heavy sports, those ones where you're traveling to play home and aways against your conference mates, I'm curious to see, are the best basketball players, baseball players, are they going to want to go to a team that's going to have them traveling coast to coast every couple of weeks just to compete in, a midweek basketball game? I don't know. That certainly might have an impact there. So we'll have to see how that shakes out. But I would really keep an eye on their travel sports. Women's volleyball, women's basketball, they've been pretty elite. They already lost their women's basketball coach, and that might be due to the fact that they're in this new conference and she didn't want to go to New Jersey to play Rutgers every year. Don't blame her necessarily. So maybe some impacts there already from this new conference. We'll have to watch and see. And then financially, what are they going to want to invest in athletics going forward? I know Stanford's not hurting for money, but I know they've already looked into shrinking down their athletic department. They do have 36 programs. Only 31 compete in NCAA sports. So that's why I talk about 31 with the Directors Cup. But they've already thought about shaving some of those sports off, and there was a big uproar, and they saved all 36. But is that something that they revisit? If they're having to pay their football team $20 million plus a year, do they start shaving off, the sailings and the fencings of the world?
Well, they're not going to shave women's water polo because, by God, they're the national champs, right?
They've got a lot of good programs that, I think you have to look at what are you most successful at, and that's probably what they would first and foremost want to hang on to. And maybe they start trimming the fat. There is some fat to be trimmed from that athletic department. Some sports that I would say, if I'm looking at it, haven't quite lived up to the standard of what they're looking for. So those might be the ones that you see go first.
Yeah. What sports in the future do you see Texas adding?
So I'll give you my answer, which is strictly from a Directors Cup standpoint. That is women's bowling. And yeah, exactly. So why is that? Well, a couple of things. I think the competition level in women's bowling is probably about the lowest that you have out there for any of these NCAA sports that are natural for Texas to throw their hat in. I'm not going to suggest Texas should start a skiing program, which some of the teams that compete in skiing, you're like, I've never heard of this school before, but it's these mountain colleges in Colorado or the Northeast. But bowling makes a lot of sense to me. The biggest name in bowling is probably Vanderbilt, and they don't even run the show. McKendree College won the championship a couple years ago. This last year, Jacksonville State won the championship in their very first season as a program. So,
that's 100 points.
Exactly. So if you're telling me Jacksonville State can win it in their first year, you can't tell me that it's not possible for Texas to come in to a sport like women's bowling and be highly successful from the jump. So from a Directors Cup standpoint, I that's what I would say. If CDC was to call me up and say, hey, how do I get some more points here? What's the easiest? I think women's bowling the easiest avenue. And look, it's Title IX compliant, all of that. We're adding a women's sport. So I think it makes a lot of sense. Practically, I think women's gymnastics would be a great addition. If you could also add men's gymnastics at the same time, that would be incredible. Going into SEC, that's a strong gymnastics conference. So I think that would be a great addition. It's going to be highly competitive for Texas to jump in and start having success immediately. But I think that makes a lot of sense from a sports standpoint. And then women's lacrosse. I hear women's lacrosse thrown around a lot. It would make a lot of sense as well. I think Texas high schools have a lot of lacrosse interest. And again, you're getting into a sport that's been around for hundreds of years, is highly competitive. So it's not going to be easy to add Directors Cup points from women's lacrosse, but I wouldn't be surprised to see one of those two sports added even before women's bowling, unless I can convince CDC otherwise.
The way that the sports are trending, Brett, talking to Brett Wilkinson, follow him on Twitter, X @direct_cupdates. Does a great job keeping you up to speed on the Directors Cup, which of course Texas just won for the third time in 4 years. Based on the scoring that you're seeing, Brett, in the sports, is Texas trending in the right direction to maintain their hold on this cup?
Well, I always start off by saying, every year Texas goes into this, they have an uphill battle to climb. If Stanford's hitting on all cylinders, they're going to win every year. You asked me earlier in pre-show, what was the difference? And really the answer was last year Stanford scored 1,412 points, and this year they scored 100 points less. Texas didn't really change their score. Texas' score increased by 7 points. So it wasn't like some big move that Texas made to pass Stanford. It was that Texas had another phenomenal year and Stanford, slid back just a little bit. Looking at sports and what it means for Texas going forward, obviously it's really nice to have a football program that you can start, banking on having a high finish. The fourth place finish for football this year. They use the coaches poll, by the way. The final coaches poll is how they divvy out the Directors Cup points. I don't know if that's going to change with the playoff coming in the future, but let's assume that continues to be the case. That helps Texas to know that you can count on your football team scoring 60, 70 plus points. They got 80 points this past year for their fourth place finish. So that's really helpful. Obviously, I think softball is right up there with the elite of the elite now. You can expect them to score. You've got your programs that aren't even trending in the right direction. They're just sitting at the very top. Women's volleyball, there's no place to go but down, unfortunately. So they've got to maintain that high level and keep winning championships, or at least making these deep runs. Rowing, I don't know what's going to stop our women's rowing program from continuing to have, high levels of success. So for Texas this year, it was really just maintaining a high level of success in the sports where they're elite. And then some sports bumped up 10 to 20 points. Some sports bumped down 10 to 20 points. That happens. That's going to happen from year to year. But all in all, it balanced out. And as long as Texas can score in the high 1300s, maybe even into the 1400s like they've done before, they're going to be right up there with Stanford. And then it just depends on how it shakes out. How well does Stanford do? Do we see Stanford trend in the wrong direction? That could really open it up for Texas to just, maybe they win 25 of these in a row.
Well, and you mentioned Tennessee is going to finish third.
Mm-hmm.
And who's the school coming up from the other direction that Texas needs to watch out for, or who is starting to, is it Tennessee? Is it someone else?
I think the real answer is probably nobody, because it's just such an impossible thing to compete at this level. And I mentioned Tennessee's had a great year. All 20 of their sports are going to score, no zeros on the scorecard. That's impressive. That's really solid. But still, they have to take a step up in almost all 20 of those sports to compete. They might win it all in baseball. I mean, that'd be great. I do think they won another national championship at some point this year, as I pull that up. But, baseball is really their only chance for a national championship. They were third in rowing, third in women's tennis. So they've got to push those high-level finishes to championships. These other top 10 finishes, they've got to push up to the top 3. And then they've got to get rid of their lower scoring sports. They got to bump those up to the top 20, top 25. And that's a big ask. It's kind of unbelievable that Texas is performing at that level. So could Tennessee do it? Maybe, but it's a gigantic task to actually pull off. So I don't see anybody coming up to this level as Texas and Stanford, to be honest. If anything, it's just, Texas could easily fall down. That wouldn't even be an upsetting thing. That wouldn't even be that negative of a thing. It's just you're at the tippy top of the mountain, and it makes sense that it's hard to stay there. So if that happens, that's really the only way I see Texas not competing at the top of this for Stanford. Can Michigan and Ohio State and these other big programs, can they get all these teams competing at a high level? Well, they have a pretty high rate of just not competing in a lot of the sports that they have on campus. I think Stanford even has maybe 8 sports that they're taking a 0 in. Michigan and Ohio State are even worse. So, I mean, you talk about a complete overhaul for Michigan and Ohio State. I just don't see anybody else jumping up into the 1300s in the Directors Cup score. So I guess my answer is really nobody can do it. Only Stanford and Texas can back down to everybody else's level.
Yeah, North Carolina is the only other school to win a Directors Cup, and that was the first one?
That was the very first one back in 1993, the Fighting Mia Hams. Of course, they had some basketball success at that time. It was a slightly different scoring system back then. So I need to do a deep dive into that season and see exactly how they pulled it off. But yeah, that was the only other school that's ever won. Stanford was second that year. And then they weren't second again until Texas pulled it off back in 21.
All right. And just for giggles, where's OU and A&M?
I knew you were going to ask that. Let's see. I think Texas A&M, they could actually finish in the top 10 this year, which would be a strong showing from them. Texas A&M, for as much as I can sit here and say Texas doesn't have that big of an athletic department, neither does A&M. They have 19 sports, actually, so one less than Texas. It depends on how baseball shakes out. There's a lot of schools that are still competing in baseball that are right there in the 900-point range. So I do believe A&M, and they had a strong track finishes as well. They're going to break the 1,000-point mark, and I think they're going to finish in the top 10. I'm not sure exactly where, but somewhere in the top 10. Oklahoma, they're looking more. They're going to be top 25, but more in that 20 to 25 range.
Okay. All right. It's always good when A&M and OU aren't even around compared to Texas. It's always a good feeling.
I will be putting out some standings showing, how everybody stacked up in the Big 12. I like to do the SEC, but I also like to put OU and Texas in the SEC just to see how they might do against the future competition. And then I usually do a state of Texas ranking, just to highlight where all the Texas universities have panned out. So, that'll be another opportunity to highlight that, yeah, Texas has finished ahead of Texas A&M once again in this.
All right, everybody, make sure you're following Brett at direct_cup_dates. And then you'll be in the know.
That's right. We have a lot of fun. I always love interacting with people, answering questions. If somebody tries to come at Texas, I might, refute them with some facts and some numbers, which is always fun as well. So yeah, come check it out.
All right, Brett, appreciate the work, man. Everybody who follows the Director's Cup is following you. So appreciate all the hard work, and thanks for coming on with us today.
Absolutely. Hook 'em.
All right, there he is, Brett Wilkinson. Again, follow him on Twitter at direct_cup dates. And Zay, that's some good work that the Longhorns have put in. But yeah, he makes a good point. Volleyball's won back-to-back national championships. Those 100 points are big.
Yeah.
Those are big. Just like Stanford's women's water polo team.
Yeah.
What the?
I mean, water polo is dope. I like watching water polo in the Olympics. We'll definitely be watching it in Paris this year. It's a very difficult game, but also, they're out there swimming, throwing the ball in the goal. It's cool. It's water polo. 100 points for that? I mean,
100.
Come on.
100 points. So my daughter says to me, hey, McCallum's going to have a women's water polo team. And I'm like, so? And she's like, I could add a varsity sport to my college resume. I'm like, I mean, you still got to go to practice and swim all that way.
Whoa.
I can't wait to see how this turns out. But
I put $5 on an Africa team to win water polo at the Olympics and come out rich. We're not the best swimmers, my African brothers.
But if you could find a coach who would train that country to be the best women's water polo team and then bet them on, betus.com, whatever.
Yeah, on some cool running type stuff.
Right.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Like they don't even play international competition. They just maybe fly in some old former pros or something and keep them totally under radar.
Yeah, completely. Now, again, anytime thinking about water in the motherlands, it's about drinking it. Not about enjoying it. It's about drinking it. But still, I'm sure, always go for the Kenya brother in the
marathon.
In the marathons. The Kenya brother, that's about $120.
Hey, in the marathon,
months.
The 10,000, the 5,000, I'm going with the Kenyan brother.
Go with the Kenyan brother, man.
That dude's
looks
all
like he
skin
hasn't
and
eaten in
bones.
months.
Oh yeah. He is so aerodynamic.
Oh, the stamina's crazy. Gosh,
Oh
that's
man.
funny.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's get a couple more mentions in and then let's get into the commentary. You know what I'm saying? How about Apple leasing? How about you treating yourself to a new car? Don't you deserve that? Because here's the deal. How about getting into a better car than you thought you could afford? You're not paying for the future trade-in value of the car, which is the single biggest markup in a new or used car. And it's brand new. You're picking everything, the interior, exterior. You're going to get that new car smell, and you're not breaking the bank. Apple Leasing. Go to appleleasing.com. Look at all their new car specials right now. Whether you want to keep your payments in the $400 range or get a Range Rover, Apple Leasing is going to take care of you. They lease every make and model of car. It's worth repeating that, because if you had a bad leasing experience in the past, it's probably because you leased from a dealership. They're not going to let you out of your contract. They want to keep you in that make and model of car. Whereas Apple Leasing, you want to change make and model of car 2-3 years into your lease? No problem. Easy lease. Everything about Apple Leasing is easy. So go to appleleasing.com. They're there to answer your questions right now, or give them a call at 346-9977. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. And if you're ready for some seafood, guess what, kids? It's Monday night at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, which means happy hour, $1 raw oysters. Best selection of raw oysters in Austin. And how about $1 raw oysters? So just eat those oysters till your heart is content. All night happy hour on Mondays at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. You got the Zilker location right there at Mopac and Rollingwood. You've got the Round Rock location up at Old Settlers. And yeah, enjoy. All right, Zay. It's been an interesting, couple weeks. And I think people are curious to know what's going on with Texas baseball. And I would just say it's probably going to be a new coach. I think Texas fans should have some patience, which I know is hard because recruiting season, all that, any kind of extended coaching search or limbo, let's put it that way, coaching limbo can set you behind in recruiting. You've got draft eligible sophomores in Jared Thomas and Jalen Flores. So you got to figure out how to maybe try to talk them into staying if they're not drafted as high as where maybe they were hoping, or if you can convince them if they come back, they can double that money. All that needs to be taken care of. But yeah, if you're asking me if I think there's going to be a change, I think there's going to be a change. And I like David Pierce. I think he's a success story. I think his teams always fight. They battle. But I think the timing is terrible for him right now because he took on the pitching this season when he didn't have to. He didn't give autonomy to Frank Anderson 2 years ago when they offered Frank the bank, and all Frank wanted was, I just have total autonomy, right? No? Okay, I'm not coming. That was a mistake because that happened under Chris Del Conte. Chris Del Conte was the one extending the offer to Frank Anderson. And when it all blows up because David Pierce isn't going to relinquish autonomy
It's my team.
To his pitching coach, right? And he's a pitching guy. He threw bullpen or batting practice, not bullpen, Jesus. Batting practice, for the Astros. He's a pitcher. He's a pitching coach. He likes to call the pitches. He likes to, but this was bad timing. It was bad timing to have the highest ERA since 1999 when you take over and you're starting pitching. And I get it. Tanner Witt was hurt, and that's sad. But LeBaron Johnson didn't get better. Charlie Hurley didn't get better. A lot of guys didn't get better. And you're the guy. You fired Woody Williams, who had LeBaron Johnson's ERA, I think, cut in half last year. That's bad. Everyone can look and see why the hitting was so good. And if David Pierce tries to take credit for that, no one's going to believe him because he's got Troy Tulowitzki and Caleb Longley. So those guys basically coach the offense, and David Pierce coaches the defense. And the defense had a bad year. And now you're going to the SEC where we just ticked off all the teams who are in two of them are already in the College World Series, including Texas A&M with the coach who used to be the baseball coach for Chris Del Conte, and Tennessee.
I think, 3 are in. Kentucky, A&M, Tennessee. Florida's in 2, 4 are in. And Georgia might be in today. So it might be 5.
Yeah, and Tennessee's head coach, Tony Vitello, was the assistant coach to Schlossnagle at TCU under Chris Del Conte. So Chris Del Conte knows what good baseball coaching looks like because he hired them. Well, he didn't hire Schlossnagle. He did hire Vitello. Schlossnagle hired him, but Del Conte paid him. So, yeah, I think it's bad timing for David Pierce. So there's your chip shot on a Monday. Zay, let's get to the right call, my man.
Let's get it. Before all that, though, shout out to Covert Bee Cave, Covert Automotive Dealership. They've been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. Go check them out at the beautiful 42 acres down there in the Hill Country. They provide a high-quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. You will leave satisfied as a customer because the service is outstanding. Also, 7 terrific brands to choose from: Dodge, Ram, Jeep, GMC, Buick, Chrysler, and Cadillac. Go to covertbcave.com for our latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. This story has gone viral over the weekend. Our girl, Caitlin Clark, has had an up and down rookie year. You know, it hasn't been all peaches and roses for the number one pick in the WNBA draft, the absolute phenom coming out of Iowa. It's been tough. They've been going at her, knocking her down. We got Kendall Weaver's sister taking her out on some dirty stuff. It's been tough for old Caitlin Clark.
That was Kendall Weaver's sister?
Yes, Kennedy Carter. She spells it with a C, just like Kendall Weaver spells his name with a C. Yes, that is his sister. Yes, the one that went to A&M, that is her. Absolutely. So dirty. Such a dirty move. But yeah, that is Kendall Weaver's sister. But anyway,
wow.
Yeah. So the Team USA women's national.
See, that's why people listen to Chip and Zay, because Zay, when it comes to basketball, I mean, he knows whose sister it is who's knocking the pasty white girl from Iowa on her ass.
Why she gotta be pasty? What is that for? She hasn't had a chance to be down in Florida like you, getting her tan on. You know what I'm saying? She is.
Don't they have some tanning cream or don't they have those tanning salons anymore? Or are those gone?
No, you're tripping. You're out of control. I am not riding with you on that one. Caitlin Clark looks all right. She's fine.
All right, Caitlin Clark looks fine.
She's fine.
But,
come on.
hey,
what's wrong with you?
She did have 7 threes the other night. I don't know.
Yeah,
There's something about her.
Yeah.
Something about her that rubs me wrong. I kind of like seeing her getting toughened up a little bit here. She'll be better for it.
Shame on you, man. She doesn't deserve that. She's giving these girls private jets, private planes and stuff. All these things that they never had before. Caitlin Clark has given them those things, and they're going to repair with an elbow to the face? That ain't right. And now they're not going to put her on the USA team? Are you serious? Come on. And I heard Rebecca Lobo, which I love Rebecca Lobo. She is one of the most beautiful horse-faced women of all time. Love Rebecca. She does
that
a
is
great job.
terrible.
How's that terrible? You just called Caitlin Clark pasty. I said she was beautiful.
You just called Rebecca Lobo horseface.
I called her beautiful. I said beautiful horse-faced women. I like horses. What's wrong with that? I see nothing wrong with what I said. Huh?
There's such a thing as a beautiful horse-faced woman?
Yes, depending on the woman. Rebecca Lobo. Love me some Rebecca Lobo, man.
Are you like trying to do the okie doke on me right here?
I'm not doing anything.
You're saying that calling a woman a beautiful horse-faced woman is a compliment.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. My bad. I'm learning something here today.
Yeah. I put you on game.
Face and
that might not be somebody else's cup of tea. That's my cup of tea with a little bit of lemon and sugar. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But anyway, she went out and said that it's a whole process and stuff with the USA team. These girls have been getting, trained and ready for the Olympics for the last 3 years or so. In a way, that's true, but also Steph Curry, he hasn't played for the Olympic team since 2014. He's on this Olympic team coming up in 2024. They didn't have any tryouts. They didn't have any of that. They picked Steph because Steph is one of the most popular and best players in the world. Caitlin Clark is one of the most popular and best players in the world. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Isaiah Thomas, who got hosed from the Olympic team in 92. Absolutely hosed. Michael Jordan and Pippen. His coach was Chuck Daly, got hosed. He thinks that she got snubbed. It's bad for the game. It's bad for the game because she's good enough. Like, it'd be different if it was a Christian Laettner situation, which he didn't deserve to get that gold medal in 92. That's still bogus that he was on there. Everybody's like, oh, it's because he's white. No, Chris Mullin was the token white dude on that team. So if we want to go there, it was White and Stockton. Chris Mullin and Stockton were both on that team. They deserved it. They're Hall of Famers. Laettner didn't deserve it. I still don't understand why he made it over Isaiah Thomas. But Caitlin Clark, come on, man. Caitlin Clark should be on it.
They're keeping her off because she's polarizing.
Yeah, they don't like her.
They don't like her.
They don't like her. They don't like her. And
they don't feel like she's deserving of it yet. And she did hit 7 threes the other night. It's pretty hard to find people with 30-foot range in the women's game.
Yeah. And again, she might not play, but it's not like it's going to be that competitive anyway. The women always win by 20. Like, you could play everybody the same amount of minutes and you're going to win by 20 or 30 no matter who you play. And plus, like I said last week when you were gone, since those women play overseas because they have to due to, the money that they don't get paid in the WNBA, they have to play year-round. So once the WNBA season's over, they go right up to Europe and play in those leagues. They're more acclimated to the game. They get the rules. They get how it's played. So when they play against those other countries, it's a difference when the men do it. The men aren't used to the overseas game because they play in the NBA, and it's so different. The women, they jump right into it quick, and plus the WNBA rules and the overseas rules are pretty similar anyway. So
here's where, if I'm with USA Basketball, I got to get Caitlin Clark on this team because she is the future. Like, I need her to get some experience, whether I play her or not. I need her to get some experience because she is going to be on these Olympic teams for the next 12 years, most likely.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
From that standpoint, I don't really care if my current players don't like her because she is part of the future.
Yeah. Like Diana Taurasi, there's no need for her to be on this team.
Right. Like she's the godfather.
Yeah, I get it. You always have to have that one old head on the team, but she's won 5 gold medals. Like, I think she's okay. Like, I get it. And Gino is usually the coach of these teams. So Gino loves his UConn girls.
He loves Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, he does. But I don't know. He'll always choose Taurasi. Like, Taurasi was hating on Caitlin Clark hard.
Oh, yeah.
During the Final Four and stuff. Talking about she'd take Paige Beckers over her. And Taurasi looked really bad. So if they're pulling the old Taurasi was acting like MJ with Caitlin Clark, the way that MJ was acting with Isaiah Thomas, Caitlin had no chance. And you're right. Yeah, she's the future. So you want her on the team just to get that experience, but it's bad. It's bad for the game. Like, if I'm the WNBA, I'm trying to push the game forward any way possible. Wherever you think about Caitlin Clark, you need to put that to the side for the greater good of the, who you're representing, and that's Team USA. So, yeah.
And she told her coach with the Fever, they awoken a monster. Release the Kraken. Here comes Caitlin Kraken Clark. Caitlin Clark the Kraken. She plays on a terrible team, by the way.
Oh, yeah, they're awful. Yo, but if they get the number 1 pick next year and get Paige Beckers, now they're cooking with some hot grease. Now they're cooking with some hot grease.
Then maybe they trade for Diana Taurasi and they just go.
Hell no, Taurasi. Taurasi's old and washed. She's not washed. She's still good, but she in her 40s now. I really don't understand why she's on the team at this point. Like, we get it. Like, you could still play a little bit, but I'd take Diana Taurasi off this team so fast and put Caitlin Clark on. Like, Taurasi's old news. You've won 5. Like, how greedy are you? You've won 5. 04, 08, 2012, 2016, 2021. She's won 5 gold medals. And she's out here still going. And they're like, come on down, just be a part of the team because, you're a legend. And, some people have her as the greatest WNBA player of all time. That's hard to argue.
She's 41.
Yeah. She up there. But again, they only play like 50 games a season, if that. So she don't got many miles. Overseas she plays too, but she doesn't have as many miles as I guess LeBron does going into his 40s. But yeah, put Kayla on that team, man. They don't like her. They haters. And I get it. There's certain things that she needs to learn, but also with all the things that she's allowing to happen to her, because the camera's always in her face. She's always dealing with paparazzi, it seems like. And she's still just trying to hoop and keep her head down. She ain't trying to hurt nobody. She ain't saying nothing crazy. Like, she's going about it the right way. She is. So, yeah, bad move.
She's only shooting 32% from 3. I mean, is this decision because she's not, she's not efficient right now?
I've watched her a little bit this year. The attention that she gets is different.
Yeah.
Those other girls got to step it up. She's giving everybody open shots, and she's forcing a ton because she knows that she has to score for them to even have a chance. But when you're getting blitzed coming off of double teams or coming off of screens and the double teams were there and you're making the right play, but your teammates aren't producing enough, then yeah, you're going to try to force your way, to the finish line. And 32% from 3, she's forcing a lot of bad shots because of how they're playing her. And the lack
37% from 2.
It's tough.
So, yeah, that we'll see if that stands. But as of right now, Caitlin Clark not going to be on the USA women's basketball team at the Olympics. All right, so can we talk about the Mavs free throw shooting last night?
Yeah.
That was embarrassing. They opened the game 2 of 7 from the free throw line. Just watching one free throw after another clang off the rim, that's in some ways going for it on 4th down and not making it. It's like out of the team. I thought that was terrible. I mean, they opened 2 of 7, and Luka went 0 for 2 his first trip to the line. It was like, okay, you're not tired now. I mean, the game just started. You're supposed to have your legs under you. You're supposed to,
Yeah. He's not the best. He's not the best free throw shooter. You would think with his touch, he'd be in the 80s, but he's in the low 70s. So he could be inconsistent at times. And yeah, 16 for 24 overall. That's not great, but I've seen worse. The problem is it's just their bench isn't giving them anything. Like Derek Lively was so good those first 3 series. And the way that they're bringing them out and then making them guard on the perimeter, that's not what he likes to do. He wants to stick around the paint. He wants to contest shots. And, he's an inside player. He's an old school type of big playing in this new generation of basketball. But the Boston Celtics, they play the best of this new generation of basketball where you have bigs that could shoot and guards that could shoot and make plays. And
they have a 7'3" guy who will pull up from 30.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you Porzingis is hitting a better 3-point clip than Caitlin Clark right now.
Yeah. And who knows what his durability is going to be on Wednesday. That Achilles, it definitely got re-aggravated last night, but Yeah, Luka and Kyrie guarding Derek White and Drew Holiday is a problem. It's a problem. They try to hide Luka as much as they can, and Luka, you got to give a better effort. Point blank, period. Like they could try to hide you, but if you're throwing out that just weak ass 50% effort because you know that you're going to need you offensively, that's not going to cut it, man. That's not going to cut it. That's why the greatest players of all time were really good defenders, along with being really good offensive players. You got to bring it on both sides. So there's just different dagger plays in the game last night that you can't have if you're the Dallas Mavericks. One of them that really stuck out, about 3:30 left in the game, you're trying to come back, and Drew Holiday, this just goes to his brilliance, but he's guarding PJ Washington at half court, and he knows that the ball has to get back to Luka's hands because Luka is their whole offense at this point. So PJ throws the ball back court. Drew gets a piece of it. Luka, knowing that the 8-second violation is about to go up, he panics and tries to throw it back real fast. Derek White gets the steal, going out of bounds, throws it to Holiday. Holiday catches it, throws it to Horford. Horford with a quick touch pass back to Holiday, 3-ball, dagger ball game. And that block at the end, that was a foul. If you're a Mavs fan, you're pissed off because Derek White and Jaylen Brown, I don't know who got to it first. I think it was Derek White, but on PJ Washington, to make the game a 3-point game, you're down by 5. Those two get the combination block. Jaylen Brown has his hand in Washington's back. So it was a weird play. If you're a ref, you really don't want to call that, but you have to. If your hand is pushing somebody's back when they're about to go up, like you're going to change their momentum. You're going to change, them making the play. And since both of those guys were there, it was such a quick play that I guess the ref just wanted to let it ride. Plus, you're in Boston, but PJ Washington gets fouled. He goes and makes 2 free throws, which who knows with how bad they shot free throws if they would have went in or not. But now it's a 3-point game with 40-something seconds left, and it's a different ball game. And now the pressure is back on the Celtics, but that doesn't happen. They come back down the other end. Jaylen Brown gets a layup. They go up 7. And, that's it. But the Mavs, the defense for Luka has to get better. Kyrie has
that's
to
what I
be
wanted
more
to ask
efficient.
you. The Mavs were number 2 in March in defensive rating among all teams, number 2. And Luka ranked first among players with a minimum of 750 possessions over the final month of the regular season. So it seemed like the Mavs were taking steps. I know the playoffs are totally different, but was that just who cares because it's the regular season? Or have we seen them be able to take up their defense several notches?
Yeah, I mean, the first 3 rounds, their defense was immaculate. Against the Timberwolves, to beat the Timberwolves in 5 games with the momentum that they had up to that point, that's very impressive. So they're still a good defensive team. The Celtics are just that great offensively. Like Jason Tatum is struggling his ass off when it comes to shooting, yet they're up 2-0. Like that's what's terrifying if you're a Mavs fan and you're Jason Kidd and you're going to these desperate measures on saying Jaylen Brown's the best player to hopefully cause some friction or have Jason Tatum come out and try to prove that he's the best player. He took a lot of shots, but again, he had 12 assists. So if you're relying on Derek White and Drew Holiday to not do anything because they're the quote-unquote role players, that's a bad way to go. Because those guys are just too skilled. They're just too talented. They're big. Like, people don't realize Drew Holiday is around 6'4", 6'5". Derek White's around 6'5", 6'6". So these are your backcourt point guards who are also a problem on the defensive end. And now you got Luka, who doesn't want to guard anybody, Drew's taking him every time he gets the chance, throwing up that little scoop floater and Euro stepping his way to the lane. Jaylen Brown's attacking, and Jaylen Brown's defense on Luka, even though he's dropped 30 in the last 2 games, it's been good. It's been good because Luka, he's having to work. He's having some bad turnovers. Like yesterday, he was just throwing stuff behind him and getting caught traveling because of Jaylen Brown. Like the Celtics' problem when they lose, it seems like they've just been too bored. It seems like they know that they could take it up to another gear, but Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, they could get complacent and be like, you know what? This move that I've been practicing for a few weeks, let me try it now. And the Eastern Conference Finals. Like that's how they were when Indiana was getting close and some of these games were tight. It seemed like Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown were like, you know what? We're going to win this series. We know we're going to win this series, but let's just make it interesting. Let me shoot this horrible step back in the corner just because. And now they're not doing that because they're so locked in on a championship. Joe Mazzulla's been amazing. Like, shout out to him. I don't think he's 35 years old yet. Like, that guy.
They barely kept him after last year.
Right? They barely kept him. And shout out to the team for vouching for him and saying he did a good job. And if you just hear him mic'd up and stuff, like you could tell he has this team's 100% respect. Like that guy, he's done a hell of a job. And, a guy that played for old crazy ass, what's my man, West Virginia coach? Bobby. Yeah.
Huggy Bear?
Yeah, Huggy Bear. So even though Huggy Bear's a little crazy, that dude could coach. He knows some basketball. He's a hard ass. And you could see that a little bit in Joe Mazzulla and the way that, he has his team working.
Yeah. Yeah, this looked like Luka and the Smurfs last night.
Yo, I compare Luka to LeBron all the time. He looks like Bron when Bron was out here fighting for his life and going for triple-doubles, 30-point triple-doubles, and still losing in the finals and looking around at his teammates like, help, help. The difference is LeBron was playing defense. Luka ain't playing no D, but it's not good. Luka's going to have to go for 45, almost 50 in game 2 with the way that those others are playing, but Derrick Jones knocked down some shots. Kyrie hasn't made a 3 yet all series, 0 for 8. Like, that's uncharacteristic. Let him knock some shots down. Yeah. And Kyrie's still talking shit. He walked into the locker room yesterday saying, looking at the fans, saying, see y'all in game 5. And I'm like, Kyrie, I'm glad you're confident, but the way that they're booing you and stuff, maybe you should just try to lock in and play. Because Drew Holiday, it's hard to go past him. Derek White, it's hard to go past him. All the buckets that Kyrie has had so far have been tough buckets. And
tough.
Hey, that's what the Celtics want.
All right. Good stuff from my man Zay and the right call. But our time is done here, folks. Let's bring in SEC Unfiltered.
Chip, good to see you again, man. Good to see you.
Chris
been a while.
Phillips, good to see you. Mike Gillespie.
Hello.
Or you're referring me back from vacation. I was in SEC country.
Yes.
I was in the
I'm guessing
Florida.
Florida. Okay. All right. Where at?
Went from SEC meetings in Destin to St. Augustine, then to Miami, and then to Key West for a wedding.
You do look like you got a little tan. You look good.
If you've ever wanted to know what walking on the sun feels like, go to Key West right now.
No, I'll do you one better. The Miami, Florida game at 3:30 p.m. at the end of August. Yeah, that will be like you're just like shitting on the sun. Like that humidity is going to be baked.
Where's that at?
I don't think I'm going to go. What's that?
Is that Gainesville or
it'll be in Gainesville? Yeah.
Gainesville, okay.
Yeah, that is.
It's going to be a hot one, boys. It's going to be a hot one.
It's going to be a hot one. All right, fellas. We will leave it in your trusty hands.
All right.
Have a great show.
Thank you.
Yep, Zay, appreciate you guys, man. Always a pleasure.
Mike, what's going on, man? What's going on, guys? Appreciate each and every single one of you tuning in. We are SEC Unfiltered. We are live here on this Monday. Of course, we're right here every single day, Monday through Friday, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central, 2 to 3 Mountain. And, of course, as always, I'm Chris Phillips. He is Mike Gillespie joining me today. Mike, what's going on, man? Great to see you once again. It's been a while, I feel like, since you and I shared the airwaves, but we're cycling through our guys. We're getting people in here, getting appearances, getting reps in, we can call it. We're getting reps in.
Yeah.
Mike, great to have you, man. It's a good day to have you on, too, with everything that went down over the weekend that we'll inevitably get into. But how you been, man? Good to see you. I had no idea.
I was really, really pissed. Yesterday, I had a buddy of mine say, "Hey, do you want to go to the game, the Florida Clemson game?" And I said, "Nope, not even a little bit," because I thought that they were legitimately going to regress back toward the mean and just honestly shit the bed yesterday. Because that's what we've seen from the Florida Gators all season, with the exception of the last 6 games, which I still don't really understand. I can't tell you why all of a sudden they have a bullpen that did not exist in my 3 months of fandom leading up to this point. I'm not sure why they have all of a sudden just put it together, but they look like, obviously the hottest team in college baseball right now. And they look like, they could make some noise.
Mike, it's time to admit the Florida Gators are officially hot. Florida Gators are hot. They are.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, leave us your questions, your comments, Facebook, YouTube, X, whatever it might be, your feedback. We'd love to hear from you, your thoughts on the weekend that was in college baseball. And Mike, I said this a lot last week, and so I don't mean to repeat myself over and over, but I can't help it. I genuinely feel bad for people this time of year that don't even for a remote second talk about college baseball. I kind of feel for those people because I'll tell you, man, like I was there in person. We were boots on the ground in Clemson, both games, Florida, Clemson.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Mike, there will be few college football games even this season that are more exciting than that baseball game was yesterday. That was insane. Like
it had everything.
I mean, down to we had scuffles, we had ejections, we had assistants getting ejected, we had a hat check, we had a pitcher named Titsworth wearing 00. I mean, it was everything you could have imagined. Everything you could imagine. Like you literally could not have sat down and scripted a game that nutty. You couldn't have. It was
Jack Leggett
crazy.
Got ejected. Like that.
This isn't 2011. Like Jack Leggett got ejected as he's not even listed as an assistant coach. He's like player development. He's really just there to hang around. Like that's pretty much it.
Did they have to cover his jersey in the outfield to fully boot him from the stadium?
I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question. So that's a great place to. That's a great place to start, Mike. I know we both want to talk about there's a baseball head coaching search going on. We're definitely going to get in that in a second because news just dropping right before we jump on here with some rumors and who it's going to be and a name thrown out of far left field. I mean, everybody I've texted, Mike, I've texted like 4 or 5 people. I've sent them that same link you sent me. And the response is essentially, I don't know what to do with my hands. That's what the response has been.
Right.
They're just like, I don't know what to do with this information.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know if I should feel happy or feel sad or I'm just kind of, I don't know. Anyways, we'll get there in a moment. The talking point of today, Mike, again, man, 4 SEC teams have officially punched their tickets to Omaha. Potentially a 5th tonight, Georgia and NC State. It's funny, this game's kind of getting lost in the shuffle, I feel like, a little bit. We got an elite night of baseball upcoming, which I'm sure, Mike, you're rooting on the SEC as hard as you can tonight as the Georgia Bulldogs try to get to Omaha, Nebraska. Anyways, though, we now know it's going to be a 2-conference Omaha, Mike, 2-conference College World Series. It's the first time in like 60 years or maybe 80 years or something. That's I think the first time in like the modern era that's ever happened, obviously. But I mean, thoughts on a wild weekend of college baseball? We can obviously start. And for those that don't know, Mike is a Florida man, Florida grad, bleeds the orange and blue. We can start there, man. The Clemson 2 regional. Florida, the only team, by the way, no matter what happens tonight between Georgia and NC State, the only team in the College World Series to punch their ticket on the road the entire postseason. So go on the road to Stillwater, come out the losers bracket, sweep through the Clemson Super. We'll start with that one, dude. I mean, you mentioned you didn't want to go yesterday because you thought Florida was going to revert back, but starting to get some Team of Destiny vibes, Mike. Starting to get some Team of Destiny vibes.
Well, and, that's what everybody expected from this team, right? Back in February, including all of the national publications who said, Florida's got a ton of talent, including a top 5 draft pick who can hit it 950,000 feet at, whatever launch angle, 200 miles an hour off the bat. Oh, and by the way, he can also pitch really freaking well.
Not a Golden Spikes finalist, though, Mike. Not a Golden Spikes finalist.
Whatever. It's a complete sham, dude. An absolute sham. Yeah. I honestly, look, they played the number 1 strength of schedule. You can point that out. The problem with that is, though, trying to take off the Florida hat, the problem with that is, though, some of those games, they were not competitive at all. They got swept by Florida State. They got blitzed by Florida State twice. I mean, it was embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing. One in Tallahassee, one in Jacksonville. I think the game in Gainesville was semi-close maybe, but still, they got absolutely swept. To me, it just it didn't feel like a team that was really going to do anything, especially on the road, right? Like, you go to Oklahoma State and it's like, well, Oklahoma State's a great freaking team. They've got the pitchers to do it. Like, I don't think Florida's going to be able to get out of this thing. And then when you start looking at the odds too, right? Like, so if you host a regional, the odds of you going to a super regional are like 70-something%, right? Then you start 1-1, which Florida did, and your odds dramatically decrease on the road. So, I say all of this because it's like I still see all of the chatter on Twitter about how, this team, shouldn't be here. It's like, that's a really bad take at this point. Like, I mean, yeah, clearly they should. Like, and I get they didn't do enough to get into the tournament. But to that, I say, well, they beat LSU on the road. They beat Mississippi State. They beat Texas A&M, by the way. And they went to extras with Kentucky, I think twice, right? I think it was twice, or at least once. I know that
they went 3-3 in series against the top 6 teams in the SEC. So they split. They split series against the top 6 teams. So, which is in the SEC for Texas and Oklahoma fans will both learn next year. That's pretty damn good in SEC baseball. Like, that's pretty good.
Especially when you get a conference record 11 into the NCAA tournament. I mean, when you have 11 teams going into the NCAA tournament, and you went 3-3 against the top? What did you say? The top 10, top 7?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, top 6. Yeah, 3 and 3. Like, so you split those series. You won 3 series, lost 3 series against the top 6. Yeah.
So I mean, that makes sense. So I mean, to me, it just but obviously just proves that Florida did belong. I mean, it's kind of crazy at this point to even say, and no one expected. Mm-hmm. Listen, I don't even think Sully expected to be there. I think Sully probably expected to go 0-2, just because we all know how this works. Teams that do really well in the postseason in NCAA baseball, they have the pitchers, right, and they don't make a lot of errors. Florida doesn't make a lot of errors, but they're last in ERA in the SEC. Mm-hmm. That's not going to get you anywhere in the NCAA tournament, theoretically. Mm-hmm. And they've just been able to, obviously, the pitching has been phenomenal. I mean, the starters have been okay, but the relievers have just been on a different level.
Mm-hmm. Definitely need to give roses to Brandon Neely. He has been, and I knew that his name would probably get lost in the shuffle today, after the fact, because so many guys, obviously Michael Robertson with the walk-off, but Ashton Wilson's becoming a legend, if you will. Yep. Jack Caglione, Brody Donay. I tell you what, he reminds me of Grayson Griner. Mike, I know you know that name.
Okay. Yeah,
massive. Dude, that
Massive
dude is
pitcher.
massive and
Massive kid.
just
Yeah.
smashes baseballs.
Oh yeah.
So again, there's talent all over, but what Brandon Neely has done for Florida, I mean, it has been, I mean, to throw 50 pitches or so in game one and then turn around a day later and be like, I'm going to put the team on my back again. And I know he gave up the 3-run shot, but still, like, the amount of innings he ate up. And Mike, at one point, I was sitting there watching. I was like, they kept trotting him back out there. I was like, Sully's just going to ride him till he gives, like till the wheels fall off. That's it. They're going to keep just sending him out until something bad happens. It was crazy.
Oh my God. They kept showing Kevin O'Sullivan in the dugout, and he's just like walking back and forth from like the back of the dugout, to the front of the dugout. Like, he was scared shitless. And, Neely, it's funny because I think it was the pitch right after they came out and talked to Neely after Sully came out and had the mound visit. And then all of a sudden he gives up the 3-run homer. And I'm like, all right, well, that's it for Neely. Like, they're going to yank him. And then Sully does the classic Sully thing, which is like, no, you stepped in it. And you freaking play through it. And he did. And, how many pitches did Neely end up throwing the whole set? I mean, over 100.
He threw in the 2 days like over 130 pitches. And that's what's so interesting is Sullivan is, one of the things you hear about Florida baseball and Kevin O'Sullivan, very few in college baseball, if any, do a better job of protecting arms. And that's one of the ways he's able to get these big time pitchers to come to Florida because he's going to take care of them. But, this time of year, man, it's like, we gotta throw everybody. You gotta go. Like we gotta. I mean, you're seeing a guy from West Virginia over the weekend throw like 150 pitches, and I had a buddy. That's kind of a side note, but I had a buddy text me like, "Oh my God, they're sending him back out." I'm like, dude, this guy is a lefty topping out at 89 miles an hour. He is not going to play professional baseball. This will be the greatest memory this dude has. Like, let him finish. Like, who cares if he rips his arm up? He's never going to play again after this. So, like, you know what I mean? Like, just let him have the moment, I mean.
And you know what? At the end of the day, too, like, if the pitcher wants to stay out there.
Right. And he's dealing.
Right.
He's dealing.
Yeah.
Also, too, on the note of Kevin O'Sullivan, I love his little, and Sully's awesome. He's got like his little gremlin walk. You know what I mean? Like, he just kind of like the way he walks and his head's tilted down. And he's just like, he always looks pissed off to me. It's weird to see him smile. Like, it is.
Yes.
And he does sometimes, but it is weird. Which, by the way, I got nothing but respect for Sully. I actually ranked him preseason the number 1 coach in the SEC. This is a large reason why, Mike, I don't know if many folks realize this. Florida is undefeated in supers in his time there.
Yes.
I mean, he has
9 straight. He's won 9 straight games.
He set the gold standard in Gainesville for sure. I mean, and that's the thing I was going to get to as well, Mike, because I mean, I value your opinion because you're very objective with it, right? You're a Florida guy, but you'll call it as is, despite, and I promise, guys, he's objective despite some of the texts he sent me about Clemson over the weekend that I won't read out loud on the air. But no. But no, I mean, so. I know you would call it as it is if you felt like Florida, did they deserve to be in? Did they not deserve to be in? Here's my thing with it, though, Mike. And you would have eaten this up, by the way, because obviously I'm sitting there in Clemson yesterday. I'm in the midst of Clemson folks, both media, fans alike, which are basically the same thing.
I was just about to say that, actually.
Yeah. Trust me. They are.
Mm-hmm.
Great people, but they are.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways,
in the press box,
sitting right next to them. So, And a lot of what I heard yesterday was SEC bias. Florida shouldn't even be here. Like, this is if they were an ACC team that had the record, there's no way they would have gotten in, et cetera, et cetera. But like, here's my thing, Mike, and maybe I'm speaking from a place of SEC privilege, but it's like there's an SEC bias. There's a benefit of the doubt. Like, duh. Like, hasn't the SEC earned that? Like, look at the College World Series and look at the postseason and for like the past decade. Like, at some point, you deserve the benefit of the doubt. And here's what I'll say to this, Mike. Like, and I'm not, College of Charleston should have gotten in. And also, I think Florida should have gotten in. I don't, those can both be true. But like, if Florida wouldn't have gotten in, we probably would have put instead like a C of C or some mid-major team. What point would we be making sending some mid-major to go be the 3 seed or a 4 seed and go get their ass kicked. Like, they wouldn't even had a shot. You know what I mean? Like, instead, you put a Florida team that, I mean, again, I know it's bias and you're giving benefit of the doubt, but like, we're also just using our brains. And the difference is this. Florida's red hot right now. They are. And some people will try to write off that success, Mike, by like, oh, they're just hot. Here's the thing, though. Not everybody's capable of getting hot like Florida is right now. The only reason they're that hot is because they're loaded with talent. And all this run tells us is, wow, they massively underachieved during the regular season, because if this Florida team had showed up, they probably win the SEC East. They win 40 games. Like, we're having a different conversation. So, like, I just, I hate that somebody had to get left out. But and I know it's, listen, college sports has, like, it hadn't been fair in a long time. It's the haves and the have-nots. It's, I'm sorry, but let's stop trying to compare and act like the SEC is equal to the whatever Midwest Atlantic Conference, like whatever it is. Like, let's stop doing that. Because, like, again, it's, you talk about SEC bias, benefit of the doubt. Like, after you win a certain number of titles and you're just the best, you do get the benefit of the doubt. This is the case in every walk of life. Like, at some point, the highest performers, they get the benefit of the doubt. So I don't know, man. I just, to your point, it's like, if you wanted to immediately bitch and moan about Florida shouldn't have got in, fine. I'll hear the convo. The record was ugly. Number one strength of schedule, save Florida, whatever. But, like, bringing it up now is just, I mean, and then you see people that are like, well, how a team performs in the postseason doesn't justify or discredit a decision. I'm like, what?
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does. Like, what do you play on the field? We're proving it on the field. Like,
also, they're playing games against the best of the best in NCAA baseball. So, yes, it absolutely does. This isn't some, random series against, Iona. Like, this is college base, the postseason on the road. I had to laugh too, Chris, like, and I'm not going to name names, but there are a couple national writers, who I really like personally, but they're the same dudes who said that Alabama should get into the college football playoff over Florida State. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, okay, you can say that, but then they say, oh yeah, Florida didn't belong in the field of 64. And you're like, that doesn't make sense. You can't have that same theory applied to college football and not applied to college baseball. That makes zero sense whatsoever. What you're saying is Alabama was the better team. They should have gotten into the college football playoff last December. This time around, they're saying, okay, yeah, Florida might be the better team, but they didn't deserve to get in. What? That doesn't make sense. You're going against your argument that you made back in December. So, to me, all along, I thought this was a team that was clearly one of the best 64 teams in the country. They really weren't able to consistently put it all together. Again, their pitching was pretty horrendous, which is crazy to say about a Kevin O'Sullivan team because you never really see that. But it really was their bullpen. I mean, just flat out could not throw strikes.
I mean, it still wasn't great over the weekend. They just outslugged it. They outslugged Clemson for the most part.
You're right.
Like, they did.
You're exactly right.
But they made some big pitches down the stretch. I'll give them credit.
Yeah.
They did.
And that really was, that really was the difference. And, again, dude, to your point, I mean, Florida, it just comes down to timely hitting, right? And that's not something that we saw from the Gators this year, right? Like, they had a chance to beat Kentucky I think it was that Friday afternoon, in extras. I think they had runners on first and second, one out, grounded into a double play, and then Kentucky wins, right? Like in the 11th or something. So just like we saw time and time again, they just couldn't come up with a timely hit. And in the postseason, they've been able to do that. For whatever reason, I have no clue. I mean, seriously, like, I guess that's just the game of baseball. I never played baseball as a kid. Been a fan, of obviously Florida baseball my entire life, but it's just the strangest thing to me. And, this stat really, I mean, this will put it in perspective. I mean, out of all of the Kevin O'Sullivan teams that have gone to the College World Series, So this is the number of wins for each one of those teams. I'm not going to read them all, okay, but let's just say over the last 5 years. All right, so you got 52, 47, 47, 50 wins last year, 34 this year. 34.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like this. I mean, other than Ole Miss.
I mean, getting into the postseason with 28 wins is, I mean, that's I mean, there were some teams that had 28 wins with like a month left in the regular season. So
right. Tennessee.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, So I mean, but again, you get the opportunity. Florida's made the most of it. And I mean, it's listen, I'm not mad at all that we get to see Jack Caglione in Omaha, which by the way, I didn't start off the show sharing some good news. The Texas Sports Unfiltered folks, SEC Unfiltered will be boots on the ground in Omaha, Nebraska at the College World Series this weekend. I will be there Thursday through Monday. Dude, I'm so stoked. I've never been to Omaha, Nebraska. Never been to the College World Series. It is a lifelong kind of like sports bucket list kind of thing.
Yep.
And to go, my first time ever going, being credentialed, covering the event, having access. Dude, as SEC Unfiltered, obviously I'm elated. I'm ecstatic. So I was going to say, I'm not complaining about getting to see Jack Caglione in person yet again at the College World Series. And we'll probably have some fun combos with him in post game and stuff like that. It's going to be awesome. So you mentioned Tennessee, Mike. Let's get off Florida for a moment, because again, 3 others punched their ticket.
Yeah.
Tennessee takes down Evansville, A&M takes down Oregon, and Kentucky for the first time in program history is going to Omaha. Thoughts on the other 3? Did anything else stand out to you? And it's crazy to think Georgia wins tonight.
Yeah.
SEC will have a clean sweep, and over half the field will be SEC. And Mike, if Georgia wins, do you realize the entire side of the bracket that Florida is on, it'll be all SEC teams. I was on with the Stadium and Gale guys this morning, which is a Florida show podcast. You guys don't know. Fantastic folks. Check them out. But I was on with those guys. And it's funny. I kind of told them, I was like, it's exciting because it's the College World Series. And I was like, kind of feels like we're doing Hoover all over again. Like,
yeah,
I mean,
no kidding.
To a degree,
Sure.
It's a lot bigger deal. And guys are going to be throwing their best arms, not like Hoover where we're seeing whoever, who knows. But it's funny. It's like, this is, we've seen some of these. Florida, Texas A&M. I've seen Florida, Texas A&M. I mean, I've seen the matchup. So anyways, it'll be a different vibe to it, but it's just crazy to think, man, the dominance of the SEC.
I mean, 5 straight national titles for the SEC in college baseball, right? It's crazy to think too that, you had 295 baseball teams to start this whole entire season. We're down to 9, right? Mm-hmm. And what is that? 5 of them
are from one conference.
Could be
and all 9 are from 2 conferences. Only 2 conferences.
Well, and that's right. And it had just so happened to be the top 2 as well. I think the ACC got the second most in, right? I honestly saw Evansville. Speaking of Tennessee, obviously Tennessee beats Evansville yesterday, but I saw Evansville in person at the ECU regional. I was thoroughly impressed, man. I mean, they were. Like, a lot of people watching that series against Tennessee were like, well, of course Tennessee's going to win. And I thought so too, but I wasn't 100% confident that Tennessee was actually going to be able to do it, because Evansville, man, they do it with power. They're an older team. It's all juniors and seniors. Those guys look like, compared to, some of the teams that were in the regional at ECU, they look like grown dudes, instead of a bunch of talented freshmen running around. And I think sometimes in these postseasons, particularly college basketball, right, like the older teams tend to do really well. Evansville was a hard out, and they proved it on Saturday. When they actually beat Tennessee, became the first team, number 4 seed, right, to beat a number 1 overall seed. So I think, Tennessee proved that obviously they're a great team. They've got the pitchers to do it. They're hitting home runs left and right. I tell you what, man, as much as I hate to say it as a Florida guy, Tennessee might just be able to do it this year. They look like they've put it all together.
The curse of the number one seed, man, hasn't happened since 1999.
Yeah, and Florida State. I mean, same deal. Like,
it's interesting.
That team. You want to talk about a team that gets hot? I mean, Florida State, man. Like when they get hot. I mean, just to put it in perspective, I can go back and figure out the 2 out of 3 games they played against Florida. But I mean, they outscored Florida something like 50-2 or something.
Yeah,
like
they were blowouts. They were blowouts.
Awful, dude. It was so bad. And you want to talk about a team that like doesn't stop. Like FSU, man. Like you need 2 score sheets for that team. Like just keeping score.
Mike, the national title will be electric no matter what. But can you imagine a Florida State national championship, best of 3 series? I mean, I know you'd lean up. We've seen it on the field already, so it's like you'd lean FSU hard. But
honestly, and this is, what? I'm going to ask you this question too. For me, I would rather go 2 and barbecue, okay, than have to lose to Florida State in a national championship series. And I'm sure because you were a Carolina fan growing up, right? You would rather go 2 and barbecue, or like just, maybe 1 and 2, whatever it is, and not have to face Clemson in the national title and lose.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I think because you think about how notable the success South Carolina's had over Clemson and Omaha is.
Yes.
And those weren't even national title games or series or anything. So you'd almost rather, I think you'd roll the dice for the opportunity to beat your rival. But yeah, if you knew you were going to lose, you'd rather duck them because there's just nothing worse. There's nothing worse. Like losing. Let me ask you this, though. Let me ask you this. What about, I know it's a different dynamic, but what about like the national title scenario that like Florida State had in the national championship in football? Is that something where you think Florida State would have just rather not been there than lost the title? Because that's a weird dynamic. They beat you in the regular season, but it's like, oh, we beat you in the one that mattered. Would they have rather not been there than been in that game? I mean,
no, you know what's funny? So I had some random Florida State fan in my mentions last week, and he was like, he said something like it was a Florida fan page, and they were showing highlights over Florida's 96 win over Florida State. And this fan said something like, yeah, but you guys didn't go undefeated because they lost to Florida State in the regular season game. And to me, I was like, boy, that sets up for a really weak argument. It's like, because it's like, yeah, well, you know what happened after that? Like they kicked Florida State's ass in the national title game. I would imagine that Florida State would have rather gone to like the Orange Bowl or something that year and then won the Orange Bowl and not, because that one still stings.
Yeah.
I know a lot. Half of my family went to Florida State, and that one still really stings for them. That is not something that you bring
I was
up
wondering if that was one that still bothered him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. 100%. I mean, that's because think about it, right? Like it's your arch rival. You hate those guys. It's the biggest stage and you get whooped. I mean, it was like 52-17 or something.
What was the regular season final? Was it a close game?
Yeah, it was. I think Florida State actually beat them by a field goal in Tallahassee.
That wasn't the choke at Doak game, was it?
No. The choke at Doak, I think that was early 90s. Florida was up by like 30 points or something.
Yeah.
And then Florida State.
The only reason I know that so well is you remember you used to get like the old NCAA football video games. They would have replay the classic moments, and the choke at Doak was always one that was on there.
Yes. Yeah. No, for sure. Yeah. No, I mean, like I think for me, honestly, man, I would rather just, like I wanted to bring this up with you today too. I was thinking about it on a drive earlier. I was thinking to myself, for Florida fans, this is like bliss, right? This is perfect bliss because last year there were so many expectations, right? Like that team should have been in the national title game. That team probably should have won the national title the way that College World Series set up so well for them. They just so happened to run into a guy named Paul Skeens, and then it was over, But to me, I'm thinking to myself, this is perfect for Florida fans because there were zero expectations.
Yeah.
And now it's just gravy. Like, It really is. Like
really playing with house money in Omaha. Yeah.
Literally. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like they could get blown out in 2 games in Omaha. Fine. It's fine because they weren't supposed to be there. Like literally, Chris, it could be 40-0 between those 2 games. And I think Florida fans would be like, all right, that's cool.
I mean, yeah, the fact you're there after the way this season went is, I mean, it feels like a bit of a miracle. I mean, I would say too, I'm glad Sully made me look smart because before the season, I did a SEC head coaching rankings for baseball.
Oh yeah, sure.
And I had Kevin O'Sullivan ranked number 1. And a lot of it had to do with the track record and the history. And I mean, I don't know that, I mean, I know they've only won 1 title. I get that. But I don't think people realize how insane his run has been there. I mean, it's just like consistency through and through, year in, year out. And I was feeling pretty foolish of that number 1 ranking as the season went, just from the standpoint of like, wow, this is not going very well. And I don't know, man. You need great players to step up, but Kevin O'Sullivan just showing again, man, why he's one of the best. He just finds a way, just finding a way.
So him over Tim Corbin. That's interesting to me.
Yeah, I had him number 1. But my take in the preseason, though, Mike, was I had him number 1. But if I had to pick one coach right now to start a program with, it's Tony Vitello. Easily.
Yeah.
It's easily Tony Vitello.
Yes, 100%. There was a Tennessee fan. I don't know why we listen to just random fans. Why do we do that? Why do we even read that shit? I don't like
because it's hard not to. It's hard not to. I mean,
but he was like, Tony Vitello is the best coach in college baseball right now. And I mean, I was just like, well, Sully would like a word. I mean, 9 College World Series appearances for Kevin O'Sullivan. They've played in the national title game 3 times since 2011. I mean, holy cow, dude! Like seriously. What has Vitello done? He's been to 2 College World Series? Is that right?
No, this will be his 3rd in the last 4 years.
Third. Yeah. Third.
But has not played in the finals yet.
Has not played in the national title game. Has not obviously won.
Tony V is getting there, but yeah, you got to give your respect to Sully for sure. Yeah.
His post-game presser, Vitello's yesterday, was one of the best rants I think I've heard in a long time.
That was electric. Yeah, we posted on our socials. That was electric. I mean, he's a guy that, and which you kind of like this quality in your head coach, Mike, where, I don't really want a coach that everybody else likes. I kind of want my head coach to be a guy that he's a guy that you love him when he's on your side, but he's hated by everybody else. That's exactly what Tony Vitello is.
100%.
And like, he's a dude that if you can objectively look at it, dude, he's a guy you'd go to war for. Like he will run through a brick wall for his players. His players do the same for him. Yeah. I mean, dude, I said that about Backett yesterday, and Clemson fans were stunned. And I was like, I've been giving objective opinions for quite a long time. So I don't know why you are. But I mean, objectively, I was like, dude, Backett is a warrior, dude. I respect the hell out of him fighting for his players. But anyways, yeah, it's you mentioned Tim Corbin. I mean, I like Corbs. He's had a lot of success at Vandy. I don't want to be one of these guys saying the game's starting to pass him by, but I don't think Vandy has had quite the level of successes that Florida has. It's close. I mean, it's close. We're splitting hairs. It's very close. I would take Sully over Corbs, though, personally.
Well, and that brings up a very interesting point, right? Which is, do you want a coach in his 60s at this point running a very powerful SEC college baseball program?
I see what you're doing here. I see what you're doing.
And I don't know if you do. I'm not really sure.
It's a great segue. By the way, our guy John Edward, who used to tune into my old show all the time, thoughts on South Carolina pursuing the former LSU head coach, which John Edward, awesome. Appreciate you tuning in, my man. So that's, again, a great segue. And, of course, we were going to get to that, Mike, right before we jump on air, guys. Of course, there's a coaching search going down right now in Columbia, South Carolina. Gamecocks are looking for a new head baseball coach. And we had heard some of the typical names, obviously, to this point of Monty Lee, Landon Powell. Then there was Chris Pollard over at Duke. There was the Wake head coach. There was Cliff Godwin at East Carolina. Kind of your typical names. All of a sudden, just out of nowhere, we get this from Teddy Cahill, Baseball America. Sources, South Carolina is targeting Paul Mainieri to be their next head coach. Yes, former LSU Tiger Paul Mainieri, who won the 2009 national championship at LSU. He's been out of baseball for the last 3 seasons, retired as LSU's head coach after the 2021 season. He is 66 years old, to Mike's point. He was a head coach for 39 seasons at LSU, Notre Dame, Air Force, and St. Thomas, Florida. Ranks 8th all-time in wins. Led LSU again to a national title in 2009, runner-up finish in 2017. One of 13 coaches to lead 2 different programs of the College World Series, was named Baseball America Coach of the Year in 2009. So, Mike, first off, your reaction. I mean, were you as stunned as I was to see Paul Mainieri's name being floated as the potential next head coach in Columbia?
Yeah, I mean, like, it'd be great to get Joe Torre and I don't know, maybe
let's go hire Bobby Cox while we're at it. You know,
Bobby Cox. Hey, John Madden.
Joe Torre.
I mean,
at that point, why wouldn't Ray Tanner just step down and get back in the dugout?
And honestly, you tweeted that earlier, and I thought that was a great point. Like, I mean, clearly, he's the AD right now, and I'm pretty sure that disassembling that mechanism would, take a lot more than just hiring a new baseball coach. But no, you're exactly right, man. Like, Ray Tanner is probably a better baseball coach than Paul Mainieri. His stats don't lie. I mean, he's been to how many College World Series? I mean, I'm looking at his wiki page, and I mean, at LSU, it's just.
And by the way, if you look, you're looking at his wiki page. Look at the bottom, Mike. Somebody's already gone in and put he is unretiring to be the head baseball coach at South Carolina.
His agent.
Wikipedia works fast.
Because by the way, that contract is expected to be approved tomorrow by the Board of Trustees.
So do you think it's his contract or softball?
Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. To me, it could be both. To me, the timing, though, just points to baseball.
So we're thinking this happens then. Sheesh. Wow.
I mean, for me, I worked, over 10 years in obviously local news. By the time it gets to us, right? Mm-hmm. By the time it gets out, these conversations have been happening for weeks. Mm-hmm. So I always used to joke, like, by the time it gets to us, we're late. We're super late on it. And I wouldn't be surprised at all. But that is a incredibly weird hire. Again, like, you don't really know what to do, because it's like, okay, yes, his credentials speak for themselves. Like, is there another college baseball coach available that has the same resume as Paul Mainieri? No, there's not. Does it mean that he should be the hire in Columbia? I don't know. Like, I don't think so, because to me, and I texted this to you earlier, Chris, like, to me, if I'm South Carolina's AD, I'm sitting there thinking to myself, we have NIL to deal with now. We have the transfer portal to deal with, right? Like, college athletics has changed so much since Paul Mainieri was at the height of his time at LSU. And, like, is a 66-year-old baseball coach willing to come in and deal with all of that? To me, I think you're much better off getting a guy like Tony Vitello, who is young, who's going to get after it.
And Mike, here's something that, don't shoot the messenger here, but of course, I texted my buddy Blake Ruffino, who's with AYS Sports, LSU guy. So he would know the situation.
Yeah.
And we were talking about it, and he feels like that Mainieri will win a lot of games, but essentially the feeling is, and from what he told me, Mainieri was all but pushed into retirement. And one of the biggest reasons was because things got stale and LSU fans were mad at him because there was a feeling of a lack of want to in recruiting and not utilizing NIL portal, which again, the guy is 66. He spent 99% of his coaching years coaching when portal and NIL didn't exist. So, I mean, I get it. Old dog, don't learn new tricks. Totally fine. You're at the end of your career. You don't want to deal with it. Fine. But what makes folks confident that he's going to be able to jump back in and what he's just all of a sudden going to be good at NIL and I know that, and I've seen other folks talk about this, that yes, having the nest egg, the NIL funding for baseball is almost more important than even having a coach that's embracing it. But I don't really the coach has still got to go out and get the players. So I don't think
making decisions.
Right. He's still the one building the ball club. Yep. So to your point, Mike, I didn't know there was a hire out there that South Carolina could make that would make me just kind of speechless. But this is one where it's it's not like a Monty Lee hire where I think it's very easy to quickly be critical of that and give that critical analysis and have a very strong opinion on it and feel good about it. Same thing with Chris Pollard at Duke, or if you hired Chris Lamonis, or if you hired Kevin O'Sullivan, which was always a joke. If you hire Cliff Godwin, right? That's one man, you and I could have an opinion and we'd feel really good about. That was a great hire.
Yeah.
This is a hire, Mike, where I don't know. To your point, what is the game plan here? Because he is 66 years old.
Right.
How long is he going to be the head coach? 5 years? I mean, could he coach till he's 76? I mean, do we really think he's going to go that long?
Sure.
Right.
Well,
weird,
man.
Man.
I mean, especially in an age where, and again, I'm not getting political here, but think about where we are, right, in politics, right? There's a lot of ageism out there, right?
Mm-hmm.
People don't believe that, a certain someone, President Biden, right, that they think that he's way too old to be the president of the United States. I think a lot of people feel that way. I feel like as a society, we're starting to sort of transition that way into thinking we need to start listening to the younger voices in the room. And then this news, comes out and it's if I'm a 66-year-old college baseball coach, I don't even want to deal with it right now. I don't want to deal with all that stuff that a 37-year-old could do a whole lot better than I could. Recruiting being the number one sticking point. By the way, I heard it's funny, last weekend, Mark Kingston, was talking about NIL, kind of putting the blame on USC's NIL, Garnet Trust and whatnot. Got a really funny text from somebody. Very, very.
I don't think I heard that actually.
Oh yeah. So, kind of mentioned it here and there, and I think everybody knew, including Mark, that this was it, right? Mark interviewed for the Miami job last year.
I mean, they literally asked him after the SC or the loss in the tournament, do you feel that you have the support of everybody around you or whatever? He's like, everybody here wants to win at a high level. That was right. It's that's a no. That's right. That's a no.
100%. So, but the source that I was talking to said, Mark Kingston didn't even satisfy 50% of his NIL requirements. Right? What? Okay, so he's going to come out and he's going to blast USC's NIL, but then he's not going to participate in NIL. So that begs the question, Mark Kingston is what? 50? Not even? I don't know. I don't even know how old he is. Will, 66-year-old Paul Maneri, will he be doing much in the NIL space? How much support? I mean, we always think about it from, okay, how much support is the baseball program getting from NIL? Okay, well, think about it from the other perspective as well. How much support is the NIL getting from that baseball team as well? Because remember, it's a contract, right? And both parties have to play. So, Mark was not the greatest in terms of, keeping his word with those NIL deals. Will Palmineri be the same way? And if he is, well, we can see how well it worked out for Mark Kingston, right? Like, are we just going to be in the same boat 5 years from now? I don't know, man. I mean, it's really, really interesting. Like I said, if this was 20 years ago, it's a great hire. Not because the man is 66. I mean, that's part of it, right? And he was 46 20 years ago. But it's because you didn't have to deal with the transfer portal and NIL. So it's it's a hell of a hire. I mean, like,
it's an attention grabber. It's an attention grabber for sure. It's a splash.
Let's give Ray some kudos. That's a huge name. It's a huge name.
I'll be honest with you, Mike. Let's give Ray some kudos. That's fine. I'm willing to say that, like, I don't think, which, God, I certainly don't want to tempt fate, but, I haven't been alive long enough to say, like, I've seen a string of 6 or 7 ADs at this school, but I find it hard to believe there'd be a worse athletic director in South Carolina's history. I mean, he has been terrible. He has been terrible. I mean, I don't know how anybody could argue otherwise. And don't give me look at all the – no, let's look at the revenue-generating sports, the ones people care about. It's just been a disaster, dude. It's been a disaster. And I know Lamont looks like he's going to work out. We'll see, right? I think year 3 will be important in determining that. Like, you had one horrible year, one great year. Now what do you do? The football program's still up for debate. Who knows? And baseball has swung and missed twice on head coaches under him. So
isn't that so weird? The sport, I've always found this just so ironic. I've been in Columbia now for a decade, for 10 years. I got here in 2014. And I've always found that so ironic that the guy who built South Carolina's baseball program, I understand that there was a lot of history before Ray Tanner got here, but really took it to the next level, right? Can also be in the same conversation as destroying it.
Well, I'll say this, though. I don't think Chad Holbrook was a bad hire. I don't. It made so much sense.
It made sense.
When Chad was hired, he was the top assistant in the game. Yes. He had a great hand in recruiting those national championships.
Back to back. Yes.
Right.
100%.
Right. Recruited all those guys.
Yes.
And I talked to, my good buddy Forrest Kumis was on those teams and started game 1 of the 2011 College World Series against Florida. And I asked him, I was like, did you ever imagine, because I talked to him like after Holbrook got fired, I said, did you ever imagine it would go the way it did? And he was like, dude, no, like he was there. We were winning all those games and it felt like nothing changed. Like we were just going to keep winning. And, Chad Holbrook was the perfect example, Mike, of you never want to be the guy that follows the legend, because the bar Tanner set was impossible. There wasn't a guy in the game that would have lived up to that, really, truly. And hindsight's 2020, obviously. Mike, I recall, now people look at like what Chad Holbrook was doing and say, man, he was actually pretty good. But when they missed the postseason for the first time, and it had been it had been 16 years, I think, since South Carolina baseball had missed the postseason at all.
That's right.
So that was inexcusable. And then to miss the postseason again and miss it 2 in a 3-year span. Yeah. I get why they made the move when they did, because that just felt like the sky is literally falling.
Mm-hmm.
And I said this over the weekend, Mike, that, if it is Palmineri, just getting the next hire right is so pivotal for South Carolina baseball, because Texas fans know this, Florida State fans know this, Florida fans know this, Tennessee fans know this. Any program, whatever the sport, like when you think about, I think it's a great debate, Mike, how long does it take to build tradition? I think you need a decade of the same result. So if you wanted to take your football program from being a middling 6-6 every year to being considered, let's say, a college football playoff contender.
Yes.
Well, you need to be averaging 9 to 10 wins per year for a decade. After a decade, then you'll start to be viewed, I think, as Well, they are traditionally good. They're just, you can expect them year in, year out.
Yes.
Here's the scary thing, Mike. And again, like, programs like Tennessee, Florida may be built to last, but now we're seeing Florida shine start to kind of wear off a little bit. Like, it's been a long time since Florida was really, really good, right? So we're starting to see, like, the over-under set at 5.5. We're seeing people not take Florida very seriously. Whatever. Anyways, the point I'm making is, like, with South Carolina baseball, what makes this hire so critical is 2010 and 11 and 12 are only getting further away. So if you miss on this hire and you go another 4 to 5 years not going to Omaha, being middle of the pack, while Tennessee, Kentucky, Texas A&M, looks like Georgia now, they continue to ascend. Mike, all of a sudden, we're not having conversations about that great South Carolina baseball program anymore. We'll be having conversations about the Ray Tanner era was great, but that's not really who South Carolina baseball is anymore, and that's a shame. I mean, that's really, truly a shame.
Relevancy, right?
Yeah.
Relevancy.
Yes.
And, it's funny because, Florida football fans, right? It's kind of the same thing as South Carolina baseball fans. Like you almost, when you're talking out loud, you almost seem old. You almost seem very old because you're talking about success.
I remember the days.
Right. Like those used to be orange groves, like, but seriously, I mean, but it's like, okay, Gramps, like this was 13, 14 years ago. And these kids who are 18, they were 4 years old. They were 4 years old when South Carolina went to the College World Series. They have no idea what in the hell you're talking about. And I think that's the biggest point in all of this is, from like the national media's perspective, you're not getting the respect, and of course, but when it comes to recruiting, these kids just, they don't know who
that is great
Whit
perspective,
Merrifield.
Mike.
I mean, Whit Merrifield, right? Like he's still playing, but
that's great perspective. Like even your oldest players in your roster were at best like 8 years old when you won.
Yes.
Like they don't remember that. They don't remember.
No. And it's funny. Somebody with Florida's football program actually pointed that out to me that they kept showing, and they still do this. And I, to me, I just have to laugh about it at this point. Like, they still show these recruits, like, all of like the, championship stuff from the 90s and then from 06 and 08, not really recognizing that these kids have no freaking clue who Brandon Spikes is. They don't know that name. They know Tim Tebow because he's on TV. They know Tim Tebow because he's on the SEC network. They don't know Tim Tebow because he murdered like every team that he played, literally ate them like a ham sandwich. Like, seriously, dude, like because they never saw him play. So again, back to, Carolina baseball, I fear that, we've already entered into that territory. And if there's not some instant success here, we're just going to keep spiraling. And God, I hope I'm wrong, man. I really do. But, Paul Mainieri just does not seem like the guy that's going to take South Carolina baseball back to Omaha. I can't, like,
because it's obviously not a long-term answer. It's just not like it's
right.
And how, I just, because I mean, it unfortunately it looks like schools like, again, Tennessee and A&M and even some others as well, like feel like they have a long-term guys, and there's not a whole lot of stability in a program when you're, he's a 5-year guy. I mean, that's.
Do you remember what happened to Steve Spurrier? Right, like, so the rivals in recruiting started
using his age. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
They started telling recruits.
Oh, I'll never forget, Mike, the summer where he said, I got 2 or 3 more years left or something like that. And it just imploded. It imploded.
Yep.
I mean,
I have never seen USC's SIDs work so hard in my life. Like, they had to, like, I mean, it was like, okay, we got to get Spurrier back out there, saying that's not what he meant, I mean, and like Steve Fink, for instance, like poor Steve, I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like, That's got to be one of the hardest jobs in America, to be the SID for Steve Spurrier, because he just says whatever the hell is on his mind. And you can't do that in this age because everything goes viral, especially a guy like Spurrier. And, you know, again, with this hire, man, I fear that his age is going to be used against him. You know, much like Donald Trump's age or Joe Biden's age is used against them, right? Like, again, we live in this society where there's a lot of ageism. And I don't know if this is necessarily, you know, the guy who's going to be here for 10 years. I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me.
When they were trying to get Spurrier back out there, you said, Mike, was that when he came out and said, you know, we got a lot of enemies out there. We got enemies, a lot of enemies. That's when like Drake dropped the Enemies song too, and everybody was using the. Yeah, we got a lot of enemies.
Dude,
I was like, what is he talking about? Like,
I will never forget, man. This was my second year here, and Periscope had just come out. Remember Periscope?
Oh yeah.
And I was
what was on a side note, Mike? What was so fun about Periscope, because I was using that, and Periscope would show you who was viewing your stuff.
Yes.
And I'll never forget, I was doing videos and I was checking after the fact and seeing Will Muschamp tuning into like all of my videos. And I was like, you tell me they're not paying attention. Like, there's his name right there. So somebody from his account, whether it's him or someone else, is watching.
That is
anyways,
funny. Yeah. And then, you know, like he always said, he spends all of his time watching film. Well, clearly not. You know, like he spends a lot of time on social media, apparently.
Yes, I'm familiar with Periscope. Yes.
Well, so I use Periscope, you know, to basically, you know, go live for Spurrier's thing, and it was a gaggle format. So what that means in media is it's not like a press conference where, you know, the coach sits down in front of a backdrop. It's basically just like you take a microphone and a camera and you walk up to Steve Spurrier, who's standing in a random, I don't even remember where it was, the Rice Athletics building maybe is where he did it. And it was so weird, dude. Like it was like in a breezeway, I think. And, you know, and he comes out and he's like, yeah, we got a lot of enemies out there, you know, but we're going to show our enemies this year. And then, you know what, that was the year he quit.
Yeah.
That was the year he quit. And then they lost to the Citadel. I mean, so, but again, dude, like I just see this going down the same path. And, you know, the other thing, Chris, well, one more thing, I know we got to jump, but I guess the other thing I'd love to chew on, you know, if it was any other athletics director in the country who was making this decision, does Paul Mainieri get hired? Or is it just because Ray Tanner and Paul Mainieri are around the same age and
he's in his Rolodex?
What's that?
He's in his Rolodex. Just, here's my buddy I can text and see if he'll come take the job.
I mean, right?
I mean, just to your point though, Mike, it's like the number one thing, the cause of concern. Is he going to recruit? Is he going to portal? Is he going to NIL? End of story. Because that's what it's all about now. It's just like knowing the X's and O's and knowing how to call pitches and knowing how to teach a guy how to field grounders and knowing when to call a bunt. That stuff is all great and it's important, but it means nothing if you don't have the players to do it. If you can't go out and get the dudes. So
100%.
Paul Mainieri knows how to win ball games, though. So I think they will win ball games. You would think if you're going to hire a guy like that, there's a more grand plan in place. Is it maybe to bring Landon Powell on as an assistant and groom him under Paul Mainieri, and then in 3 years, Landon Powell's the new head coach? I have no idea, but it feels like if you're going to hire Paul Mainieri, there's got to be like, you got to be thinking 3 or 4 steps ahead of just that move.
Well,
you know.
And then what happens with Monty Lee? You know, like does Monty?
From what I've heard, Monty Lee may be taking the Citadel head coaching job. I don't think Monty Lee's sticking around as an assistant. I think Monty Lee wanted the head coaching job, and if he does not get it, which it looks like he won't, he will be going to be a head coach somewhere else. So
and
anybody's got and he should. Yeah, he's a good coach. I'm glad he's not going to be the head coach at South Carolina, but yeah, I'm wish Coach Lee the best. Guys, we've hit 5 o'clock. That was a fun combo, Mike. I appreciate you taking the time. Guys, appreciate you tuning in. Again, we're live right here, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central, 2 to 3 Mountain every single day. You're going to see Mike and myself on the show later this week. Going to be a really fun week as, again, we approach the College World Series. It's going to be a lot of fun. It all gets going on Friday. Again, guys, make sure you check us out across all social media platforms, podcast, YouTube at SEC Unfiltered, and stay tuned right here to Texas Sports Unfiltered every single day for all that content as well. Guys, appreciate you all tuning in. Thank you all so much. For Mike Gillespie, I'm Chris Phillips. We appreciate you all, and we'll talk to you all tomorrow.